Out of all the thousands of video games that exist on this planet, only a small fraction of them will ever have their story told. In the world of speedrunning, many great tales remain unknown. It's only a handful that'll ever see their time in the limelight. If you ask me, some of the greatest stories in all of speedrunning are contained within the Jak and Daxter series, with the cream of the crop being Jak 3, a game with an untold story that's lightning in a bottle. The game's evolution since its release in 2004 is simply stunning. The way the route has progressed over time is unlike any other speed game out there. 10 special players have gone above and beyond in pushing this game to its limits, players who can call themselves world record holders. Welcome to my 9-part series, the ultimate deep dive into the speedrunning history of a PlayStation 2 classic. This is the story of the people who conquered Jak 3.
What?
He's just a machine. He's a machine.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Whoa!
It just really cracked that. It was just so good.
Yes! Yes! Woo!
He's always going for some sick, stupid, hard stuff, and he looks so cool while he's doing it.
Jak 3 was released in November 2004, and the earliest traces of anyone being interested in speedrunning the game came only 7 months after its release. A forum thread was created in June 2005 on Speed Demos Archive, the prime speedrunning forum and run publishing site in the mid-2000s. The thread was created by a user known as AAA2, who wanted to know if their video quality was sufficient enough to potentially submit a segmented speedrun to the site. The link that was posted along with the creation of the thread leads to a German rapid share site that's unfortunately not reachable today. In a different thread created in September 2005, AAA2 claimed a time of 4 hours and 29 minutes as his third playthrough of the game. This was presumably timed using Jak 3's in-game timer, which can be viewed at any point in the pause menu, and updates every time you save the game. It appeared that AAA2 wasn't satisfied with his time and wanted to improve it before submitting a run to SDA. However, as the months came and went, AAA2 said that he didn't have time to create a new run, and would upload the second half of his 429 even if he felt the run wasn't up to par. 429 is a very believable time for 2005, but once again, the run is not viewable, as he uploaded it to the same website as before. Regardless, this is likely the first completed playthrough with speedrunning in mind. Throughout the years, more threads would pop up that showed interest in Jak 3 speedrunning. One by Veloxer in 2007, who had a full route written down and planned to do a run in 40 segments. One by Blaze in December 2008, who was curious about how the game's autosave feature would affect segmented runs. And in the same thread, Unreal had a Hero Mode route planned out in 44 segments. Hero Mode being Jak 3's New Game Plus mode. Despite so many different people showing interest, none of them ever ended up doing a run. It's a shame, but understandable in a way. By looking at AAA2's time and Veloxer and Unreal's segment count, the length of Jak 3 is fairly intimidating. Jak 3 is a sandbox action platformer where the goal of the game is to complete missions for various characters until you reach the end where you have to take down Cyber Arrow and his ginormous terraformer to finish the game. There are a total of 60 missions to go through, so it's unsurprising to see the runners mentioned prior not bringing these routes to fruition. To speedrun Jak 3 in the 2000s, you had to be dedicated and committed. We would just have to wait for the right person to show up. In July 2009, a hero emerged from the shadows. Someone would finally show the world that Jak 3 had incredible speedrunning potential. This is Lapanye. Lapanye is known today for his extremely prolific tool-assisted speedrun resume, but back in the day, he was a pioneer of many classic PlayStation titles, such as Spyro 1 and 2, Ratchet & Clank 2, and Jak 2. Safe to say, Jak 3 was in good hands. In 2009, Lapagnier wouldn't just create one segmented run for Jak 3, he would create two. These runs would send shockwaves across the forums, especially when they saw the times. Lapagnier had completely defied the idea of Jak 3 being a long game. A final time of 1 hour and 22 minutes literally shaves off just over 3 hours from AAA2's claimed time from 2005. Before you can even begin to comprehend how big of a leap forward this run was, the man just drops a 47 a few months later. Between the 122 and 47, a couple of route changes are present, but I'll only focus on the faster run of the two since the 122 was recorded with his finest French potato. So instead, let's dive straight into the 47. The first thing to take note of is the fact that Lapagnier's 47 was done on Hero Mode. Hero Mode is technically the harder difficulty compared to any percent, since enemies and bosses take more hits. However, in Hero Mode, the player begins with a handful of things unlocked from the start, including all the vehicles, all the guns, and the jetboard. So it mostly evens out time-wise. While this series will mostly cover the history of any percent, this run is significant to cover in depth, as many of the glitches and strategies used will prove useful in any percent too. To help make understanding where we are in the game a little easier, I'll display a flowchart of the mission tree on the left-hand side. Lapagnier begins the run in the Arena Training Course, a tutorial level where you're supposed to collect 35 tokens. He uses the jetboard during some sections for movement, and roll jumping and punching for others. In the next mission, Earn First War Amulet, Lapagnier has to defeat 20 marauders in a small arena. Thanks to having all of the guns unlocked from the start, he manages to get the counter down to 7 before having to wait for some lava to rise. Once the kill counter reaches 5, Jak gets forced into his Dark Jak form and is unable to use his weapons. So Lapagnier groups up as many enemies as possible once the counter reaches 6, to kill a handful of them before having to clean up the rest with melee attacks. After completing the first two missions, this is where Lapagnier begins to break the game. The first skip on the list is Cleaver Skip. Normally, when walking into this hallway, you'll initiate a cutscene with Cleaver, who puts you on the game's third mission, Catch Kangarats. However, Lapagnier jumps over the trigger that's supposed to start the mission with a big jetboard jump and a trick to gain him additional height. Now Lapagnier has free roam over Spargus City and heads on over to the garage. The garage door is normally locked during the game's third and fourth missions, Catch Kangarats and Unlock Satellite. But by jumping past Cleaver and never starting these missions, you can enter the garage before intended. In the garage, there are 8 vehicles you'll slowly unlock as you progress the story. They're supposed to be inaccessible to Lapagnier at this point in the game, but since they're all unlocked on Hero Mode, he's able to jump into whichever one he likes to traverse the desert. Lapagnier chooses the Dune Hopper, a vehicle best known for its massive jumping capabilities and great speed when used in combination with boosts. Boosts can be obtained by defeating marauders in the desert, and Lapagnier squeezes as much speed as possible out of his boosts by jumping as they're running out. He holds onto one as he approaches a cave where the entrance is blocked off by some metalhead eggs. Normally, you're not supposed to access this cave until way later in the game, but Lapagnier has some tricks up his sleeve. Strap in, folks, you're about to see some magic. Lapagnier jumps onto a small platform to the right of the entrance, then boosts and jumps at the same time to make it to an area above the mouth of the cave. To get out of bounds, Lapagnier uses the Wave Concussor, a gun that's intended to clear enemies by charging and releasing these onion rings? It can, however, be used for hide exploits, as you can see Lapagnier using the weapon to get over an invisible wall. After going over the wall, he then falls into the entrance of the cave from above, where he keeps going deeper until he reaches a checkpoint where he ends the segment. After beginning the next segment, Jak spawns inside of the Dune Hopper rather than on foot, and now Lapagnier pushes deeper into the cave. After reaching the inner chamber, a mission immediately begins where Lapagnier has to destroy 10 metalhead eggs. This is actually a mission that's supposed to take place much later in the game, and is called Destroy Eggs in Nest, all the way down here in the mission tree. The trigger to begin the Destroy Eggs mission is active at all times, so if you can find a way into the cave early, you can do the mission whenever you like. One might assume that Lapagnier has to complete the other missions at some point anyway, but Jak 3 tracks progression very favorably for speedrunners. If you manage to get into any mission earlier than intended, the game assumes that you must have completed every mission prior up until the one you're currently on. Since the game now updates Jack's position on the mission tree, Lapagna has skipped playing 11 missions, saving approximately 30 minutes in total. Getting into Destroy Eggs would get the name Cave Skip, and the type of sequence break that Lapagna performed would be coined a percentage warp, since the percentage counter when you save the game jumps up an unintended amount, in this case from 3% completion to 22%. If you thought the shenanigans regarding this trick were over, there is one more quirk. Since Lapagna needed the Dune Hopper to get into the cave in the first place, he also has to do the mission with the Dune Hopper. When doing the mission casually, you're meant to team up with Sig, who will clear the wall at the entrance with a Peacemaker shot. You're then intended to destroy the eggs with the Gila Stomper, a much slower but sturdier vehicle that features a large turret that can auto-aim onto the eggs, making the mission far easier. Lapagna struggles a bit to destroy the eggs, which is understandable given the tools at his disposal. He gets the job done and moves on with the run. To continue the story progression, Lapagna now needs to complete these 4 missions in the second half of the mission tree, to move on to defend Ashland and the rest of the game. This is because percentage warping to destroy eggs only completes the missions on the same side of the mission tree. To complete the other side, Lapagna needs to drive to the temple, which is done by jumping across the chain of islands with the Dune Hopper. Once inside the temple, Lapagna is going to continue his mad spree of tearing this game apart. It's time for another percentage warp. The last mission on this side of the tree is Find Oracle in Monk Temple, which is located directly behind this door guarded by this sentry. The sentry is meant to be bypassed with the help of an invisibility power-up that you acquire during the mission Find Satellite in Volcano. In order to get the ability, Lapagna would have to climb the Monk Temple, use a glider to fly across the desert, and navigate through the lengthy volcano level. Instead, Lapagna had devised a genius strategy to sneak past the sentry. First, he climbs all the way to the top of the temple. He then starts using the wave concussor to assist him in jumping across some rocks to a spot where he can get out of bounds. He then leaps off of the top of the temple and lands perfectly in the hallway behind the sentry, skipping the detour to the volcano, saving at least 5 minutes in the process. Another very beneficial side effect to percentage warping is that the game will always give you all of the rewards from the missions you skipped. So Lapagna just gets the invisibility power-up once he crosses a trigger that updates Jack's position on the mission tree. That trigger is right here at the entrance to this circular room. Lapagna is now on Find Oracle in Monk Temple, which has you do a few trials with the invisibility power-up that you definitely got the intended way. In the circle room, you're normally required to use the invisibility to sneak through these robots to hit a button in the center. Lapagna instead makes use of Dark Jack's Dark Blast ability to take the robots down and hit the button quicker. In the next room, you're intended to swing across a sequence of poles several times, while invisible to stay hidden from more sentries. Lapagna does use the invisibility power, but not in the way you might expect. Instead of swinging back and forth, he vaults off the first pole to make it over the gate on his side. He does this once more to save around 20 seconds with a more direct path. Lapagna finishes the mission in the power room, where Jack is awarded a Light Jack healing ability that won't see much use. He jumps through the portal and saves the game for the next segment. When loading his file to start the next segment, he's warped back to the entrance of the cave, skipping a solid minute of driving. Before the next mission, Defend Ashland, Lapagna must drive back to the garage to receive a call that activates the mission at the Oasis. After driving there, Lapagna now needs to defend Ashland from a Marauder ambush by taking out 60 enemies. He mostly uses the Peacemaker for this fight, a valid choice. It can take down multiple Marauders with a single shot, and can also one-shot the cars. The quality is pretty rough here, I gotta say, so let's move on. With the last Marauder defeated, Ashland hands Jack the Jetboard and the Seal of Mar, both of which will be needed during a second visit to the temple. Now granted, Lapagna already has the Jetboard thanks to Hero Mode, but this next mission is where you're taught how to use it by completing more trials. With the Seal of Mar, Lapagna can now access this yin-yang looking door in the circle room, where the next objective is to collect 18 Tide Pods. At least that's what they look like. You then meet another Oracle, who grants the ability to slow down time with Light Jack Freeze. The power-up isn't used much, but it is used once here to slow down some platforms, and then again in this room with these rotating blades. The final obstacle is a crumbling bridge that you're meant to slow down time for, but just jumping across with the Jetboard did the job just fine for Lapagna, saving 8 seconds. Lapagnier now makes his way through the subrails and arrives at the Eco Mine, where he's going to showcase some more clever skips. At the halfway point in the level, you go to an underground section by riding an elevator. Down here, you're intended to kick some rats into a wheel, where they will power platforms for you to make your way across. You're intended to do this 5 times throughout the section, but Lapagnier effectively skips all of them with some sick jetboard jumps. Once Lapagnier reaches the end, a switch is hit which initiates the beginning of Escort Bomb Train. In this mission, you need to use your guns to hit targets that'll lower a full train track to the end. His weapon of choice for this mission is the Beam Reflexor. This is easily the most overpowered weapon in the entire game, with shots capable of ricocheting off the walls to hit targets with ease. Lapagnier now proceeds to the Precursor robot fight, a pretty easy boss all in all. Lapagnier high jump spins straight to the 4th pillar, and uses the Vulcan Fury to hit a cart onto the robot's head 3 times. With that done, Lapagnier has now entered Haven City, beginning the game's second act. This is the turning point of the run, as this is where the biggest sequence break in the entire game takes place. Instead of proceeding ahead with the next mission in the sewers, Lapagnier heads towards the ruins area. By using the wave concussor and some spins against this wall, Lapagnier is able to chain together a sequence of jumps to make it into a tunnel. This tunnel forces you into a slow walk for around 15 seconds. But once at the bottom, a massive percentage warp takes place. Upon touching the cutscene trigger, Lapagnier has now skipped from the Precursor robot fight all the way down to reach Catacombs via Palace Ruins, the game's 5th to last mission, saving approximately 2 hours. This was discovered by a person called The Game Plays back in December 2007, a rather valued glitch hunter who was a part of the Jak Games early glitch hunting scene on YouTube in the mid-2000s. Once Lapagnier enters the Palace Ruins, he reaches the end by using a combination of the jetboard and a technique that was discovered as early as March 2005 called the Infinite Flight Glitch. Lapagnier is able to gain infinite height using the Lightjack wings by cancelling each wing flap mid-air with the Lightjack shield. The next mission is the infamous Break Through Ruins, a difficult vehicle mission I made an entirely separate video on. You'll definitely see this mission again later in the series, so let's move on for now. After going through a second subrails mission, Lapagnier does the next mission, Destroy Dark Ship, more or less as intended. He goes through the big room with the Lightjack wings, and uses the jetboard a bit to save a bit of time during the escape sequence. Finally, Lapagnier has to take down 2 phases of the final boss. In the first phase, the Terraformer, 14 targets must be hit across all of the boss's legs to take it down. A very difficult section casually. Lapagnier had devised a brilliant route for the time that allowed him to weave in between the legs to take him down in around a minute. For the second phase, Lapagnier scales the boss by using the platforms and begins a long battle with Errol. Normally, the final boss is defeated in 4 hits, but the developers upped the hit counter to 6 on hero mode, losing Lapagnier a minute or so. In the end, Cyber Errol is defeated, and that's Jak 3 hero mode in 47 minutes. A remarkable run from a real trailblazer, with solid routing, good execution, and amazing skip discoveries. After Lapagnier's run, activity for the game went pretty silent over at SDA. His run just set the standard so high for the time. It was daunting to go up against. A couple of people showed interest, and a few small glitch discoveries would be found. But no one was willing to do a new run to challenge Lapagnier. He was the man on top, and would be for a while. In 2011, 2 years after Lapagnier's legendary 47, a new challenger was ready to take him down. From one French speedrunning genius to another, the world was in for a treat with Tom Jak.
So Tom Jak was like a YouTuber like long before speedruns were kind of like common for this game, I suppose. But he would just like constantly post videos of like weird glitches, weird like strats that he'd found, and all sorts of just interesting things as well. And that was just kind of his thing, like he was innovating and finding new ways to play the game.
Tom Jak era was something you had to witness, I guess. It was like internet glitch hunting. I mean, if you go to his YouTube today, you can still see like hundreds of videos of like crazy glitch in Jak 2 and 3.
I respect like his glitch hunting so much. Like usually he shows off in his clip just like him doing something, and it just doesn't always go into the entire setup. I just see something, I was like, I have no idea how he's doing that. Like it's some amazing shit that he's pulling off.
TomJack's entry into the SDA forums was bold. Forget any. Here is the new world record of Jak 3 speedrun. The perfect speedrun. Here is my speedrun. The video attached was a new hero mode segmented run in 42 minutes. Lapagne's run was finally beaten, and by a whole 5 minutes too. One area where TomJack immediately saves a good bit of time over Lapagne is the use of unlockable secrets that are mostly exclusive to hero mode. Upon beginning the run, TomJack turns on infinite ammo, infinite light and dark jack, turbo jetboard in desert, and unlimited vehicle turbos. Lapagne purposefully chose to keep his 47 clean without the use of secrets, but TomJack bought as many as possible that would save him time throughout the run. In Destroy Eggs, TomJack uses a well-placed supernova in each of the 2 rooms to wipe out all of the eggs very quickly. A very clever strategy, but only really possible on hero mode. When visiting the temple for the first time, we see one of TomJack's big new innovations to the route. Instead of climbing to the top of the temple to sneak past the sentry, TomJack realized that one of the pillars near the bottom is not solid if you fall into it from above. He then lines up a tricky jetboard jump to make it into the hallway behind the sentry, saving a minute on Lapagne. In the second visit to the temple, TomJack had devised a new but very difficult approach to the rotator room. Instead of slowing down time to get across the first rotator, TomJack used the jetboard and timed his jumps to get through the spinning blades. But that's not all. TomJack pulled out the wave concussor and jumped under the gated archway to skip the next 2 rotators. This is a very difficult jump even today, and TomJack nearly gets it without a ledge grab in his run. TomJack's glitch hunting abilities would continue to shine in Ecomine, as the first half of the level is completely skipped with this trick. This came to be known as the Ecomine proxy, one of the flashiest tricks in the run that isn't too hard to perform. All TomJack does in his run is get the jetboard stuck inside of these crates, faces to the left, and begins mashing the X button to get a big launch. The only pivotal factor with this trick is memorizing the level layout to know where you have to steer the jetboard to. Around 15 seconds was gained here on Lapagne. Instead of playing Darkship as intended, TomJack used a strategy that had been mentioned in a post by Unreal on the SDA forums, where Infinite Flight Glitch could be used to fly through the ceiling and go straight to the elevator that takes you to the escape sequence. This was easy to do, and saved a solid 50 seconds over playing the level casually. Lastly, TomJack had improved on Lapagne's Terraformer route to save an additional 8 seconds. This route would be the standard for years to come. The run certainly lived up to the hype, proving that Jak 3 was still far from a solved game. It wasn't perfect in the way TomJack described it, of course, but still, yet another impressive showcase. Lapagne and TomJack had laid the groundwork with their incredible segmented runs. Their ingenuity showed that with a little bit of thinking outside the box, the intended progression of the game could be broken wide open. With the help of percentage warps, Jak 3's length was now a lot more approachable as a speedrun, paving the way for a new generation who now had an easier time picking up the game. So after such an explosive start, where do we go next? Well, we're in 2011, and the speedrunning landscape would begin to change drastically. The days of posting segmented runs to Speed Demo's archive was a dying art, as single segment speedruns would begin to take its place, and a familiar face would cultivate Jak 3 into a new era. The years 2011 to 2014 would easily be the most influential years for the speedrunning scene thus far. The idea of speedrunning becoming more than just a niche subgenre of gaming was a difficult notion to grasp, but 3 major happenings in these golden years would propel speedrunning into the mainstream. 2011 was the year when Justin TV turned into Twitch.tv, a website where you could now broadcast your speedrunning attempts to a live audience. Back then, live streaming was a relatively new concept, and grinding runs were now a lot more fun when you had people you could interact with. Giano and Narcissa Wright would go on to create Speedruns Live in 2009, a website that saw its biggest spike in popularity around 2013, with thousands of speedrunners racing every day, and many viewers watching streams from the site's front page. Finally, speedrunning would gain a huge boost in activity with the help of charity speedrunning marathons. The two biggest being Games Done Quick in the United States and the European Speedrunner Assembly in Sweden. Thousands of viewers would tune in to see classic games from their youth being broken to bits. With this big shift in the scene, the days of SDA being the main place for all things speedrunning was in the past. Segmented speedrunning was quickly starting to take a backseat to the now more popular real-time attack. As the scene entered the live streaming era, it was just a matter of time before the Jak series would see spotlight in this new format. In mid-2012, the world would finally get the chance to see what Jak 3 could look like in an any% single segment setting, as a young, 15-year-old kid from Denmark would pick up the game. It was hard to know how vast the sea was, as I was just a small fish. My initial introduction to speedrunning was through an old PlayStation-focused tournament series called I'm a Speedrunner, where I made it all the way to the semi-finals in the 4th installment, which focused on Ratchet & Clank. My opponent was, funny enough, none other than Laponye36, the originator of Jak 3 speedrunning. What wasn't funny was how hard he trashed me in this race. He beat me so convincingly in this race to 10 platinum bolts that 14-year-old me made him double check that he got them all before I would admit defeat.
And I get my platinum ball. Go ahead and check.
Despite the name I'm a Speedrunner, most participants in the tournament were casual Let's Players, including myself. So it was a watershed moment when I faced a real speedrunner in Laponye. Through future tournaments, I would be introduced to Speedruns Live and Twitch, where I would begin to take speedrunning a bit more seriously. Pretty much every day when I got home from school, I'd be racing other people. But sometimes I would attempt to upgrade my PB a lot, with my main game being Crash Bandicoot 2 at the time. And yes, this is how my Twitch page looked in 2012. Bored in a math class one day, I thought about how fun it would be to run Jak 3, since it was one of my favorite games growing up. When I got home from school that day, I did my first run essentially blind, unaware of any skips, and I ended up stopping after 3 hours, having barely beaten half the game. I started to think the game was simply too long to speedrun during weekdays, but I would eventually stumble upon Tom Jack's Hero Mode run on SDA, and realized the glitches he used drastically shortened the run. At the time, Hero Mode just wasn't my thing. I wanted to run any% and play the game from a fresh file. The issue was, nobody had completed a single segment run of the any% category, so I guess I had to make my own route. Since I was fairly young and new to this whole speedrunning thing, routing a brand new category was a bit challenging for me. So I reached out to Laponye, who would help teach me the game and collaborate on strategies and routing. My first ever runs of the game were unfortunately never archived, but my memory from this era is still pretty fresh. From what I can recall, my first run clocked in at 1 hour and 36 minutes real time, and I lowered it all the way down to a 1:13:22. Where we see my first run with video proof. Well, sort of. The frame rate does kinda suck. We're gonna be dealing with some choppy footage for a bit. Lack of quality is common in older speedrunning footage. Any% was overall a longer category to run over Hero Mode. This is because Any% has to do an extra 8 missions in the early game. The Dune Hopper is unlocked at the very start of the game on Hero Mode, but in Any% you gain access to the vehicle after the mission Corral Wild Leapers. Since there's no way to percentage warp to the mission early, Cave Skip would have to be performed later in the run. The additional 8 missions I now had to do were mostly done the intended way, but I managed to find a couple of optimizations. During the mission Catch Kangarats, you need to use a leaper lizard to eat 6 Kangarats scattered across Spargus City. After eating the last rat, you're normally stuck listening to Cleaver's monologue before being able to access the next mission. However, I discovered that it's possible to overlap it with the beginning of the next mission trigger if you hurry over to the cutscene zone before it plays, saving 15 seconds. The mission that I made my way into, Unlock Satellite, is also very important to talk about, as it's one of the biggest instances of RNG in the run. Symbols representing the face buttons on the PlayStation controller will slide in from the edge of the screen, where you have to capture them inside of the rings. The mission ends when you capture a total of 75 symbols, but there is a bit more to it. Capturing 1 symbol is worth 1 point, but capturing 2 in the same ring, aka a double, is worth 6 points. In my run, I ended up getting a total of 4 doubles, which is about average. but getting more essentially boils down to luck. A friend of mine called Cypress would discover a death warp after the desert race with Cleaver by driving into the water, saving around 10 seconds over driving back to the garage manually. On Corral Wild Leapers, Daxter needs to ride 3 Leapers to get them into the corral. The controls for this mission are very slippery, and I had some trouble completing it quickly.
On the very edge of... Yeah, now I'm definitely losing time. Now watch me hit a wall. Yeah. There goes all my time.
After unlocking the Dune Hopper, I had to drive into the desert to farm 1 boost to execute Cave Skip. I had a bit of trouble getting over the invisible wall, but I got through in the end. Oh, sorry, I zoned out. I just realized that my dumbass went on Google Images and literally picked the first picture of every search result for these splits. I literally just slapped a JPEG of some eggs on there. Anyway, on Defend Ashland, my job seemed a little harder on paper, since the hero mode runs had all the guns unlocked from the start. Luckily for me, the beam reflexor is unlocked very early on in the game, and the Marauders get completely decimated when you spam it with jump spin combos. I still had to get good RNG to get the right ammo drops, since you run out pretty fast. On the revisit to the temple, you can see me doing side flips on the jet board, a technique that gives you a small speed boost every time you do it. This is an intentional mechanic that was actually taught to the player during the jetboard tutorial in Jak 2. Lapagnier and Tomjak's usage of side flips in their segmented runs was sparse, only pulling out the move when large gaps had to be cleared. It's likely the two weren't comfortable with the technique and found the time save to be negligible. While I didn't do them everywhere, I was willing to throw them in as much as I could. While my early game had some inventive strats, my endgame lacked polish and left a lot to be desired. In Palace Ruins, I decided to use Infinite Flight Glitch to fly over the big wall at the start of the level. Because of how long it takes for you to gain any significant height, going all the way around the way the segmented runs had done was actually the better choice. During Precursor Robot, I was losing time from not shooting the enemies off the level, which I would have known about had I paid more attention to Lapagnier and Tomjak's runs. And I had no idea what I was doing on Terraformer. I said it best back then. I can still shave off load of shit. Take my word for it. Over the next 2 months, I would lower my time to 1:12:53 and then to 1:10:23. I was running the game in a very unoptimized yet humble period. It was more common at this time to see records fall by minutes rather than seconds. My gameplay wasn't exactly blowing people's minds, but with time, it was possible that I could become a skilled speedrunner. This would be the record for the rest of 2012, but at the start of the next year, I was back to try to get my hands on a sub 110. Previously, I had not been doing Lapagnier's save warp from the temple to the cave, as I recall it not working for me in practice. In this run though, instead of saving and loading the game, restarting mission had the same effect, and was a few seconds faster. Having done this warp for the first time in a run, it was effectively free time save, where I was now ahead by over 2 minutes. Going into the endgame, I would lose nearly a minute in Palace Ruins and BTR combined, but I saved 20 back in Darkship with a small new skip. In Tomjak's run, Infinite Flight Glitch was used to reach the elevator shaft where he rode the big platform all the way to the bottom where the escape sequence takes place. In my run, I realized that you weren't required to ride the elevator to load the escape sequence. There's a load trigger located roughly halfway down the shaft, so instead of riding the platform, I re-entered the inbounds area from below it, and started free-falling to the bottom much faster. I still had a lot to learn, but this felt like my first proper milestone in one of the first games I'd ever tried to speedrun. Jak 3 any % in sub 110.
109.26. Awesome.
Congrats.
Thanks, dude. Dude, that was so good. But yet so bad.
I was having a lot of fun playing Jak 3. I was in my honeymoon with speedrunning, just enjoying the process of improving my time. As a side note, this run had a difficulty scale tied to my splits, so you could see where the run was more likely to die or what I was likely to breeze through. Low-key, pretty sick idea for 2012. Because of my dedication to the game, I would build a small following on Twitch. My viewer count would average between 15 to 40 people. Of course, it's not much, but the scene was still young and the people were hungry for Jak. A few of my friends would race me occasionally on speedruns live. Even if they didn't know the route as well as me, I was just happy to see the game get some activity. I even set a new record during a race on February 12th with 108.18, claiming that the 105 was within reach. 4 days later, I would have my first shot at the 105. Being over 2.5 minutes ahead, it was looking good. Breakthrough Ruins would claim its first victim. A tough pill to swallow considering I was on the home stretch. The 105 would have to wait another day. That day would come, but not in the way anyone thought it would happen. During yet another attempt, someone in my Twitch chat would show up with a shocking message. They claimed to have achieved a 105 and got it on video. In these kinds of scenarios, it's understandable to be skeptical. But I knew the claim was true when I saw that the message was from the user Lapanye36. He was back, folks, this time trying to see what kind of damage he could do to any percent. Lapanye's run was achieved mostly through better execution and less deaths, but there was one big new strategy he had incorporated. During the desert race near the start of the game, all you have to do is drive 3 laps around the course in the Tough Puppy. In my runs, I would usually get an in-game time of around 3:10, but Lapanye managed a 2:27 in his run. How is that possible? Well, Lapanye had managed to find a shortcut on the track, right across this rock, skipping the entire cave section on the left. As Lapanye approaches the rock, he activates a boost to gather speed, and jumps on top of it to ramp the vehicle into the air. He's able to sustain enough height to clear the out-of-bounds zone to land safely on the other side of the track. When he drives over the finish line, the lap does indeed count, saving 45 seconds when done across all 3 laps. Despite improving the record by a bit over 2 minutes, Lapanye still had a lot of sections that were very improvable. He took 2 deaths on Corral Wild Leapers. He somehow managed to get his car stuck in this area for around 25 seconds, which admittedly is pretty funny. And he took a death in Ecomine. With all of these mistakes in mind, Lapanye had his sights set on a time below 1 hour and 3 minutes. While I would have loved to give him some competition, his speedrunning expertise blew me out of the water. Lapanye was gonna hit the ground running, and throughout the month of March, his grind would ensue. Sub 103 had been achieved with 102.29. The game was inching closer to 59, and a new easy time saver would make getting there far more viable. After returning to the garage to get the call for Defend Ashlyn, if you go into the menu and select Restart Mission as you leave the garage again, you'll warp all the way to the Oasis and skip the whole drive. With this saving 50 seconds and Lapanye still having more time to clean up, could he really take it all the way? Lapanye would achieve 59.41 on April 1st, 2013, a legendary milestone hit by a legendary speedrunner. For me, it was nothing short of mesmerizing to watch Lapanye just shave off minute after minute in such a short amount of time. His attempt count was so much lower than mine at the time that it really showed me how important it was to focus on consistency. In 2013, it was fairly uncommon to see a PlayStation 2 game get this kind of optimization. Yes, we still have a bit to go, but for the time, Lapanye really paved the way. Witnessing speedrunning history right before my eyes definitely awoke something in me. I had never really tried to be good at anything in my life, and if this milestone taught me anything, it was to work on my game and take it more seriously if I wanted to get good. One way Lapagné was able to gain time was by simply being more comfortable using the jetboard in several spots. Palace Ruins has a lot of enemies to deal with, yet Lapagné fought his instincts to clear the mobs and stayed on the jetboard because it was faster. More restart mission warps would be implemented as we started discovering them with greater frequency. One could be applied during both trips to the temple. Once the minimap goes away after crossing the waterfall, you spawn inside of the temple lobby after restarting, saving 6 seconds per warp. Another one was found after the Artifacts mission, which would warp you straight into the cutscene for the Leaper race to save 5 seconds. At the time, I really thought Lapagné had conquered the game, but regardless of anyone knowing it at the time, his run was just a small piece in a bigger puzzle. There were mistakes, and Lapagné would be the one to clean them up. After getting a quick 101 as his warm-up run, Lapagné would go on to get 5901 on May 3rd. Despite barely missing the 58, he would take a short break from the category to go back to the drawing board, where his genius would once again be on full display as he would discover a new sequence break. So far in this series, the Dune Hopper has played an essential role in performing Cave Skip, as it was the only tool able to grant you enough height to get on top of the wall. Well, Lapagné began a run in late June that followed the mission tree as usual, all the way up until Metalheads 1. Upon completing the mission, he heads to the throne room to talk to Damus, who hands you the Wave Concussor. The weapon is meant to be used in the next mission for an arena fight, but instead, Lapagné heads to the garage, grabs the Sand Shark, and heads on over to the cave. You see, Lapagné had discovered something very significant with the collision on this particular rock. If you try to land on it, Jack will enter a sliding state where he's unable to jump. But Lapagné had found a small corner where Jack is able to stand normally for a brief moment. This was enough to double jump, spin, and shoot the Wave Concussor to make it to the top of the cave. This eliminated 2 whole missions from the 80% route, earn Second War Amulet, and corral Wild Leapers. We unfortunately once again face the issue of having to do Destroy Eggs with a vehicle you're not intended to use. This time it's the Sand Shark, a great car overall, but for Destroy Eggs, it's arguably even more finicky than the Dune Hopper, and Lapagné was definitely a bit underprepared. After Destroy Eggs, Lapagné had to drive back to the garage to swap to the Dune Hopper, as it was necessary to cross the islands to the temple. This lost a lot of time over the previous route, but after finishing the temple, he would make all of the time back and then some, as destroying the car could now warp Jack all the way back to the garage, resulting in around a minute and a half of total time save. With free time to gain, Lapagné seemed to have achieved a 58:16 with no video, but this run would come out to a 57:26. Lapagné once again showed dominance at the top. His ability to find new time save while capitalizing quickly was extremely impressive to witness, having been there to see it all for myself. Was he simply too great to be challenged? The closest runner-up at the time was me, who had gotten Jak 3 any% accepted into the European Speedrunner Assembly 2013, where I now had to play in front of thousands of people. To prepare, I would achieve my first sub-1 hour time in May with 59:44, which I would improve again in July to 58:45. I would have loved to have a more competitive time going in, but I was definitely still capable of putting on a good show. When it was my turn to play, I was admittedly pretty nervous. I was only 16 years old at the time, and English wasn't my first language. But I had some friendly support around me despite the community being really small at the time. The run entailed some good and some bad. I messed up the pathfinding for the Ecomine proxy a few times, but I managed to hit all 3 lap skips on the desert race to save the full 45 seconds. As the run came to a close, the final time said 1:02:16.
Time and I can miss the cycle. And time.
That's not bad.
That's good. Yeah, 102 was something I was expecting. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
After the run's conclusion, I was pretty happy with my performance, but I did have one intrusive thought before and after the run that I couldn't escape. I felt if I was going to be the one to play at ESA, I should be the best player. It was looming in my mind that I hadn't been the record holder since Lapagné's return 6 months prior. He was just the better speedrunner in every way. He was older than me, he was more experienced than me, and didn't lose his temper as easily. To me, it appeared as if Lapagnier always had a vague resemblance of a game plan. It just seemed like he knew what he was doing, almost like he had an outline on how to approach each mission. A part of this was probably practice, which, believe it or not, was a rather foreign concept to me in 2013. What is practice, and why is it useful? These were all valid questions and concepts I was still trying to process at a young age. I still had ways to go, but a good first step was reclaiming the record from Lapagnier when I got home from ESA. While I wasn't sure if I truly had it in me, the best I could do was give it my best. I was fairly certain that Lapagnier was going to improve his 57.26 as well. After all, it was his first proper run with the new route. But in a weird turn of events, Lapagnier suddenly stopped playing Jak 3. Despite there being some solid time saves still left in his run, he perhaps wanted to move on to other speedrunning endeavors. He pioneered the game with his segmented runs back in 2009, and after pushing the 80% record by nearly 10 minutes, he peaced out and moved on to other things. His legacy will forever be cemented as Jak 3's originator. This left me, the sole competitor, with a choice: hone my skills and surpass Lapagnier, or fail and allow myself to bite the dust. The month and year is August 2013. The world record for Jak 3 80% sits at 57.26 by Lapagnier, a man who had left a hallmark behind him, with nearly 10 straight minutes of world record improvement without much competition. As he moved on from the game though, a new successor to the throne was going to take his place in due time. And the few that followed the scene were projecting that it was gonna be me, as I was the only other person playing the game somewhat actively. My showcase at ESA was a big confidence boost. I did my run in front of 9,000 live viewers, which ended up being one of the highest viewed runs of the entire marathon. While I was starting to feel more comfortable playing in front of a crowd, it wasn't going to help me get the record back. I had to put my nose to the grindstone and get down to business. After returning home from ESA, I had a small dilemma to solve before submitting myself to the grind. It's time to tackle the difficult conundrum that is PlayStation loading times. So here's the deal. My last two PBs in Jak 3 80% were actually set on the Jak and Daxter HD collection for the PS3. This was in large part due to the time when I was competing with a runner called Crash Pro 33 in Jak 2. For most of the competition between Crash Pro and I, he was gaining significant time on me as he was on PS3 and I was on PS2. The PS3's improved hardware allowed his time spent while loading to be significantly reduced. In regards to Jak 3 80%, this is also the case, where the time save is upwards of a minute to a minute and a half. In order to compete with Crash Pro, I would seek out and obtain the PS3 version as well, but felt conflicted on the idea of swapping over in Jak 3, mainly for two big reasons. The first one being control. The PS3 version has the infamous punch glitch, where punching in certain spots can redirect Jak towards an area you weren't intending. This is most problematic in the first level of the run, the training course, where you can get thrown into the lava if you get the glitch in an unfavorable spot. This glitch sucks, especially considering the level is already extremely finicky and involves a lot of resetting. Several players have also reported input delay on the PS3 port, including myself, so overall it just feels sluggish to play on. The second reason is, well, integrity. I didn't want to beat Lapagnier on a version where I knew I definitely had an unfair advantage. So for the sake of the competition, I made the choice to swap back to PS2 when I was starting to close in on his record. Despite future releases of the Jak games on PS4 and 5, Jak 3's competitive history would continue with the PS2 version. Acquiring a copy to compete was fairly accessible as well, seeing as both PAL and NTSC don't have any major differences that impact the run. Returning back to my PAL PS2 version felt great, and I was ready to take down Lapagnier. The mark to beat was his 57.26, which, in all honesty, was an overall worse run than his 59.01. I know it might seem weird that a run over a minute and a half faster can be considered worse, but you have to put the run into context of what strategies were known at the time. Lapagnier's 57 was still a solid display, but largely carried by the new yet more difficult cave skip that cut out 2 missions from the run. So while it wasn't exactly easy pickings, the doors were slightly open. And on September 8th of 2013, I would find myself with more than just a world record.
Yeah! 56! Baby! Yeah! 56! Yes! Dude! Oh my god! Yes, man!
A 56 to top off my grind to beat Lapagnier was an incredible feeling. My doubts had plagued me for months. I genuinely wasn't sure if I had the skills to take the record back, but now it was here. Perhaps this was just the mental breakthrough I needed to unlock my full potential. While I was the new top dog of the game, I still felt like I needed to make a statement, prove to myself and the world that this record was no fluke. So I kept grinding.
Six, 20, 26 or 27. 56, 28. Boom! Alright, hold on, let me capture in this chat.
The distrust I had in myself as a player completely vanished after setting this new time. A mid-56 was something to be proud of, especially considering there was barely any new time save to take advantage of since Lapagnier's 57. Nearly a full minute shaved off just by playing better. I think it's fair to say that I earned my spot at the top. With me as the front runner of the game, Jak 3 Any% was starting to take a different shape. Shown within these 2 records, you can see evidence of my vastly different philosophy on Jak 3 as a speed game. It seems that Lapagnier's approach often focused on executing strategies correctly and staying consistent while minimizing deaths. I, on the other hand, was very intent on getting a good start. If I bonked in the training course or if Satellite was a bit below average, it wouldn't be uncommon to see me just throw the run in the bin. For better or worse, I had the patience to reset a lot. Another thing I generally focused a lot more on was my movement on the jetboard. Side flips were slowly becoming implemented as a core part of my game, and techniques like punchboarding would be something you would see used all over the run. And going forward, it would be staple tech that is still used to this day. My improved jetboarding is most noticeable in the bottom section of the Eco Mine, where if we compare to Lapagnier's 57, it's starting to become clear that any time spent not on the jetboard is time lost. For a brief moment, it really felt as if I'd gotten a grasp of Jak 3's wide array of missions. The route was starting to click, and it would be evident as I continued to improve. Now granted, all we have to show for that is a tweet from October 1st, but still, I was getting the hang of things. Despite Lapagnier moving away from Jak 3 entirely, I'd like to think he would have been proud if he saw how far I'd come. In just a handful of months, I'd really come into my own as a player. Between 2013 and 2014, viewership for my stream would increase, and people eagerly awaited when the record would fall once again. Some viewers watching my stream would feel inspired to join in on the fun and start running, with some also contributing to glitch hunting. A Skype group would be created by Veloxer from the SDA forum, which would contain runners from all of the Jak games. A Mumble server would be created for voice chats, and races on Speedruns Live would continue to thrive. A true golden age for the growth of the Jak community. The Skype group in particular, which went under the name Jakira's Underground, was the biggest hub the community had at the time. But that doesn't mean it was sizable by any means. Increasing the user count usually involved scouring Twitch and YouTube to see if there were any people speedrunning the Jak games that we were unaware of. Most people were happy to hear that a scene for a beloved childhood series was brewing, and entered the community. We would try to do this for as many as we could, but at the time, there was one outsider in particular who was difficult to reach.
So Tom Jack is like French. His English is really bad. That's awesome, man. And so he wouldn't like communicate too much with the rest of the community.
Tom Jack would just turn up and do these things. Like, we wouldn't really know until it happened. Tom Jack would just kind of do his own thing, find his own routes. And I think a lot of that was a language barrier, that he wasn't part of the community as tightly. But, you know, we could work around it. Google Translate was not the best back then, but we made it work.
Yeah, no, it seems kind of like a bit as his own entity, still like part of the community, but not fully detached. But he's on the sideline, just like giving us these like cookies every now and then, like yo.
Around the time I was improving at Jak 3, Tom Jack was dominating Jak 2, setting numerous world records in his prime. His playstyle, even in the context of Jak 2, was quite similar to mine, having a greater emphasis on jetboard movement and getting a clean early game. Despite the relatively transferable skill between the two games, Tom Jack never really played Jak 3 very much. But out of the blue, on October 19th, 2013, the community woke up to the latest and greatest cookie from the man himself. A Jak 3 speedrun in 50 minutes, 11 seconds, saving 6 minutes on the world record. Just as I was starting to get a hang of the new route, Tom Jack threw a new spice in the mix. These several minutes of time save obviously came from some new discoveries, so let's take a look at his run. After Lapagnier had discovered that it's possible to get into the cave without the Dune Hopper, other runners started theorizing if it was possible to get into the cave at an even earlier point in the game. I mean, the 2009 segmented runs manages to get in after the second mission, so surely there's something out there. The common spot in contention was right after the satellite mission. Before facing off against Cleaver and his goons in the desert race, you must complete a small driving tutorial first. If you try to ignore this tutorial and drive straight to the cave, an out-of-bounds zone makes you fail the mission. So further testing of getting to the cave from this point wasn't elaborated on. This is until Tom Jack discovered that you can remove the out-of-bounds zones by completing the final task in the tutorial and restarting the mission. Now the desert can be roamed freely and you can even jump out of the vehicle. Tom Jack now makes his way over to the cave with nothing but Jack's raw moveset. With some incredible platforming skills, Tom Jack makes his way to the top of the cave wall without the wave concussor. This single jump took him 1 minute and 20 seconds to get, so it's not easy by any means. He then navigates around some invisible walls and takes advantage of several standpoints to make his way inside the cave earlier than what anyone thought was possible. This was yet another 4 missions completely skipped from Jak 3 Any%. You now no longer had to do Desert Race, Artifacts, Leaper Race, and Metalheads 1, saving a total of 12 minutes. The route now looks like this, with only 17 of the game's total 60 missions being required to finish the game. Following tradition, we now have a third unintended vehicle for Destroy Eggs, the Tough Puppy. This one doesn't even have a gun attached to it, so how is Tom Jack supposed to destroy the eggs? His solution to this issue was rather simple. Once inside the inner chamber, taking an intentional death spawns you in the intended vehicle for the mission, the Gila Stomper, where Tom Jack does the mission faster than ever before. Not just due to having the ideal vehicle, but also because of 2 new restart mission warps. The first one was performed after destroying the last egg, where Tom Jack opens the menu at the earliest point he can when the timer reaches 256. This puts you closer to the exit of the cave, where the second is performed upon completing the escape. As the timer disappears from the top of the screen, the warp is performed, putting you at the mouth of the cave, saving a combined 25 seconds. Before entering Palace Ruins, Tom Jack had found a small crevice in the ground where the jetboard could fit into, which enabled him to do a massive proxy jump into the level. Since he went past the trigger that's supposed to start the mission, the level is in a state where none of the enemies or breakable walls are loaded in. Finishing the mission in this state will put Jack in what's known as the statue glitch, a full-on hard lock where you're completely unable to move and can't access the menu. This is easily avoided by taking a death at any time throughout the level, which fortunately doesn't respawn the enemies or breakable walls. This strange way of entering Palace Ruins had a pretty significant upside, as the Mantis metalheads jumping around are typically a major cause of time loss. But their removal would allow you to focus purely on your jetboarding. The time save regarding this trick was difficult to gauge though. Shown in this side-by-side comparison from Bloppy, Tomjack finishes the mission a few seconds before me. But my 5628 had some bad luck with the enemies, so if we take that into account, it roughly evens out. It also took him over a minute to actually nail the proxy, so the viability of this was unclear. On the ascent up to Cyber Arrow, Tomjack decided to scale the boss by using the Wave Concussor, a strategy still used in runs today. The execution of Tomjack's run left a lot to be desired, which is understandable as he was mainly a Jack 2 runner. But still, you can't deny how wildly inventive he was with his glitch findings for the time. Useful or not, Tomjack was a route sculptor and a boundary explorer. His run was purely a showcase of his creativity, nothing more. In the original video of when he first discovered the new cave skip, he dedicated the video in my name and to everyone else who runs Jak 3. Language barrier aside and him not being a part of the Skype group, he was clearly invested in the growth of the game and its community. I was honored and felt the need to do my own run with these new findings to see how far I could take it. With 12 minutes on the line, this was going to be mass destruction. I first achieved a 46:36, a world record by nearly 4 minutes. Tomjack would actually get pretty close to beating my time, achieving a 47:17 the following day, but by this point, I was starting to run away with the gold, as I improved to 45:30, the first solid time with the new route. Even though there was now a big emphasis on nailing the new cave skip quickly, it wouldn't stop me from improving at other parts of the game too. In my 46:36, I would finish Bomb Train faster than I'd ever done before, by hitting a strategy I coined the Magic Shot. When arriving at this location in the level, it's possible to hit the final 2 targets that you're supposed to hit at the end of the mission, so you don't have to get them later. But just adjacent from the final targets lies 2 more targets that are obstructed by a big mountain from the platform where Jak is standing. I had figured out that it's possible to hit these targets by spraying the beam reflexor and getting a lucky bounce with one of your bullets. If one of the shots happens to have a certain right tracing trajectory, I would usually leave the spot and continue with the level, hoping that I hit the targets. If I did, the mission would end right here next to this big lamp. Whereas if I missed, I would have to go a bit further into the level, missing out on a potential 10-second time save. As for further optimizations, I didn't stray away from the norm too much. I opted out of doing Tomjack's jetboard proxy into Palace Ruins, since it felt like an unnecessary risk at the end of the run, and the time save was a bit ambiguous. Overall though, my improvement came from simply playing the game more. The increased hours I now had in the game improved my control over Jak, and it was showing in these runs. I did continue to improve the record, but the proof is pretty shoddy. It is at least known that I lowered my time into the 44s with this tweet, and I would get 43:48 with this post on the SDA forums.
Your level of like practice and like how like precise your movement was like above everyone else by a lot. That shows in the fact that you kind of consistently were the one lowering the times most of the time. A lot of people, not just in this game, but in like every speed game, will kind of just get the record and then they'll be done with it. But you wouldn't just get the record and be done with it. Like you would actually like keep trying to improve it and push it further than you already had. You were kind of one of those players that really wanted to push it as far as you could.
I was no longer a small creature in a vast ocean. For Jak 3 80%, I was suddenly thrown into the spotlight as the guy to beat. In all honesty, I was just improving my record because I was having fun. The new route was fresh in a way, and it was exciting to see how low the game could go now. On the flip side, it was starting to become very noticeable that my speedrunning skills were improving rapidly. I'd been around the scene for well over a year now, and I hadn't just been running Jak, so having that experience was leveling me up. I was starting to feel like a new fish.
By the time I was around the community, you were already at the top of Jak 3, so I've never remembered you as someone who was ever like up and coming at Jak 3. You were always at the top of Jak 3 or just like right behind or like Old Runner coming back. So
you were at the top when I've never not known you as like a top Jack 3 player kind of thing. It's wrong to say that I haven't seen you get better. I've just always kind of seen you grind it out. It's pretty impressive considering how easily most people burn out. And I know you do other games to kind of balance it out, but whenever you're on Jack, it's you know, whatever it is, it's coming.
The name of the game for me going forward was Adaptation. Tom Jack had discovered a new route, and I had learned it fairly easily. But entering 2014, a massive curveball would be thrown right at me, and the route was about to look a lot different. 3 huge tricks would all be discovered in quick succession, with the first involving our old pal, the Cave. Veloxer from the SDA forums had found one of the most unique tricks that I have ever seen in speedrunning. This trick was first showcased to the world in a YouTube video that I uploaded on January 14th of 2014. That literally involved me driving the Tough Puppy up to the cave wall, standing on it for a handful of seconds, getting back in the car, and... The reason this works is quite technical, so buckle up. First off, let's establish that this entire egg wall is completely solid, so passing through it in the way you just saw requires breaking things down on a more scientific level. Essentially, there's a massive blue sphere encapsulating the collision for the egg wall. This sphere can, for whatever reason, be moved when standing on top of the Tough Puppy, as long as it's parked right up against the wall. Why we can even move the sphere in the first place is something that isn't quite understood even to this day, but the theory goes that the game assumes Jack to be stuck and tries to make room for him. Another thing that's not understood very well is the direction the sphere decides to move when Jack is standing on the car. As you can see, the sphere kinda seems to drift off in whichever direction it wants. If it drifts far enough to either left or right, it allows an opening to be created on the opposite side, where hopefully it's big enough to fit the vehicle through. In a real-time setting, you obviously cannot see the sphere, so there is a bit of guesswork involved on which side is the non-solid one. This 50-50 crapshoot was essentially solved by quickly punching over to one of the sides to see if Jack goes through the wall or not. While this trick is complicated on a technical level, it wasn't particularly difficult to execute for runners. In fact, this discovery was quite significant for newcomers trying to get into the game, as it obsoleted Tom Jack's difficult climb to get into the cave, with the initial jump being seen as one of the hardest parts of the entire any% run. It also saved an additional 45 seconds, so faster and easier, we take those. The second big time saver that was found was me remembering an old out of bounds that had been discovered back in 2013. During the revisit to the temple where you have to collect the tokens, Cypress managed to find a spot where you can get Jack out of bounds by squeezing through some bricks. This was thought to be useless when it was found in 2013, but after giving it another look, I realized it was possible to reach the hallway behind the token room with some precise jetboarding, giving the trick its name, Token Skip, shaving off another 40 seconds. Lastly, Bloppy had modified Tom Jack's jetboard proxy to skip straight to the first checkpoint in Palace Ruins to save a full minute. It was unfortunately not possible to skip more of the level, since the first checkpoint is tied to a loading zone that you need to hit to proceed. Otherwise, this hallway a bit further into the level is just a blank void. You also have to remember to die at least once in the level when doing the proxy, otherwise you'll get the statue glitch when trying to enter BTR. All of a sudden, my PB became so improvable. I would get 4338 with the new cave skip, and 4242 with token skip and the new Palace Ruins proxy. The biggest problem of the three was definitely token skip. It's just an all-out fight against the camera. It takes a lot of practice to know when you clip through, and how to navigate Jack in the out-of-bounds void while the camera is stuck on the inside. In February of 2014, I would be on a run with a super clean token skip. Throughout the mid-game, I would continue to gain time, with better movement in Eco Mine and hitting the magic shot during Bomb Train. It seems that I had achieved a 42-21 around this time, with no highlight to go with it, but I was about to destroy that. After nailing the Palace Ruins proxy on my second try, my movement through the ruins was better than ever, retaining top speed wherever I could. After golding BTR, I was now over a minute ahead, on what was likely my best run of the game after nearly 3,000 attempts. It wasn't over yet though, as there were 2 new strats at the very end of the game that I had decided to go for. In the second room of Darkship, it's possible to save 5 seconds by landing on the second to last platform on the bridge with a big jetboard jump, which I would unfortunately miss, losing me around 20 seconds. On Terraformer, I decided to go for Fast Cycle, an 8-second time saver I had discovered that kills the boss in an earlier spot. Despite struggling to hit the last target, I still nailed the Fast Cycle and finished the run out strong.
Fucking unbelievable. Good run. 41-11. Yes, dude! Fuck yeah, dude. Finally. I felt it, man. This was the day. That run wasn't perfect, but it was fucking good. That was a fucking good run.
This 41-11 was honestly the first time I truly felt I'd achieved something great. My only 2 big noticeable flaws were 15 seconds in Ashland from some bad luck, and 20 in Darkship from the death. It's crazy to say, but any percent was now faster than Tom Jack's segmented hero mode run from 2011. In such a short time frame, we've already come so far. Exactly a year ago, the record was 108, and we're now 27 minutes lower. Back then, it was practically just me and Laponier taking the game seriously, but now we have what you could actually call a community. Glitch hunters like Bloppy, Katar, and Dex would become invaluable in finding skips, shortcuts, and studying the game on a deeper level. Runners like Turley, New, and Blost were getting respectable times in their own right. These guys motivated me to push my times lower and would frequently race me on SRL. While there were a lot of new faces in the community now, none of them were necessarily in striking distance to take me down. Except for maybe one player who I have yet to mention. After being on top for half a year, finally, I would get my first competitor. Out of all the new Jak 3 players that were entering the scene at the time, B-Dub was easily the best of the bunch. He started playing in September 2013 and would lower his PB throughout the months, with his strongest month being March 2014, lowering his time from 43.42 all the way down to 41.57, less than a minute away from my time. B-Dub recorded his runs with a webcam, and if you really squint your eyes, sometimes you can see how far ahead or behind he is. A humbling time when most couldn't afford a capture card, but the gameplay would speak for itself. B-Dub's runs overall looked very similar to mine. The game was at its most optimized point yet, so there wasn't much room to deviate strategy-wise. He wasn't as prolific in the glitch hunting field as a Laponier or Tom Jak, but made up for it with his overall tighter execution. B-Dub's biggest contribution would be at the end of Destroy Eggs. He discovered that parking the Gila Stomper against this wall caused the turret to auto-aim onto the final egg, saving 8 seconds over driving up close. B-Dub would begin to use the Wave Concussor to take out the robots in the circle room instead of Darkjak. This is something I'd already been doing in my runs, but it's still quite risky, as sometimes you die if you're in the wrong spot. It only saves 2 seconds, but more importantly, you keep your Dark Eco meter at full, which gives you a higher chance of yellow ammo dropping on Defend Ashland. My 41-11 was honestly pretty tough to beat. B-Dub and I played what felt like every single day in April in hopes of beating it. Even during races, you could see glimpses of potential from the both of us, with several 42-minute runs, many of which were world record pace. For the first time ever, I was actually feeling the pressure from B-Dub. He was closing in very fast, so I had to try to extend my lead. On April 27th, 2014, I would put together a 41-01. This run nailed the jetboard jump in Darkship, but completely choked the climb on the final boss. In the description for the run, I added the possible time save together, and was determined to achieve a run in under 40 minutes. Entering May, I would get one step closer with 40-48. Some nasty time loss in the mid-game really showed that with a near-perfect run, sub 40 was on the table. B-Dub was really starting to hone his skills. While most thought I was the favorite to get sub 40, in my mind, he was just as capable. Throughout May, we would continue to grind away, hoping to be the first to break that elusive barrier. On May 11th of 2014, B-Dub would start a run where his cave skip would go a little wonky. The gap on the right side was too small for the tough puppy to fit through, so he decided to roll jump the entire way to the checkpoint on foot. I know this video doesn't go above 240p, but take my word for it, he loses 30 seconds. Miraculously, he manages to crawl his way back to tie an unrecorded race PB he got a few days prior.
Wait, it tied my PB. Wow. That's cool. Hey, I lost 30 seconds to cave skip, didn't I? On this. This is that round? Or did I reset that one? I don't know. This game is funny.
With 30 seconds to save, B-Dub was back the very next day for redemption. He would be off to a great early game, saving that easy time from his last run, getting to around 40 seconds ahead after a decent Ashland. Approaching Ecomine, B-Dub just needed to keep up the pace.
If I can get this right here. Got it. This could still be sub 40 even. This is a freaking run right here. 52 seconds ahead, 17 seconds to save on this split. Come on. Today. Let's get this run today. No! 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 No!
Breakthrough Ruins claims yet another victim. It happened to me, and it would happen to B-Dub. The only difference here was, B-Dub still had a shot at the record.
$40-24, really, because I split late. 40-24. Got it. Oh man, that should have been sub 40. Oh. You know what? That's a solid run.
B-Dub had finally achieved his first world record after being in second place for many months. A huge breakthrough, but perhaps a tad bittersweet. The mistaken BTR was almost exactly 25 seconds. Meaning that this run was just barely on sub 40 pace. The grind continues. On May 21st, I was back on the grind with the full split layout, with a comparison to both my PB and to B-Dub's new record. A few hours into the session, I had a run that was keeping up with B-Dub, all the way until Defend Ashland, where I would get some bad luck and fall behind. My movement looked even better than before, with the help of a new jetboarding trick known as an extended front flip. When you're at the peak of your jump on the jetboard, you can hit L1 to do a trick, which gains you a tiny bit of height. This height can be further extended if you animation cancel the trick by hitting R1 to do a front flip. This enables larger gaps to be cleared, like this one in the temple. I noticed that I was dropping frames throughout the run, but I couldn't worry about technical difficulties. This run was good, and could sub 40 if I just kept my focus. I would extend my lead in Palace Ruins by incorporating another extended front flip. Instead of going all the way around by grinding the railings, this small gap could instead be crossed, saving 8 seconds from a more direct line. Now I was almost back to even on B-Dub, and after BTR, I would gain the 25 seconds he lost. My stream was literally in the middle of dying on the final boss. Everything was running at 5 frames per second, but despite that, everyone was at the edge of their seats, as it was coming down to the wire.
Anyhow, I'll fucking take that. I was afraid that I split a bit early there. I still think I got it though. Alright, we're getting the webcam out. I was not expecting that kind of time. I was expecting a little better. But whatever, it's sub 40. Holy shit, I am lucky as fuck.
39:59.84. By the skin of my teeth, I'd finally hit my goal. What a way to end the grind. Sub 40 was a big milestone for me, but I noted that the run could still be improved. In another universe, B-Dub could have just as easily been the one to achieve it too. Sometimes, speedrunning boils down to who can take advantage of the few opportunities you're given, and the stars just aligned for me on this very run. After the sub 40, I was fairly certain B-Dub would take the record back in the coming days, but just as I announced the break from the category, B-Dub was right there with me. He was slowly starting to take interest in other things, and I was starting to feel burnout for the first time ever. After 4,000 attempts, it takes a toll on you. The rapid trajectory in the game's optimization was a mixture of B-Dub and I pushing each other, and the route finally settling down for a while. It's almost miraculous that we've gone 3 months without a new huge time saver that saves a bajillion years. This wasn't necessarily because there wasn't anything to find, it was just getting harder, and now glitch hunters had to be more abstract in their thought process. Going through BTR on foot was tested very early on, as you can access the level with Infinite Flight glitch fairly easily. Surprisingly, the entire level does actually load, but the end mission trigger is missing behind the final barrier, so ultimately, nothing came of this. Skipping behind the yin-yang looking door was quite the holy grail. If you could find a way to get behind the door, maybe it was possible to skip Defend Ashland completely, and do the second visit of the temple the first time through. Unfortunately, the hallway behind the door doesn't load unless you're on the right mission. Skipping into the precursor robot fight was also something many tried, as you could get behind the door the bomb train normally blows up with the help of the EcoMine proxy. You're probably not surprised to hear this, but the boss trigger isn't there when entering the room. Bloppy, Veloxer, and B-Dub tried another way, and instead of trying to skip to the boss, why not skip behind the boss? The door leading to Haven City on the other side is right there, and if reached, maybe you didn't have to fight the boss at all. The door is blocked off by a huge invisible wall, so they had to get a bit experimental. It was first found that the collision on this wall doesn't extend up all the way. They then tried to jetboard jump to an out-of-bounds rock, where they could get the jetboard stuck, potentially proxying them to the other side. After 4 continuous hours of trying this jump, B-Dub would finally get a proxy high enough to reach the loading zone on the other side. And the result was a disappointing softlock. We often highlight glitch hunters as mythical beings who break our games with no effort, but it's important to showcase the trials they go through to find the skips. For Jak 3, people were going hard in the lab, but you don't always see results. For the first time ever, the game did not budge. No new skips would be found, and my sub 40 stayed as the record. As I continued to stream other Jak 3 categories, Blost had improved his any percent time to a 43.49, good for 3rd place, but there was a bit of a gap between him and B-Dub. This would be how the top 3 looked for around 3 days. In a sea of recurring viewers in my Twitch chat, I noticed someone new, who had arrived to make a claim. A 43.14 on his first run of the game, a time that would instantly catapult him past Blost to 3rd place. This was eerily similar to the way Lapagna revealed that he had beaten my record, but this time I had my reasons to be skeptical. Surely, lightning couldn't strike twice. The claim came from an Austrian runner called Raccoon1337, and nobody had heard of him before.
I remember just like one day like seeing this guy just having like a really good time like out of nowhere. Like it was still the time I was like not that many like great players. Like you beat up and that was about it pretty much. I was like probably like around like 4th like in that time, and then there was like I saw some blows first around like my skill level, and then it just like came out of nowhere and then just kind of showed us how it was done.
What's always amazing for me when it comes to Raccoon is just how fast he picks up games and how fast he gets good at it. Like it's whatever I play with him ever, he beats me, he floors me. He's so good at just like doing well, like learning and getting good at things fast.
Raccoon was a perpetual lurker in my chat for months. He had been watching and analyzing my play religiously, looking for holes where he thought optimizations were possible. Raccoon practiced more than any other player before him, giving him a very mechanical and consistent playstyle. He was half man, half machine, an absolute menace on the sticks. Raccoon's PB by early July was already 4104, the same time that Beat-Up sat on right before achieving his first record. History would repeat itself, as on July 20th of 2014, Raccoon would skip the 40 entirely and achieve 3945.
Fuck. Hey yo, I got Jack 3 any percent world record.
Dude, did you really?
Wait, yes. What? Yeah.
Where have you been?
39 45. Yes.
Dude, holy shit, congrats, man.
Thanks.
Raccoon's ability to see where improvements could be made was evident in this run. He was easily the best player at performing token skip, achieving the first sub 20 on the split, and by a lot too. Raccoon's jetboarding was also superb. He had a way of smoothly climbing the initial set of platforms in Ecomine without taking off the jetboard at all. And in Darkship, his bridge section looked like this. Yep, he just clears the whole thing, with a double side flip to gain full speed, jumping at the latest possible spot, and performing a perfect extended front flip to make it all the way across. A crazy strat for the time, and it was hit during his first world record pace. During BTR, Raccoon also standardized the technique of jumping into the sides of the breakable towers, as it redirected the angle of the car towards where you needed to go next. His play was extremely well-rounded. Rather than being good at a handful of missions, Raccoon never really seemed to show any sign of weakness. This was becoming very necessary, with the run now quite optimized.
If you suck at driving, you're pretty much out immediately. If you suck at on-foot sections, you can't really compete with top times. You kind of have to have everything down, at least to a certain point. Realistically, like the difficulty with Jack 3 is that there's just so much to be good at, even though it's you don't really think about it, but you go from on-foot to shooting sections to car sections to jetboarding sections to, you know, bunch of enemies, a boss fight. It's not quite as linear as it kind of just feels when you're playing it, because you're doing so much and it just seamlessly kind of transitions into the next thing.
With Raccoon's diverse mastery over the game, 38 was perhaps in the realm of possibility. It was already kind of close after my 39:59, where I said there was definitely another 45 seconds to go. With Raccoon's improved play, maybe a 38 wasn't just possible, but imminent. Was I gonna take this sitting down, or was Raccoon gonna be the one to get there first? Well, literally one day after Raccoon's record, I would answer with a 4-second improvement. As quickly as sub 40 happened, we had already moved way past it. 39 was far from the game's final frontier. Raccoon and I were set on a collision course. Neither of us were gonna hold back, and neither of us were gonna stop until 38 was a reality.
$39.29.
Dude, nice. It says 14 seconds. What the fuck?
got to be gold. That has got to be gold. Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, baby. That fucking palace. Holy fuck, that breach was good. Oh my, double gold. It's not over, guys. I'm known for choking in these kinds of games. I choke. It happens. All I need is Terraformer Fast Cycle and not choke the climb. Oh my god! That's it! That's it! That's it! My mouth is so dry, dude, and my heart is just going nuts. Yes! Oh my god, dude, that's it. That's it. That's it. 38-58. Yeah!
The 38 was finally achieved, and I had gotten there first, but Raccoon wasn't done.
Holy fuck.
After the dust had settled, Raccoon and I were completely done. Like two deflated flat tires. I can't really describe how much the two of us played when the competition was at its peak. It really was a journey every step of the way competing against Raccoon. He was easily the toughest competition I've ever faced back then, and he pushed me to up my game every time he beat me. Even though we were completely out of motivation to play any further, we were okay with that. I had achieved the first 38, but Raccoon was the one who ended up with the record. A win-win in my book.
I'd say that you guys had a really healthy rivalry. Like, you guys really pushed each other to go further and get better.
Yeah, so getting the record for the first time was like mind-blowing for me. And you coming back and like reclaiming it was obviously like a huge deal for me. And back then I had the power to like compete, and so I did. And it was so much fun to like trade the world record back and forth. Even if it was just a 1 second difference, I felt the need to compete with you and beat your time. It was like it was really good, yeah.
Raccoon and I definitely got closer after the competition. Really the first time I felt that speedrunning was more than just going fast in a game. I had made a real friend, and I'll cherish the time we had lowering the record together, probably for the rest of time. I've met him several times in real life since 2014, whether it be at ESA or somewhere else. The guy is extremely chill, and I always enjoy being around him. Thanks for all the good memories. The grind for the 38 changed the trajectory of my life for good. For the moment, it seemed unclear if Raccoon's time was even going to be beatable. He had come out of nowhere, seemingly conquered the game, and set an all-time great record. There was still some time to save, maybe enough for 38-30, but if neither of us were playing, then it was likely going to stand at 38-48 for some time. B-Dub tried to get back to the grind and would eventually land a 39-43, a solid time, but his drive for the game wasn't really there. If the spark for the record was to return, it was clear that we would need a new groundbreaking discovery. And luckily, I knew just the man for the job. The mid-stretch in the year 2014 was one of the most eventful periods in Jak 3 speedrunning history. It was a time when the game's three best players, B-Dub, Raccoon, and myself, were honing our skills through hours and hours of repetitious practice. We collaboratively pushed the game all the way from 4111 to 3848 with very few new time saves. The skips that were found at the time were predominantly because we were now far more daring with our movement. Several shortcuts were effectively appearing right in front of us, as we were starting to realize the potential of the tools we had at our disposal. It suddenly became apparent that, yes, the Dune Hopper can jump this far to skip across to this island, and yes, the jetboard is more powerful than we once thought. The skill level across the field also rose as a result of getting to play with the same route for an extended period of time. This contrasts how we've seen the game evolve up until this point. In 2013, a new big time-saving skip would be found approximately every 45 days. But in 2014, we would see a huge dry spell for new breakthroughs from February onwards. Big skips during this time frame seemed hard to come by, but there was one that had seen a little bit of development, and that was Yin Yang Door Skip, one of the holy grails of Jak and Daxter sequence breaks. On May 5th of 2014, Kitar would post 2 highlights to his Twitch channel showcasing that Yin Yang Door Skip was theoretically possible, although there were still a lot of puzzle pieces left to fill in the gaps. The goal of Yin Yang Door Skip is quite simple on paper. It's to percentage warp the player from Find Oracle in Monk Temple to the end of complete Monk Temple tests, which would skip Defend Ashland and token skip completely. Kitar begins the first highlight by completing Find Oracle in Monk Temple as usual. In a speedrun setting, this is where you would usually destroy your car, warp back to the garage, and head to the next mission, Defend Ashland. Instead, Kitar decides to go back into the temple. The front door to get in is now locked, and this tarp that is used to perform Tom Jack's pillar clip is broken too. Both are a result of completing Find Oracle in Monk Temple. By all means, you're not intended to be able to re-enter the temple until you complete Defend Ashland. Kitar had a clever approach that could still get him to the pillar regardless of his surrounding restrictions, as he performs a handful of extended uppercuts to make his way out of bounds. He then roll jumps his way back in bounds across the big staircase and heads down to the circle room. Here, Kitar uses a position code on his emulator to clip through the locked door leading into the rotator room. This was just done to demonstrate things faster, but getting into the rotator room without emulator cheats was actually possible, and Kitar had discovered a way. This leads us to his second highlight. Here, Kitar decided to not clip back in bounds at the staircase, instead opting to descend it from out of bounds. In order to actually load in the rotator room so that it isn't just a void, 2 loading triggers need to be hit while staying out of bounds. The first one is this connection point in the stairs. This one is quite easy to hit. You can see when you've gotten it when the blue background turns to black. The second loading trigger is a bit further down, but it's here where we are faced with an arduous challenge. So far, Kitar's been able to make his way through the temple from out of bounds purely because the developers left the floor collision a bit imperfect, as it pokes out of the wall pretty much the whole way down. But then we have this section. Jak's position is over here, and the area we want to reach, the circle room, is all the way over here. Since there's essentially no floor to stand on and also no jetboard by this point in the game, it left Kitar with very little to work with, but he pushed on and found a way across. By utilizing these tiny invisible magic pixel spots on the floor, you could inch your way over with the help of the wave concussor. You're seeing Kitar load his save state a lot, and that's because this is extremely difficult. Aside from being a great glitch hunter, Kitar was a top 5 player in 2014, and this section still managed to take him an hour, even with save states. To add insult to injury, the second trigger to load the rotator room is in the middle of this jump sequence. The trigger is only hit when the camera passes through it, so a lot of precision is necessary. If you manage to hit it, you've successfully loaded in the rotator room, and it can be reached by navigating around the outside area of the circle room. Returning to Kitar's first highlight, he once again uses a position code to teleport himself to the upper part of the room where you cross the blades. He didn't know of any way to make it from the bottom to the top, but he at least wanted to showcase that there was something up here. Since you don't have Light Jak Freeze or the jetboard to cross the rotator, the only way to make it over is going on foot, which is doable and also very inconsistent, but again, Kitar just uses emulator tools to demonstrate what the goal was, and that was to reach this checkpoint trigger on the other side. Once you go through it, you have now grabbed a checkpoint that corresponds to the ending of complete Monk Temple tests. The developers kept this checkpoint trigger active at all times, except during Find Oracle in Monk Temple, which is why Kitar completed the mission before going back inside. Upon grabbing the checkpoint, dying and respawning, the level is loaded and the door leading to subrails is waiting on the other side. Kitar crosses the crumbling bridge with a little bit of finesse, and there it was, the first theoretical yin-yang door skip. Kitar had a pastebin with some notes for his highlight, and at the bottom it states, "I understand that this is impossible in RTA, and even on an emulator with save states, it's really hard to get. This video just shows what is technically possible." While this discovery was huge, no doubt, it didn't catch the eyes of the community immediately. When Kitar posted his findings, B-Dub and I were in the heat of the battle for the sub 40, and other runners in the Skype group paid little attention to yin-yang door skip. Perhaps it was just a little bit too complicated for the average mind, so it went under the radar. This wouldn't deter Kitar, as he would continue to research ways to make it viable, with the only thing that was really missing being to find a way to get from the bottom floor in the rotator room to the top. Kitar would spend the greater part of June looking for a way to reach the top. The most promising part of the level was these pillars that were spread throughout the room. Surely there was something. On June 15th, yin-yang door skip would finally come together, as Kitar would unveil a video showcasing the skip from start to finish. Segmented, of course. The key to scaling the rotator room was Tom Jack suggesting utilizing Dark Jack at the pillar. First, Kitar does a high jump spin to wedge Jack between the pillar and the wall, whereafter a sequence of peculiar jumps was done to reach the top. The ceilings he jumped into have some special properties in that they give you a grounded standpoint for a brief moment, allowing you to infinitely jump. Afterwards, we also get to see what it looks like to cross the rotator without Light Jack Freeze or the jetboard. It looks pretty smooth here, but that's because this is segmented. The odds of getting hit by the blades are pretty big, and getting flung to the right is also a common issue. But it was there. Yin-yang door skip was possible, but look at the road ahead. You would have to hit the precise out-of-bounds jumps, the Dark Jack infinite jumps, and you would have to navigate the rotator with your only slightly helpful tool being the wave concussor. This had the potential to save a few minutes, but good luck with that. Since Kitar himself didn't have much faith in the RTA viability, other top players like B-Dub, Raccoon, Blost, and myself were not too encouraged either. And for the next few months, we would all continue playing with the old route, as completing a run with the skip seemed too far-fetched. In September of 2014, the competition at the top of Jak 3 Any% went pretty dry, as Raccoon would take a break after his 38-48. But just 1 month prior, a new player had begun lowering his PBs into the mid-40s, and soon enough, he would become the one who was willing to stare yin-yang door skip dead in the eyes. Yankee was a very fast improving player when he arrived on the scene in mid-2014. His PB by the beginning of August was 47.07, which he would lower to 42.05 by early October, a 5-minute improvement across 2 months. On November 18th of 2014, Yankee closed out a strong run of 40.36, still quite far from Raccoon's 38, but a solid time to firmly place himself in the top 5. Yankee was quite satisfied with the execution of his 40.36, and felt that there was now one of 2 roads he could take going forward. Keep playing with the same route, possibly PB by inches, or explore the uncharted territory that was yin-yang door skip. He was definitely curious to see if it really was as hard as people made it sound. Soon after, he reached out to Kitar to receive as much knowledge as possible on the skip, and in December, the journey would begin towards conquering one of the most elusive skips in the Jak series. In Kitar's segmented video that showcased the full yin-yang door skip, the skip was actually done during Climb Monk Temple instead of after Find Oracle. This would drastically change the difficulty in the final part of the skip, and we'll get to why a bit later. This was not something Yankee could pass up on though, as doing the skip from Climb Monk Temple saved an additional 1.5 minutes, putting yin-yang door skip's total possible time save in the ballpark of around 4 minutes. On December 16th, Yankee would have a run that started out about 40 seconds behind Raccoon entering the temple. But really, Yankee was just taking any run to the temple to have a shot at potentially making history. As he went inside, the first thing he did was to intentionally clip inbounds at the staircase and grab the red ammo at the bottom, as the default 20 bullets were not enough to complete the skip, unless your execution is flawless and hit everything first try. Now that the gun is loaded, he restarts the mission to attempt Yin Yang door skip. In stunning fashion, Yankee managed to hit the jumps over to the circle room on his first try. It's easily one of the hardest parts of the skip, and Yankee made it look easy. After jumping across, he uses a new strat that he had discovered a week prior, which involves clipping the camera inbounds at the entrance to the circle room, to ensure that the trigger to load in the rotator room is a guaranteed hit. The section to get up to the rotator had also been made far easier. Yankee would forego using Dark Jack, as a new technique made the climb more straightforward, the ABBA bounce. On certain collision, Jack will get stuck in his ground pound animation for an extended period of time. If you can manage to hit X during a 3-frame window, right as the animation ends, you can get a much higher jump than normal. It was discovered that it was possible to ABBA bounce between the wall and the pillar to reach the rotator's infinite jump ceiling from below, allowing Yankee to make it to the top. His first go at crossing the rotator would result in him getting knocked down by the first blade, forcing him to redo the climb. A huge reason rotators are so difficult to cross on foot is because it is near impossible to create any form of visual cue due to the rotation speed of the blades themselves. You kinda just have to go and pray you don't get hit. While it takes some luck, Yankee did have a general strategy in mind, as he prioritized sticking to the left-hand side when crossing. If you get hit by one of the blades, you would typically fly a bit to the right, and if you landed in the middle of the rotator, you could regain your footing and use the invincibility frames to sneak through the blades and continue across. After grabbing the checkpoint, dying and respawning, Yankee had to face the hardest part of the skip. Doing Yin Yang door skip from Climb Monk Temple instead of after Find Oracle completely despawns the bridge to the subrails. How was he gonna cross now? The obvious thought was to use these pillars to his right, and getting across would be easy. The only issue, there is a huge invisible death plane right in the way. Luckily, there was a way to make it over the death plane, but it didn't come without problems. Yankee would spend the next 2 minutes in agony as he would die over and over before finally sticking to the wall he was trying to climb. Once he reaches the top, he does another ABBA bounce and stalls long enough in the air with the wave concussor to go over the death plane, landing safely on the pillar. And with a few more jumps, Yin Yang door skip had been done for the first time on a PS2 in an actual speedrun. Look at that gold split.
Yankee will, hear everyone saying, oh no, this is impossible, no one will ever pull this off, and then he'll just go up and do it. No one wanted to be the first person to try and do something because they were afraid of failing. That's how I see it anyway. I think that's the most memorable thing about his play is, he just didn't care.
I just heard that it was just this impossible trick that no one would ever be able to do. And then when I got to a point where I didn't think I could PB just by continuing to do runs without adding anything new, that's when I looked into it. I asked Qatar about it, and then spent a few hours on stream just trying to do it. And that's when I realized that it was not actually as difficult as everyone thought. It definitely looked intimidating, but you never know until you try it. That's kind of my philosophy, is just try it, and if I can do it, then I'll do it.
Yankee would play the run out and complete a 39:50. A new PB, but a world record was very much on the table without the deaths in the bridge section. Luckily, that would not be a problem anymore, as he would get some assistance from an unlikely source. The next week, Jak 2 speedrunner Nitrovsky would find something massive for Yin Yang door skip. He discovered that this checkpoint right before the rotator was far more convenient in comparison to the crumbling bridge one. Why? Well, first off, you get a checkpoint right before the rotator, so if you fall, you can just die and you won't have to redo the ABBA bounce. But the second and most important one, the bridge section is loaded with the bridge spawned in. And when you go across the rotator and touch the bridge checkpoint, the game updates Jak's position on the mission tree, giving you the jet board, completely eliminating the complicated jumps over the death plane. The projection for Jak 3 any% was now set in stone. Yin Yang door skip was now the most viable it had ever been. Don't get me wrong, it was still the hardest trick in the entire Jak series by a mile, but it was at least possible and that's all that mattered. The world record was going down, and Yankee was gonna lead the way. On Christmas Eve, December 24th, 2014, Yankee would get this run. $37.43, the first world record run with Yin Yang Door Skip, ending Raccoon's 3-month reign at the top. With his bravery and determination, Yankee had proven that the skip, while still very difficult, was the way forward. There was still a lot of time to be gained, mainly because Yankee lost over a minute to this costly death, but he also bled considerable time throughout the rest of the run. But Jak 3 had once again been broken, and the world record was now ripe for the taking if any top player could hit Yin Yang Door Skip on the first try. Raccoon and I had a talk about potentially coming back to compete for the record again. The spark was slowly coming back after a 3-month break, and if I was going to plug my console back in, he was going to as well. We motivated and encouraged each other to get back in the game, and we didn't hesitate to jump headfirst into learning Yin Yang Door Skip. After practicing the trick for a handful of hours, Raccoon and I announced that we would be coming back to Jak 3 80% in the form of a YouTube video. This went into detail on the new skip and explained the time save to my growing audience, and also that the two of us would do 5 no reset races on the 30th of December. But I also revealed something else in the video. A 38.18 from Raccoon, and a 37.32 by me, beating Yankee's record by 11 seconds. But everyone knew that neither of these times were very good. There were still minutes left to shave off, so the three of us got to work. Yankee would strike back the next day with a 35.48, a run that hit Yin Yang Door Skip with no accidental deaths, but a pretty poor endgame with a 30-second mistake to Terraformer. As the 30th of December rolled around, it was time for my 5 any% races against Raccoon. During one of the races, he would finally nail the difficult jumps to the circle room on the first try. The rest of the skip had some slowdowns, but he got through in the end. Raccoon was a whole 30 seconds behind Yankee after the temple, but being the more experienced runner, he slowly clawed his way back, saving time on nearly every split, to secure a 35.08. Watching Raccoon play so confidently with what seemed like very little nerves post Yin Yang Door Skip was really— oh, would you look at that, it's the hover glitch. Found by Unreal on the 16th of November 2014, the hover glitch was such an impactful discovery to Jak 2 and 3 that I made an entirely separate 50-minute video on its discovery. If you initiate a side trick by pushing the analog stick halfway left or right and press L1, then move the stick all the way up or down, you can perform 2 tricks in one jump. If you continue to repeatedly press L1 afterwards, Jak would begin soaring through the air, a trick that now opened the floodgates for all kinds of time save.
Back in the day, it was mind-blowing. It completely destroyed all of the meta. The changes to the route were unthinkable. Nobody had a clue what's going to happen. Obviously, the world records were like, you could throw them out the window. They were pretty much irrelevant because of this trick.
I remember Unreal's video, and I remember everyone trying to figure out how the fuck to actually do it consistently. That's what I remember. Tom Jack was the first one to like actually figure it out, but then like nobody could figure out how he was so good at it because like language barrier.
Yeah, no one had any idea how it worked for a good few weeks. We were all just trying to figure out, just spamming the L1 button, trying to figure out how it worked.
The weird thing is that even the founder, like Unreal, couldn't really explain the inputs very well, so it was for the most part just a trial and error in mashing certain buttons and turning the analog stick, and it was really frustrating at the beginning.
No one was streaming Jak 1, but there was one person speedrunning Jak 3, and so I clicked this run, and I see him hovering for the first time, and that knocked my socks off. When I first saw that hover, I didn't know what to think. It was like a whole new world.
By the time Raccoon got his 3508, he was confident enough in his abilities with the hover glitch that he decided to use it in 2 spots. One outside of Palace Ruins to obsolete the proxy, which added consistency and saved a few seconds, and a second in Darkship to skip the final usage of the Lightjack wings in any percent. This hover would normally save around 20 seconds, but Raccoon failed it once, losing him almost 40. The difficulty with this hover lies in the fact that you have to begin your jump at the right angle, and then stop hovering at the correct moment to be high enough to go above this trigger. If you fall into the elevator below this trigger, the escape sequence at the bottom of the shaft doesn't load. Worst of all, if you're right in the middle, the game will crash, ending any chances at a PB. Without the big death in Darkship, Raccoon could have achieved the first 34, but again, we were just taking turns whittling away at the record, and the next to take a stab at it would be me, as I would put together 2 runs in under 35 minutes. A 34:30 with no video, and a 34:22. While this record wasn't as strong as the pair of 38s, it was still nice to know that even with how different the route was now, I could still be in the mix with the best of them. Admittedly, it was kind of exhausting having to essentially relearn the game multiple times, but it was also incredible to witness new game-changing discoveries firsthand. And I was about to witness yet another one. In less than 2 weeks after Yankee did his first run with Yin Yang Door Skip, he would collaborate with Kitar to discover something even bigger. What exactly were they cooking? Let's go back to the temple. Some important information about the temple that I conveniently left out is the fact that there actually exists a 4th mission here. I've familiarized you with the 3 missions that take place in the game's first act, but entering the 3rd act, there's a mission called Rescue Seam at Temple, and Kitar and Yankee had found a percentage warp to reach the mission. During the death warp to load in the bridge room, they figured out that instead of crossing the rotator to make your way to the subrails, you can make your way into the room with the Oracle, also known as the power room. Upon entry, a massive invisible cutscene trigger needs to be avoided, to not update Jak's position on the mission tree to find Oracle in Monk Temple. The way the trigger was avoided was by releasing a wave concussor shot right before high jumping, to leap up to a standpoint on top of a pillar, where a second concussor high jump was just enough to make it over the trigger. Now if you platform your way over to the other side of the room, then open and close this door that is associated with the Rescue Seam at Temple mission, your position on the mission tree is updated all the way up to it, percentage warping you from 24% to 81%. This warp was coined Temple Skip, and was an absolutely massive discovery, once again saving upwards of 4 minutes. The 80% route was about to see its biggest change ever. From the mission order to where you go, Jak 3 80% was a brand new category, and after triggering the percentage warp, the route was about to look very unfamiliar. The quickest way to finish the game from here is to restart to put you back at the beginning of the temple, destroy the vehicle to get back to the garage, and hop into the carrier that brings Jak from Spargus to Haven City. This carrier spawns in this location after the mission Destroy Eco Grid, a mission that's played in the middle of Act 2. Since you've now percentage warped way past that mission, the game counts it as completed, and Haven City can be accessed after about 16 minutes of play. The area where the carrier takes us to is the Haven City port, which is effectively across the entire map from Palace Ruins, which is where we need to go. This introduces some zoomer travel throughout the city to get there, but also one more skip. The Palace Ruins area is blocked off by this giant white barrier that goes away at a later point in Act 3. So how do we get around it? Well, most of the footage that you've been watching in regards to this new route is from a 3315 that I set on January 12th, 2015. The first recorded run with Temple Skip. One would assume that the hover glitch would be the solution to our problems.
I'll do the normal skip, thank you.
Well, it seems that hovering over your problems isn't always the most wise idea. After dying, I decided to attempt a different strat, where I would maneuver around the barrier by using a zoomer to get out of bounds. This was followed by some wave concussor jumps, and a hover to clip back in bounds. From here, you enter Palace Ruins just like before, and the routes merge here, leading to the same endgame. Since the route has changed a lot now, here's a quick recap with an updated mission tree. The run starts in the arena with Training Course and Earn First War Amulet, where you then move on to Kangurats, Satellite, and Learn to Drive. After doing the restart warp after Learn to Drive, you head to the cave to perform Cave Skip and complete Destroy Eggs. You then make a quick trip to the garage to swap to the Dune Hopper to reach the temple, where Temple Skip is performed, allowing you to reach Act 3. Next is taking the carrier to Haven City and traveling from the south end of the map to the north to reach Palace Ruins, and from there, you complete the final few missions. It's seriously amazing what the Jak community was able to do with this game in just 2 years. With what started as a standard route that completed 23 of the game's 60 missions in 2013, we've now more than halved it, with the current route only completing 10. Subrails 1, Ecomine, Bomb Train, and the Precursor Robot fight were completely skipped as a result of Temple Skip. 4 missions that had essentially been standard since the game's speedrunning inception, gone with the wind. Ecomine and Bomb Train being cut from the run was a bit of a downer for those who loved that fast-paced jetboarding action, but nonetheless, Jak 3's history would continue, and the competition was still in full swing at the beginning of 2015. Raccoon and Yankee were eager to improve their times with the new route. My 33:15 was riddled with mistakes, so new world records were definitely inbound. Seeing the potential time save, they threw their hats in the ring.
Fuck, dude, we are in there. So bad. Alright, let's calm down. I can do this. We are fucking in there, man! Oh my god, dude. I don't believe it. Holy shit, we're on 30-30 pace. 30-40.69! Oh, yes. Yes, I'm done. Oh my god, I am fucking done with this category for a little while.
After a fierce week of playing from the 3 of us, the record would sit at 30-40 for the time being. It was a blast to compete with Yankee and Raccoon. We were 3 runners at similar skill levels, cashing in on yet another Jak 3 gold rush. At this time, it was starting to become tradition to softlock on purpose during the credit sequence after you got a new personal best. By rapidly mashing the D-pad left and right, it's possible to overlap the characters. This causes the game to lag so much that it eventually freezes, which can lead to some truly magnificent pieces of art. My 30-40 was a decent time, but we were now approaching yet another barrier. The hunt for the sub-30 was inevitable. For Yankee, Raccoon, and myself, conceiving of such a monumental time was extremely intimidating. But this is when a new player would enter the fray, and the fire would be sparked back up as we would get a little help from Hillary Puff.
California was a person, it would be Bob. He's
just a fucking goon, dude. Like, I don't know. He's like, you meet him and he's not a fucking speedrunner, dude. Like, he's so out of place at like this ESA we're at right now. He's like the most out of place fucking speedrunner in the entire place. It's ridiculous. Like all these nerds walking around, and then you have fucking Bob, who's like literal Giga Chad. Dude's a skater. He has like a real career that's like sick, and then like he also happens to just be hardcore at Jak 3.
Maybe people overuse the word chill, but he just is chill. That's the best word for him. So, I mean, he's just a great embodiment of what we seem to strive for in the Jack community.
He's the kind of guy who you just, at face value, seems like all he does is just kind of chill out and not stress about too much, but then he's like cranking out times. It's kind of a funny contrast.
In early 2015, the Jack community experienced a small boom in growth. The games were as active as ever, and for Jack 3, Hilary Puff was a very welcome addition. But we just call him Bob. Bob started out by ironing out his skills in the hero mode category, but with the amount of competition going on in any percent, he decided to move over. We were now 4 different players who had their sights set on the grand sub 30. Who was gonna get there first? Raccoon would be the first to strike, improving on the world record by 17 seconds to 30:23.
Alright.
Congrats on the run, dude.
Thanks.
His early game in this run is by far the fastest start the game had seen up until this point, with an 8:27 cave skip. A good bit of this came from getting good luck on Satellite, with a total of 5 doubles. This mission's RNG swing was now starting to matter a lot more than before. The run was only 30 minutes long, and now had its emphasis on raw speed more than ever. Runners have had a month and a half to play with Yin Yang Door Skip, and its now bigger brother, Temple Skip. With the passing of time, everyone was slowly improving at this once thought behemoth. Don't misunderstand me here, the trick was still a big run killer, but it was now for a bit of a different reason. It wasn't a necessity to simply execute Temple Skip, you now needed to execute it fast. Quicker movement down the stairs, faster jumps to the circle room, and getting the Ababounds in as few tries as possible, everything mattered. And runs dying to Temple Skip were now a result of runners sacrificing consistency in the pursuit of speed. One thing that was seeing more consistency overall was the hover glitch. After enough reps, it was starting to feel more natural now. Once again, with speed being at the forefront, seamlessly transitioning grounded jetboard movement into full speed hovers was the next great step towards optimization. No player embodied this new movement towards raw speed more than Yankee. He easily had the most balls to the wall approach regarding smaller time saves. Take this run. Yankee is 37 seconds ahead after Temple Skip, and as he enters Haven City, he would attempt the verbosely named super fast hoverbike glitch. This trick was discovered by a random guy on YouTube called Addison Lucchesi all the way back in April 2009, with the video title, Jack 3 Super Fast Hoverbike Glitch. The trick involves using Light Jack Freeze and the Wave Concussor in combination to send the zoomer flying forward. Yankee didn't really save any time in his run with it, but it can save up to 5 seconds if done perfectly. Yankee would continue his run with an extremely good BTR, nailing the now standard crater jump and continuing his run at near sub 30 pace. In Darkship, Yankee unfortunately hovered too high and landed on top of the elevator rather than falling down the shaft, losing 10 seconds. The run was still a new record at 30:15, but this was very close to breaking the half-hour barrier. Bob was starting to get really close to his first any percent record. His PB right around when Yankee got 30:15 was only 6 seconds slower at 30:21. Bob would find himself on a run that missed Fast Cycle Terraformer to put him 8 seconds behind. He still had some time left on his final boss split, so a PB was still on the table. But little did anyone know how much time he really had to save.
Bob, next time you should reset against this PB if it's not a 409.
He's never gonna fucking get a 409 again.
Oh my gosh, it's world record by 1 second.
Are you
Oh my god. I said I'm the fourth.
Yankee, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Bob was on the board. A new record by 1 second. But Yankee wasn't sorry. He would take the record back with a 3-second improvement to 30:11, although the video is no longer available. It seemed like sub 30 was coming down to Bob or Yankee. They were the closest and pacing the most runs. Yankee would once again be on another run 10 seconds ahead entering Temple Skip. He slightly tweaked the out of bounds to the circle room by reducing the amount of times you had to land from 2 down to 1. This would also hit the loading trigger in the middle of your jump, skipping having to clip the camera inside altogether. This was easily the best Temple Skip to date, pulling out a massive 29-second lead. The world was still not ready for the super fast hoverbike glitch, but the run was still alive. Yankee would continue his run with the most ballsy BTR I've ever seen in a Jack 3 run. Being on sub 30 pace, Yankee pulls all the stops. From the get-go, he attempts first barrier skip, a very difficult jump to get around the first barrier that he unfortunately misses on his first try. On his second attempt, he nails it, which would have been about even with breaking the towers. Immediately after nailing the trick, Yankee goes for an insane launch to the next tower that only saves around 2 seconds. He hits the water segment shortcut that had been standard for a while, skips the second to last bridge, which is way harder than it looks, and nearly gets struck by a missile during crater jump. Yankee held it together during the last few missions, until he finally made history on July 11th, 2015. Yankee had broken one of the most legendary milestones for Jak 3. The fact that the game could now be completed in under half an hour speaks volumes about how much the route changes impacted the game and how good the runners had gotten now. We used to track our speedrun times in an old Google Doc style leaderboard, and for the first time, the top spot read 29. Despite breaking through the barrier, Yankee still wasn't satisfied leaving it there, and he wasn't the only one. 5 days later, Bob was next in line for a sub 30.
Oh nice, 29.51.
Yet another 5 days later, Yankee would have a super up and down run that eventually came out to a small new record of 29.49. I hadn't really been in the mix for the sub 30, and I wanted to prove to myself that I could still compete with Bob and Yankee. I would get a 30.06 pretty quickly after some derusting. Great progress considering I still had lots of time to save in the early game. I remember witnessing Yankee's 29.49 live on his Twitch stream, and upon seeing his success, I felt inspired and went live myself. I would have a run that started out with a small time loss at Satellite, but I brought it back after a good temple skip. My 30.06 had a really solid endgame, so it wasn't really possible to gain any time there. I needed to stay even, which I would do split after split. Before I knew it, my clean play would amount to a big world record improvement.
I got it. 29.36. Oh my god. Guys, I did it! I did it, guys! I did it! I got sub 30. I got world record. Holy shit. I knew I could do it. I want to give out shoutouts to Hillary Puff and Yankee027. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you so much for optimizing this game.
29.36. When I got this time, I remember feeling like this was it. My cleanest run yet. A run with no huge mistakes, and finally something to show for all of my years of effort. I was content. When derusting the game to achieve this time, it only struck me afterwards how many small optimizations Yankee and Bob had workshopped to save mere seconds. Instead of using the platform at the end of the training course, a precise ledge grab was used to get to the light early. A drive-by shot for the 5th egg was discovered by Yankee that saved a little over a second, and taking a more direct line to the end zone in Palace Ruins with a slick hover bounce. Just these tiny things. Of course, no run is ever perfect. There is always room to improve the record. And the obvious time save on my run was to grind for a better satellite, or go for first barrier skip or super fast hoverbike glitch. Tricks that I just didn't have the guts to attempt. Yankee and Bob would also always save a second over me in training course. Watching their movement throughout this area was mesmerizing. But this would rack up plenty of resets too. I don't know if it's just because I'd been running for nearly 3 years at this point, but I was kind of over the days of caring about getting the fastest possible start. It's a phase a lot of runners find themselves in when they're new, and it was undeniable that Bob was in that category. Perhaps tired from all the training course resets, he decided to race Yankee and others in Jak 3 any%, just to finish out some runs. The first few splits are always going to be bad, and that's just the nature of races. Without the ability to reset, you're naturally going to take things more safe. But races also lead to some of the most unlikely stuff you'll ever see. Like, Bob gets 7 doubles on Satellite here, which happens around 1 in 50 runs that get to the mission.
I got a fucking good Satellite.
I got 4 doubles in first phase.
Nice. I think I made... Wow. This might be a 7. Oh wow, I'm ahead of my PB.
Cave skip goes well, the driving segment goes well, and temple skip too? Bob, are you really about to do this?
golded BTR. I'm minus 11 on my PB right now.
That'd be like plus 500.
I golded Arc Chip. I'm minus 16 on my PB. Why am I nervous, dude? Like, I never get nervous in races. That's why I'm good at them. Now I'm getting nervous.
Man.
Nice, 29:34. Oh! Is that world record?
Yeah, that's world record.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Damn, what was that final boss segment?
Miraculously, Bob had capitalized on his early fortune, clutched up, and achieved a new record during a race. And yes, that is indeed Bob inside of a Chuck E. Cheese costume.
Well, just the race in general, you know, that was a really great era for the game, and I think it was exciting for everybody too, that the record just kept getting pushed lower and lower. That was cool. In particular, the 29:34 is special to me just because we were racing and it was fun and it was just like super good vibes, and that's like what it's all about for me. I didn't even know, like I had to ask Yankee if it was record because I didn't even know what record was. It was just like just doing a run, you know? That was pretty cool.
Bob's time would stand as the record for a good while. Yankee was definitely within striking range, and his next PB would be mere seconds away, with 29:35, which at the time put the top 3 players mere seconds apart. Despite being so close to each other time-wise, the activity suddenly halted. I can't exactly tell you why we all stopped playing. It was perhaps a scenario where we needed each other as competition, otherwise the dominoes would fall. Raccoon seemed pretty done with Jak 3. He brought robot-like consistency to the game and elevated the jetboard to new heights. But he was burnt out. After setting 6 world records in his career, Raccoon faded from the scene. Yankee was very much a person who needed other players to be playing for him to be motivated too. And with the competition dying down, he left as well and moved on to other things. His bravery in pushing Temple Skip and other crazy strategies into the any % route will always be remembered. I said I couldn't exactly tell you why we all stopped playing, but I can definitely tell you why I stopped. To be honest, I was tired. It's been 3 years of playing a game where I constantly had to adapt to what felt like an entirely different game. 50% of my playtime with Jak 3 was spent practicing missions that were no longer in the route, so in some sense, I felt like I was just wasting my time. In September of 2015, unsurprisingly, more discoveries would hit the Jak 3 scene, and that's about when I put the controller down. This essentially left Bob as our only hope for pushing the game further. From the outside, it didn't seem like there was anyone else but him who could carry the torch. But amidst the flock of runners appearing to be done with the game, a new rising star would emerge, and a mark would be left that would change the game for good. I don't think anybody could have ever predicted how volatile of a year 2014 was going to be for Jak 3 glitch hunting. In the first half of the year, the community was experiencing its first proper drought in terms of new glitches. But at the very end of the year, 2 of the biggest things the game had ever seen would either be discovered or fully realized. Temple Skip changed literally everything. Its discovery was easily the most colossal shakeup to the game's route, period. To put into perspective how big it really was, the skip saved somewhere around 8 minutes, compared to the old 38-minute route that went through 2 separate temple visits. Back then, 38 minutes already felt like a relatively short speedrun, but now it was even shorter. The new route essentially has you play 21% less Jak 3 than before, and the game was brought below the half-hour mark almost entirely thanks to Temple Skip. But the hover glitch certainly helped as well, and had its impact throughout the run too. It saved multiple minutes across several Jak 2 and 3 categories, and while Jak 3 any % didn't make use of its utility as much, I would keep my eye on this trick going forward. It's definitely not the last you'll see of the hover. As the two tricks would begin to shape Any% in new ways, Raccoon, Yankee, Bob, and myself would push the category down as far as we could, culminating in a 29:33 set by Bob on July 21st, 2015. A very strong time that he had managed to pull out during a race. His time would stand for the rest of July and August, as most of the game's top players had all moved on to other ventures or wanted to take an extended break. Had we all kept playing though, I think there was potential for us to reach the 28-minute stage. But we may never find out, as more discoveries were right around the corner. It's the place that keeps on giving. Let's talk about Cave Skip once again. Cave Skip is one of the most established skips in Jak 3 Any%. It houses such a rich history, spanning all the way back to when it was first used in Lapagne's segmented speedruns back in 2009. If you recall, he essentially entered the cave at the earliest possible point in the game, right after the first two arena missions. He was able to do this because he was playing on Hero Mode, and the Dune Hopper was unlocked from the very beginning. For years, the ultimate dream for Any% was to somehow get into the cave as early as when Hero Mode did, after only 2 missions. The Destroy Eggs trigger inside the inner chamber of the cave is active at all times, and major time save in the Any% category has often relied on reaching this trigger earlier and earlier. But without any guns, vehicles, or the jetboard, it seemed pretty hopeless to reach it after the second mission. The next best thing we could do was to complete Kangarat's Satellite and Learn to Drive, to unlock the Tough Puppy and use the vehicle to drive to the cave. If we didn't do those missions, we would have nothing. What, are you gonna go there on foot? To your surprise, I actually did try to do this. Back in 2013, in fact. This was the time when TomJack had just uploaded his 5011, the run that showcased getting into the cave right after Learn to Drive for the first time. I was on Skype talking to my pals Cypress and Noisy at the time, and they encouraged me to try and take Cave Skip a step further. They talked me into exploring what would happen if I reached the cave after completing the second mission, by going through the desert on foot. While I was skeptical at first, I ultimately decided to give it a go. To reach the garage to enter the desert, I needed to find a way past Cleaver without the jetboard, which fortunately had an easy solution. If you simply walk into the room with Cleaver a tiny bit, then walk backwards and death warp in the lava, you'll respawn at the main arena checkpoint past Cleaver, and I could now freely head to the desert. As I started moving through the wasteland, things went south very quickly, as I immediately got ambushed by marauders and died in the matter of seconds. But the cave really wasn't that far away. If I kept throwing myself out there, maybe there was a chance to survive with a lucky attempt. There was also a checkpoint right after the river section that I was unaware of at the time, which made the journey slightly easier. It didn't take me too long until I managed to reach the cave for the first time, and after performing TomJack's climb to get inside, I started roll jumping my way to the checkpoint on foot. Hey, this seems familiar. So I reached the checkpoint. I went into the menu, I hit restart mission, not really sure what to expect, and nothing. I guess I was naive enough back in 2013 to believe that maybe I would spawn with a vehicle after restarting, but none of them were unlocked in the first place, so this result made a lot of sense. The reason for wanting a vehicle at this point was because there was still so much cave left to traverse. Getting all the way from the checkpoint to the inner chamber would require almost a full minute and a half of straight roll jumping, and I just figured there's absolutely no way in hell that's faster. So back to our current timeline. It's September 2015 and Yankee and Bloppy had decided to give the Desert on Foot to Cave Skip route a second chance. Could roll jumping all the way through the desert and into the inner chamber of the cave really be faster than completing an extra 3 missions? When thinking about how much faster the Tough Puppy is compared to Jack's on-foot movement, one might assume the routes could be fairly equal, but after a thorough timing of the roll jumping, the result was stunning. It saved a minute and a half, a complete blowout in the new route's favor. Goodbye Kangarats, and goodbye Satellite. Good riddance to that second one. But man, honestly, I felt really silly. I never thought this route was going to be faster, let alone save this much time. And so, the doors were blown wide open. The desert roll jumps was a massive oversight that had been hidden in plain sight for years. It took until September 2015 for anyone to properly time going all the way to the inner chamber. The world record was once again up for grabs, and someone was going to take advantage. It was perhaps now that a new runner would find himself being in the right place at the right time. At 13 years old, he would emerge as nothing short of a prodigy.
Goofy is, man, he's special, man. He's one of a kind, for sure. When he plays Jak 3, he gets times that, like, everyone sees and are just, like, confused. Like, how is this even possible?
One thing I remember for sure is being a mod on the leaderboards. I think it was his first record he ever submitted. I was watching it and I seriously had to watch it carefully because I thought that he may have sped up his gameplay. Like just watching his side flips and everything.
Side flips are so fast, the game just looks so fast. Like every time I turn into Goof Stream, it's like, is there a speed up on this shit or is man just like that fast? Like it literally feels like game is going faster for some reason. It's so like optimized in its movement and how it does it. It's amazing just to watch and see.
People who are able to very quickly grasp the fundamentals very well, which Goofy definitely does. It doesn't matter what the fuck happens because like he can always just like come back and he'll still be good because he just understands the fundamentals so well. He's super good at like just all the basic shit in Jak 3, he just understands extremely well, and he's able to just like get in the zone and just run, hone in with no fear.
2908, the first ever record with a Desert on Foot route, by the young up-and-comer Goofy. He had made a name for himself earlier in the year as one of the game's best hero mode players. Alongside Any%, hero mode also saw a ton of play after Temple Skip's discovery. In fact, Temple Skip saved even more time in hero mode, and here's why. The only reason we even do cave skip and destroy eggs in Any% is to unlock the Dune Hopper, the only tool that can grant us access to the temple by jumping across the islands. In hero mode though, the vehicle is unlocked from the get-go and you can drive to the temple immediately after the arena, completely bypassing the detour to the cave. Throughout the beginning of 2015, Yankee and I would do a handful of hero mode runs with Temple Skip, achieving times in the 22s and 21s. As fun as it was, the category was definitely seen as second in line to Any%, but that train of thought would begin to change as the year went on. Bob, Yankee, and Goofy would trade the hero mode record between each other, optimizing it and ultimately bringing it to a 19-minute time. Goofy's expertise with hero mode translated quite well to Any%, as the majority of the endgame between the two categories was largely the same. His 2908 would notably feature a big new strategy that would drastically increase your rate of survival when traversing the desert. By keeping the camera sideways or backwards and never looking at the marauders, you can force them to despawn under the right conditions. If a vehicle is straight ahead of you and you keep going towards it, it will stay on screen even if the camera is backwards. The key to despawning the marauders is keeping them a bit off-center, at roughly 30 or more degrees. This makes for an interesting watch, as it looks like Goofy is just zigzagging across the sand, but this is intentional and every move is calculated. If you fail just a single despawn, you'll be stuck with a marauder chasing you all the way to the cave, which in the best case is just a minor inconvenience and a bit of time loss. But in the worst case, spawning just a single car can be fatal. The marauder spawns are also quite unpredictable, and you rarely see any resemblance of patterns from run to run. The movement is trickier than it looks. It's vital to make good decisions and understand the despawn manipulation to the fullest. The same camera trick would be used in the cave to avoid getting attacked by the pod spiders. This is, however, a bit easier on the execution when compared to the desert. Goofy was a much better player than what his PB showed. His former hero mode record of 2028 is a great display of what the kid was capable of. He was doing a ton of cool things on the jetboard. But the run was performed 2 months ago, and he had improved significantly since then. It was time for Goofy to take any percent lower, and he would have a great opportunity just 2 days later, entering BTR with a tiny deficit of 5 seconds. But one of the missions Goofy was starting to get known for was his BTR. His best segment according to his splits was a 2:14, which is not a time many people were capable of getting. His 29:08 messed up BTR severely, so this time he decided to play it safe, opting to not do first barrier skip. He ended up getting a 2:30, which was good enough to pull him back ahead. He would miss the fast cycle on Terraformer, but so did his PB, losing him no time at all. When it was all said and done, Goofy had secured himself the first sub-29, with 28.50. It was nice to see some new faces at the top for Jak 3 in mid-2015, first with Bob and now Goofy. The two would build a great friendship as they were both from the same state and enjoyed grinding similar categories. Lots of voice calls would take place between the two, whether it be grinding together, looking for optimizations, or just generally fooling around. Along the way, Bob would finally cave in and learn the new Desert on Foot route. If he was able to closely replicate his 29:33 with the new time save added, he was capable of a low 28-minute time, perhaps even a 27. On September 10th, Bob was ready to do some attempts, and on one run, he found a friend along the way, one that he would carry all the way to the cave without being hit a single time. After Cave Skip, he was 8 seconds behind Goofy's 28.50, but would quickly begin to turn the run around. After Destroy Eggs, Bob was already back to even, and after Temple Skip, it turned into 3 seconds ahead. His BTR was also faster than Goofy's, with a 2.24, now 10 seconds ahead. Dark Ship was faster, he hit the fast cycle Terraformer, and the cherry on top, the final boss, was also faster. A 28.25 after retiming, an unexpectedly great run from Bob, considering how little time he had spent with the new route. Goofy certainly had the skills to take the record back, but decided to lay off on responding as he was onto something. You see, Goofy's main category of choice is Hero Mode, and in Hero Mode, you go to the temple immediately. In his mind, it just didn't make sense as to why any percent couldn't do the same. The only thing stopping any percent from following the exact same route as Hero Mode was that damn Dune Hopper and those pesky islands. There had to be another way, and Goofy was going to embark on a quest to find that way. And really, there was only one place you could possibly look. He had to explore Jak 3's most notorious wasteland. It's time for the desert. It all started in June 2015, when Goofy would team up with Dex and I to explore something rather strange over by the desert racetrack. The water plane surrounding the islands with the bridges on them stops a little bit short in a few areas, leaving a couple of holes out in the open. One hole in particular was bigger than the rest, and would enable a strange glitch when walking into it as Jak. You would see him enter a swimming state, but he would end up below the water surface with the camera still stationary. This seemed like mild amusement at first, but this had serious implications, as we would find out. When you swim into deep waters in the desert, you will immediately get killed by a squid's tentacle, but by being in this weird swimming state below the water surface, the squid ignores Jak, which enabled traversing the deep desert waters freely. You can pair this with fast swimming, a technique usually seen in Jak 1 speedruns. Instead of going through the entirety of Jak's swim stroke animation, you can go faster by repeatedly tapping the analog stick in your desired direction. Now, we could go anywhere and be quite a bit faster too. And with that, there was only one thing left to do. It was time to swim to the temple. Finally, we made it. The only thing left to do now is head inside the temple, perform the skip, and... So the waterfall. How did we manage to solve this? Well, we just went over a classic Jak 1 trick in fast swimming. How about the boosted uppercut? The boosted uppercut is an iconic Jak and Daxter technique, but they have extremely limited use in Jak 3, mostly because we're either driving or using the jetboard. For the waterfall though, we need it now more than ever. By slightly tilting the stick in any direction, you will initiate Jak's walk. By walking off an edge and waiting until Jak is falling, then inputting an uppercut spin, you will gain extra distance. And this is just enough to reach the ledge on the other side. And with that, it seemed that we once again had a new route on our hands. But the three of us did this almost 3 months ago, so why was nobody doing it in runs? Well, it turns out that this was slow, like really slow. The Jak 3 desert is huge, and swimming from the racetrack to the temple takes upwards of 7 full minutes. The swimming wasn't exactly the most engaging gameplay either, and the community was pretty relieved that this is not what Any% was about to turn into. And so, everyone quickly forgot about this route. But after the roll jumping to the cave was discovered, Goofy would regain the itch to keep looking for a way to reach the temple early. And on September 12th, things were beginning to line up.
So like my whole thought process at the time was just like, I wonder if there's any other area in the desert like this to see if I can swim to temple. Because I knew at that time, when I can clip by the racetrack one, I could swim to temple from there just fine if I hit all the loading triggers and everything. It was just slower. So I was just really motivated to try and find a fast way to do it. And exploring through the roll jumps on foot by cave skip, just and then you find that you can deload one mountain, and then you can deload another mountain, and then like, oh shit, all the puzzle pieces are falling together for me to like find this dumb trick.
This was the beautiful new route. A complete bombshell none of us saw coming. The video starts out with Goofy making his way to the top of the cave wall. After roll jumping for a bit, he performs a leap of faith boosted at the edge of the floor collision. He then falls into a tunnel that's normally used as a shortcut to get from one side of the desert to the other. Upon landing, he jumps back in bounds and gets on the jetboard. For a more brief showcase of the route, Goofy decided to use the jetboard and the Turbo Jetboard in Desert cheat to traverse the map quicker, but what you're watching would normally be all on foot. By taking this rather strange route, he misses a key trigger to load in the next part of the desert, and now things will look and behave a bit different. This mountain, for example, has almost no collision anymore, and the shoreline looks completely empty. All of the rocks, statues, and trees are simply not present. But Goofy did this for a reason. In this half-loaded state, he was able to discover a convenient hole in the water plane right at the shoreline, which once again enabled swimming to the temple. And this time, it was a much shorter distance. And time-wise, it only took about 2 minutes. Surely this one's faster. Yankee would begin to time Goofy's new discovery, roll jumping all the way from the garage, through the cave, to the shoreline, and swimming to the temple. Ultimately, the numbers came out to another 1 minute and 34 seconds of time save, and it was probably a lot more once we optimized the movement through the desert. And so, Goofy's quest was complete. Any% now went through the exact same missions as Hero Mode. In the run, we now complete, with the emphasis on complete, 7 missions. Yeah, 7 out of 60. It's crazy how we've gotten to this point. The desert was effectively the final gatekeeper walling us out of what felt like the last possible major sequence break left to find in the Any% route. The wasteland had met its maker. What more could there be? The Any% route truly feels like the most straight line through the game possible. To improve it further, we would have to find a way to spawn the carrier to Haven City earlier, figuring out a way to skip any of the last connecting missions, or something crazy like spawning the final boss early. But what we've discovered so far is already incredible. From a technical standpoint, the Any% route is a marvel. If just a few things were different about this game, a lot of the run would not be possible at all. If the garage simply wasn't open after skipping past Cleaver, or if the desert didn't load, we would be forced into completing Kangarat's Satellite and Learn to Drive. If some of the temple checkpoints we use for temple skip were inactive, the skip would simply not work. If the holes in the water plane didn't exist, or if the glitch didn't make Jack dodge the squid, then swimming to the temple would also not be possible. If this trigger in Palace Ruins was inactive, the run would be closer to an all missions run. Sometimes it's easy to gloss over the things that aren't possible in the games we speedrun, but sometimes you have to reflect and appreciate how well some of the things line up to make the run what it is. The Jak 3 80% route is possible by the smallest margins in just the right places. There were just enough oversights when the game was developed that it created what we have today. But a route doesn't create itself, and all of this was made possible because the Jak community is relentless in the pursuit of perfection and optimization. And as it was, the route really did seem nearly perfect. It kinda seemed like all there was left to do was to do runs with the new swim to temple. There were literally minutes that could be cut from the record, but nobody really seemed up to the task of roll jumping and swimming for minutes on end. While this route was cool from a theoretical point of view, playing it was quite a change of pace from the old ones. If you were someone who started playing Jak 3 back in early 2014, for example, this current iteration of the 80% route feels like a sick joke. The game used to challenge the player with a plethora of different missions. It was a really unique speedrun where mastering diversity and being consistent was the name of the game. But as life goes on, change will inevitably happen. Sometimes change is good, but other times it's difficult to get accustomed to, and on some occasions, it just outright hurts. I feel like we can all relate to this in some way. Change affects us all on a daily basis. Anything from a new update ruining your favorite game, to a friend just being different from who they used to be. In Jak 3's case, I would say I welcomed change. It always gave me a new reason to play the game, and it always felt good saving lots of time. But that openness towards change would falter starting at Temple Skip. And I wasn't the only one. Raccoon notably hated Temple Skip, and I did too. It wasn't really the difficulty of the skip or how different it was to anything else in the game, it was the fact that it cut out the absolute best back-to-back 2 missions of the entire run, Eco Mine and Bomb Train. These 2 missions were, in my opinion, a large reason as to why the game was as fun as it was. The missions heavily focused on jetboard control. Deep understanding of Jak's moveset and the terrain was key. It felt rewarding to learn about, and it felt satisfying to nail in practice. The 2 missions saw incremental, gradual change as runners improved their movement. Change anyone welcomed with open arms. It was pure optimization of pushing limits on a micro scale. But with the missions no more, a part of the run had lost its soul.
After Temple Skip was found, the routes changed a lot. A lot of the missions you skipped were like missions really like the community. Especially like Bomb Train and Eco Mines were like really cool jetboard movement, which is pretty much the bread and butter of Jak 3 speedrunning. Like everyone kind of speedrun it for those moments. They're like really great.
Eco Mine and Bomb Train. I guess I like them for the same reason, really. They're both just really, really satisfying to pull off. The Eco Mine jetboard movement is just the best to pull off. Like you feel like you're just awesome when you pull that off. It's a nice confidence boost. Same with Bomb Train. There's nothing swaggier than a sick Bomb Train. And I think for those reasons, those has got to be my favorite mission. They're just really swaggy, really nice to pull off when you do it correctly.
The thing about Eco Mine was that the checkpoints back then were really comfortably set to the beginning of Eco Mine, the middle of Eco Mine, and you had a really nice way to practice it. The weird thing I did was just complete Eco Mine and then do it backwards. And I kinda went into a loop of doing Eco Mine over and over again, back and forth for hours. The movement got like burned into my mind, and I guess that's the essence of practice. That's also like a thing about speedrunning in general I really enjoy, is that you can see that you get better with practice. And Eco Mine was like something I really enjoyed practicing.
Temple Skip also cut out complete Monk Temple tests, which was another solid jetboarding mission. This essentially left Palace Ruins, and we'll toss in Darkship as well, as the only 2 proper jetboard-focused missions left in the game. The jetboard is a representation of the word speed in speed run. It's fast, it's flashy, it's not hard to understand why people love it. It just sucks seeing it being slowly weeded out of the any percent route. Doing runs with Temple Skip was something Raccoon and I kinda felt forced to do. Perhaps pride was a driving factor. We knew we were two of the best players in the world and felt an obligation to keep competing, as being obsoleted to a new route felt like a shitty way to go out. Yes, it's a community effort to lower the time collectively, but when you work hard to achieve a record, it can really suck when you get beaten. I've been subject to being surpassed by another player performing a more optimized run, and also through a new route, obsoleting my time, and I can tell you that the latter one always hurts the most. Raccoon back then was a fierce competitor. If his record got taken, he would fight back, but the will to fight back just wasn't the same after Temple Skip. If the new route was inferior to play with the best parts of the game completely skipped, what was the point? I should mention that this is in no hate towards Yankee. His pioneering of the skip is an epic tale in and of itself. Temple Skip was inevitably going to happen. He was just the one brave player who wanted to be the guinea pig. The dislike towards Temple Skip wasn't universal though. If we take some newer players like Bob for example, or Goofy, these guys started running Jak 3 after Temple Skip, so in their mind, that's the standard. In their time frame of running any percent, you never went to Eco Mine, which means they didn't experience this feeling of missing those older missions, because they never played them in the first place. The Swim to Temple route, however, was a different story. This time, it really wasn't about what was skipped. I don't think people really cared too much for Cave Skip and Destroy Eggs being gone. No, this time, it was about what it was being replaced with. The community almost unanimously disliked the new route. Roll jumping through the desert and tapping forward on the stick over and over again in the water is just boring. If you fail to boost it across the waterfall or die during Temple Skip, your whole run is over, and it's back to the desert. The only person who even bothered to do runs with this route was the person who discovered it, Goofy, who would land a 27:03 which has no highlight attached, and then 26:21. Both times were achieved on the same day the trick was discovered. Even Goofy, who was the most motivated young up-and-comer, found this route to be tedious to do, but likely felt an obligation to update the record to the most up-to-date strategies. His run would sit atop a new website called speedrun.com, which is where the Jak community would migrate their leaderboards to in mid-2015. I'm glad we finally reached this point because documentation before this point was shallow at best. The site has a feature where you can rewind the leaderboards back to a certain date and time, allowing you to view the game's competitive history with more context. Pretty sick, makes my job way easier. We can see that at this time, activity for the any percent category wasn't exactly the most lively. Out of everyone in the top 10, 8 of us had PBs essentially 2 routes behind the most up-to-date one. Several runners could easily climb into the top 3 if they wanted to use the new strats, but for many of us, the game just wasn't what it used to be. Goofy felt very guilty for finding the new route and essentially hitting the final nail in the coffin, at one point even suggesting that we all just agree to forget about it. But he's not the one to blame. He simply uncovered the truth of what was always there. It was only a matter of time before someone figured it out. The Beautiful New Route was a sarcastic title, but in reality, the route is beautiful, and I talked about why. It just sucks that in practice, it's monotonous to play. I've come to peace with the desert roll jumps now, and really, it's not that bad once you play it, but back then, I had a hard time seeing the route for what it was, and everyone had a similar train of thought. People in the community who wanted to move away from Jak 3 any percent felt faced with a variety of choices. The most obvious choice was to swap to Hero Mode, which at this point was just a better any percent. You could also run all missions, although the length of the category was a bit discouraging, with the world record bordering nearly 3 hours. Of course, you could just run a different game entirely. If you missed the jetboarding, Jak 2 had plenty of that, but many of us wanted to keep playing Jak 3. The problem was, there was no middle ground category anymore. You either played for 20 minutes or 3 hours. And it was at this point that people were in the talks about wanting to create some kind of legacy category. Even way back when Temple Skip was found, this was already something that people were talking about. But the need for one was now more relevant than ever, with any percent now having the full roll jumping to Temple. The 2 leading categories were All Bosses and No Out of Bounds, also known as No Oob. All Bosses was a great idea suggested back in April of 2015 by Bloppy. Back then though, the Swim to Temple route had not been discovered yet, and it was clear that it was going to be more optimal for the category. Since the goal is to reach the precursor robot as fast as possible, roll jumping to temple, then performing the old yin-yang door skip was the quickest way to get you there. No matter the case, going through the desert on foot was going to be faster. And since we were intentionally trying to exclude this degenerate strategy, the category ultimately fell flat. No Oob, however, was a bit more promising. The swim through the water plane is only obtainable if you go out of bounds above the cave, so you couldn't do that. Temple skip was also done entirely out of bounds, so that wasn't allowed either. If we could define a clear set of rules for this category, maybe this could be the start of something new. It's been a pleasure to cover the history of Jak 3 Any%. I'm sorry if I made this era of the game seem pretty doom and gloom, but that's because it kind of was. Every speedrunning community has their ups and downs, and this was just a bit of a down period. Any% would continue to see play every now and then in the coming years, mostly from Goofy, when he would improve his hero mode skills. But this is not the end of Jak 3's history. Things are far from done. Entering 2016, No Oob would begin to pick up steam, and it would become one of the game's mainstay categories. And I think the only way I can do the entire history of Jak 3 justice is to extend the boundaries past the Any% category. Join me next time as we dig further into this game's legacy with the history of Jak 3 Any%, No Oob. It was a difficult time in the Jak community when the beautiful new route dropped for Jak 3 Any%. It was an entirely new way of completing the game that revolved around beelining it to the temple as fast as possible, by going through the desert entirely on foot. The activity for the category quickly went dry as the desert itself, as almost nobody was willing to learn or play the new route. As a result, a new category was looking to take Any%'s place, and it seemed like No Out of Bounds, or simply No Oob, was the one to rear its head. It was a category that had seen a little bit of experimentation after Temple Skip was found, but never managed to stick around for long until the beautiful new route took over Any%. As soon as people saw the gameplay you had to do in the now new route, demands for a legacy category skyrocketed. The main reason No Oob became the category of choice for many was because people who formerly ran Jak 3 heavily favored the old Any% route that was used back when the game was between 41 and 38 minutes long. You went through some of the best missions in the game, it featured great variety with multiple vehicles, jetboarding and combat, and something about that 40-minute mark really felt like a good length for a speedrun. No Oob mainly came to prominence because it very closely resembled this old route, but of course with the restriction of not going out of bounds. So not everything was the same. The way we defined out of bounds was... to be honest, nobody really had a clear definition for what was and wasn't out of bounds back during the category's inception. People were just so desperate for a legacy category that this gray area was something people were willing to overlook. The definition for what was and wasn't out of bounds would be unclear for quite some time too, ultimately spawning this infamous clip of the Jak community having a heated discussion about it in person. On the beach of all places?
This is fucking hilarious. We're on the beach, and these guys are fucking, we're discussing what is and isn't out of bounds in Jak 3.
Yeah, but if it doesn't have collision, if I'm above a surface that doesn't have collision...
You guys are fucking nerds, go out on the beach!
They started this, okay?
What the fuck?
It's like a 5v1 right now. I'm taking them all.
Yeah, so the rules were unclear and Katar was on a mission to set the record straight. He wanted to create clear definitions once and for all, which we would get in the form of this 9-page long No Oob rule set proposition that he created in 2022. A well-written document that finally cleared up all the gray areas regarding the term out of bounds. But he keeps using this stupid PS3 Jak 1 render for literally all his demonstrations. God, I hate this picture of Jak. With the rules now set in stone, let's dig into the differences between the old 38-minute route and the new No Oob route. The first question mark for No Oob was going to be cave skip and whether or not it should be allowed. One of the main rules stated in the document is that Jak is not allowed to be directly over any form of void space. Even though Jak is going through a wall during cave skip, he is above ground and has no direct access to the void. This is also the intended way into the cave, regardless of whether or not the egg wall is in your way. By our definition, this was definitely in bounds, so we allowed it. The first visit to the temple created the first major change with this new category. Both Lapagne's out of bounds at the top of the temple walls and Tom Jack's pillar clip were both not allowed in No Oob, as there's no way to access the inner part of the temple without being over the void. This meant that the only way into the hallway behind the sentry was to complete the volcano, which introduced 3 new missions to the category. The first being Climb Monk Temple Tower, which is exactly what it sounds like. A big ascent from the bottom of the temple to the top that added some cool platforming to the run. The second mission is Glide to Volcano, a pseudo auto-scroller where you have to fly through rings to gain speed that lasts around 2 minutes. It's a pretty laid-back mission overall, without any big challenges. It's got a good song to go with it, and it's a good spot to read some chat if you're streaming the game. The last mission is Find Satellite in Volcano, one of the longest missions in the game casually, where you have to platform and fight your way through the level, with a couple of Daxter sections sprinkled in too. On the second visit to the temple, runners now had to collect the tokens normally again, since token skip was out of bounds. Not a big loss though, more jetboarding is always welcome. When the jetboard proxy was discovered to get into Palace Ruins early, it made the level significantly easier, as it bypassed the starting trigger for the mission, which is what needs to be hit to load in all of the enemies. This was made even easier with the hover glitch, and runners could focus purely on jetboarding without worrying about the metalheads. These two methods, however, are both out of bounds, and we now had to resort back to walking through the tunnel for No Oob. This effectively put the whole level back on hard mode, as the enemies were back in full force. Not something we've seen since the Lapagne days. Lastly, Darkship now had to be completed in bounds. The height exploits like the infinite flight glitch and the hover glitch had been used to skip straight to the escape sequence ever since Tom Jack's segmented run back in 2011. But now runners were faced with a new challenge, in what felt like a brand new level. All of the old missions we knew and loved were back with a vengeance. With the creation of No Oob, runners, new and old, would partake in completing their first run. It would take some time to optimize, of course, but Yankee, Unreal, and I would lay the groundwork with some freebie records in the mid to low 50s. These runs were littered with mistakes, but it was mostly to test out if the category had potential, and to get some runs on the leaderboards. If you ask me though, I would say the real launch day of the category happened on June 23rd, 2015. An eventful summer day where a no out of bounds race would take place between Goofy, Dex, Bloppy, Andy Gaming, and myself, which put some more spotlight on the category and was just an overall good time with the boys. I had a clear lead on the competition heading into the temple, and I was about to show off some new shortcuts for the climb. On the lower floor, I first jumped into a torch and took damage, which gave me a few seconds of invincibility that I used to stand inside the fire. I then quickly performed a concussor high jump to a platform above me, skipping a decent chunk of the overall platforming. On the upper floor, I did this nifty shortcut. After completing the glider mission, I entered the volcano. Again, it's supposed to be several minutes long when played casually. Conveniently though, the developers put the path that you use when you're supposed to leave the level just in reach for a concussor high jump, skipping pretty much the entire level. Reaching the ledge was actually found all the way back in Lapagne's webcammed 122 segmented run, except he got up there using a leaper that you can catch a bit further into the level. After making the jump, you have to navigate up the long slope and finesse your way over to the end of the level from the back. Take my word for it, this part is very finicky.
Every time.
Yeah, so far I haven't been in a No Oob race where nobody has died on the volcano.
It's nearly me.
It wasn't me.
After leaving the volcano through the portal, I skipped the need of grabbing invisibility to get past the sentry. Despite not using the power-up, the detour to the volcano is still required, as the door leading into the main temple area won't open unless you're on the correct mission. A small strategy change took place in EcoMine since the proxy was considered out of bounds as well, as you go over several void areas using the trick. Luckily, the hover glitch was a pretty good substitute and actually turned out to be faster when done optimally. You would hover from the start of the level to the area where the old magic shot strategy took place during Bomb Train. Then after landing, a bit of jetboarding is left before reaching the elevator to the underground section. At this point, I was really far ahead in the race, but I was coming up to Darkship. Playing the level completely inbounds was really awkward. The way you're intended to get through the level is to swap back and forth between defeating enemies to open a door, and performing various platforming challenges, such as an ice slide, swinging on poles, using the Lightjack wings, etc. The first room was taken care of with the beam reflexor. That has nearly always been the case throughout time. The second room was taken care of with the gyro burster and the needle laser, two really strong weapons for mass clearing. In the big room, I played it very safe. I cleared all the enemies and used a risk-free hover to get to the end. I just went really high up and steered my way to the door with the wave concussor. In the third and final room, you have to kill 4 Darkmakers that spawn on the ground to open the door leading down to the escape sequence. The most ideal weapon in this scenario is the gyro burster, but since I was out of ammo, I resorted to the Plasmite RPG. After your run-of-the-mill final boss, I would win the race and set a new record at 48:07 after retiming. A decent showcase for the category, but there was definitely a lot of work left. Concluding this race, No Oob would stagnate in activity for about a month or two, but would be revived again in November 2015, as the Jack community woke up to some unexpected news. You see, a few months back, Bob and I had decided to submit a Jak 3 No Oob race to the American speedrunning event Awesome Games Done Quick 2016. Jak 3 had seen a lot of success in Europe at ESA, with me doing any percent in 2013 and 2014, and Raccoon and I swapping the controller back and forth for an all missions run in 2015. These runs were watched by thousands of viewers from across the world, which helped expose the game in a bigger light. But AGDQ was the mecca of speedrunning. The viewership at the event easily reached as much as 100,000 plus live viewers. Back then, it was every runner's dream to play a GDQ, but your chances of getting in as a runner were slim. Thousands of game submissions would pour in, and with only so many games to fit in their schedule, the Jak community kept their hopes up, but we were ready to see the game rejected. But when Bob and I woke up on that fateful November morning, we couldn't believe our eyes. We had gotten accepted at a primetime slot at 3 PM on January 9th. Not only that, PlayStation was seeing representation, with Ratchet 3, Crash 1, and Spyro 1 all surrounding our run in an Insomniac Naughty Dog block. Throughout November and December of 2015, Bob and I worked hard on optimizing No Oob to make it a great showcase at AGDQ. The months would turn out to be incredibly active, as the two of us streamed attempts several times a week, and traded the world record back and forth. I can almost guarantee you that Bob got more than 3 world records around this time. But the bad news is that there's no video proof. The good news is that this is the last time in this series where significant proof is missing. In mid-December, Bob and I were neck and neck at the low 45 mark. I was sitting on 45.09 and Bob with the record at 45.03. We had pushed the category down purely from tighter execution, and it would all culminate with the next minute barrier. It was now a race to the 44. On December 24th, 2015, I would enter the temple 14 seconds ahead, and extend my lead further with a great climb. I even skipped grabbing the final set of poles by concussor high jumping into a ceiling that gave me a grounded standpoint for a brief moment. This enabled me to jump once more to make it to the upper ledge. I would drop my lead slightly heading into tokens, but my jetboarding at this time was noticeably improving, utilizing some flashy turnarounds and the hover glitch to save a bit of time over scaling the ramps. In Ecomine, I started hovering from a slightly riskier position instead of going over to the right. Since you can't turn in the air with the hover glitch, it's important to have great control over the angle you choose to initiate the hover at. Go too far left and you'll bonk into this rock wall, and go too far right, you won't be able to reach the ledge. In BTR, I still found first barrier skip to be just too risky, so I took the towers down normally, but besides that, I was starting to get a solid handle on the level now. And when I got to the end,
that was the best BTR I've ever had. Turning off the monitor. Alright, let's do it. Definitely, oh shit. Kill him, okay. Sloppy, pretty sloppy. Not even above 4 minutes. My average is like 4:05, 4:04, so that was quite below average, but it's okay. We can mid 44 with this, and that's what matters. Okay. That is 8 seconds. That's okay, I guess. I lost some time. But there it is. Alright. That's quite a bit better.
It had its mistakes, but 44.41 was a time that I was content enough going to GDQ with. Bob would also break into the 44s with a run 1 second slower than mine. With our PBs being this close, the race at GDQ was going to be sick. In early January of 2016, I packed my suitcase and left from Denmark to the United States at 19 years old. And before we knew it, it was Jak 3's time to shine.
I think we are good. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, so this is Satellite, this is RNG. That's almost all there is to say about it. It's heavily dependent on how many doubles you get, as well as pairs.
If you get 2 symbols in the same ring, you get 6 points, and you just hope to get as many of them as possible. And sometimes it's actually that bad that in like real runs you would have to reset over them.
Right.
How many did you get?
I got 4.
I think I got 4 too. So I'm actually pretty happy we got the exact same RNG in the race.
Right, yeah.
It's really nice. No one gets a lead unfairly.
Despite the both of us getting identical RNG on Satellite, Bob would widen his lead over the course of the next few missions. Coming out of Destroy Eggs, he would find himself in the driver's seat by 15 seconds. But the temple climb would be the great equalizer.
We just gained some pretty crazy distance. Shooting it.
Get wrecked, Bob.
Dude, we are neck and neck. Look at that. Oh, dude, you're like frames ahead of me. I had to take it safe there.
Alright, so
That's
basically what
swag.
just happened.
Oh, got it.
Nice.
Yes. Sorry, you go ahead, Jeff.
It's all good.
Yo, Ricky and Bob, hope you guys are having fun and best of luck with the race. Sub Dear Bish.
I had pulled the lead back with a better temple and Ashlyn, now going into the mid-game 28 seconds ahead. This is where Bob and I would get to show off the real meat of the run.
Like, Palace Ruin can just turn really bad really fast. If you end up getting hit once, it kind of just train wrecks.
It's kind of like this whole run as well, or no out of bounds. It just
Nice.
It's a pretty
Oh my
intense.
god.
Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, that hover is really hard.
My Palace Ruins would go very smoothly, putting me over a minute ahead in the race. Since Bob was quite far behind, he would begin to showcase some more difficult strategies that I was too scared to do.
I'm also about to do some stuff here. I'll let you get it first, though. Oh, get in there. Get in there. Nice. There you go. Good job, Bob. Oh, dude.
Yeah, that's classic BTR.
Oh my god, what are you doing? No, don't roll off the ledge.
Oh. Classic BTR, you just keep flipping. Oh, nice.
So there we go. Fast cycle.
Nice.
And time.
Should I try 360 no scope?
If you
It's
want.
very unlikely that I get it.
Nah, you shouldn't.
I'm doing it.
You doing it? Oh.
I've gotten it once ever.
Oh,
Yeah,
time.
Good race.
Good race.
47.04.
All right.
That was once the world record.
Yeah, it was.
A long time ago.
The race overall was a huge success. Honestly, I gave zero fucks about winning. It was never about who could beat the other player on that stage. All that mattered to me was showcasing a beloved PS2 classic to a new audience that had never seen the speedrun. We even got to showcase some cool glitches afterwards, like the credit soft lock and the super fast hoverbike glitch.
Let's keep going.
That's a pretty good one.
There we go. Game crashed.
Something else that
Sound
I'm going
speaker.
I won't catch up to it.
Okay, so.
Alright guys, that's Jack 3.
Yeah.
No out of bounds.
Hope you enjoyed.
AGDQ 2016 raised over $1.2 million for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, and I feel proud to have played a small role in that alongside Bob. At the time of the showcase, Jak 3 was the most viewed game on Twitch, sitting at number 1 atop the games directory on Twitch, even beating out League of Legends. It might have only been for just a brief hour in time, but at one point, an entire website was conquered by the Jak community. I look back fondly on the time I spent at AGDQ 2016. I was on a completely new continent, experiencing a completely different culture. It was also a great time hanging out with the American members of the Jak community, especially Bob, who was a huge motivation for me to continue to push myself. When we hung out, it seemed like it was all laughter. They took me to Wendy's for the first time, and Bob proceeded to frame 1 spill coffee on himself. Instead of helping a man who probably just scorched his balls, I thought of the great idea of recording the incident. What a great friend I was.
Are you okay?
I'm okay, just my pride.
Nah, but seriously, Bob really was just such a down-to-earth guy the whole time. Never judgmental, always laid back. Despite the two of us being from 2 completely different parts of the world, we bonded over this PS2 game from 2004. When I left, I was hoping it wouldn't be the last time I would see him, or anyone else I met there for that matter. The week kinda just flew by so fast. I made some really great memories with everyone there. I also remember meeting Zem for the first time and commentating his Ratchet 3 run. I speedran Kingdom Hearts a lot, and hanging out with people from that community was very memorable too. The trip had such an impression on me that I ended up making a 3-hour-long recap stream, just showing off all the pictures and videos I took and rewatching the Jak 3 run in its entirety. As much fun as I had, I knew sooner or later I had to get back to the grind. And I'm sure Bob was thinking the same thing. For as many hours as we had poured into the game, No Oob would feel like unfinished business if we didn't at least try to push it to a 43. We knew it was possible with even cleaner execution, and we were willing to put in the effort because the game was fun again. The AGDQ Race No Oob combo had sparked a new era for Jak 3 in terms of motivation and interest. It was the perfect recipe for people to start playing again, and the leaderboard for the category was starting to fill up more and more. We created No Oob as a more restrictive category by nature to prevent any massive sequence breaks, but this had the effect of it seeming like there was a bit of a hard limit on what kind of time was possible. Discovering a new skip to assist you in getting a 43-minute time was going to be far more unlikely now, as the major skips discovered in the past have almost all included some form of out of bounds. It seemed as if 43 was gonna come down to nothing but raw hours. This was about refining your driving, getting better RNG, and bettering your jetboarding. Plain and simple. Had we perhaps created a category that functions as an exact opposite to any percent, where nothing is found and the only way to lower the record is through repetitions? Only time could really tell, with the category so young and underdeveloped. And even when we find the answer, the question still remains. How low can the game really go? The Jak 3 No Oob race at AGDQ 2016 was one of the best things to ever happen for the Jak speedrunning community. Right when activity was starting to die down, the race would push the scene into a second wind. Many who tuned in to see the race live would join the Jak Speedruns Discord server, the new primary hub that we had migrated to from Skype. The new No Oob category was a fresh spin on the old Jak 3 any% route, and the drive had returned for Bob and myself to grind. The new goal for the two of us was to now push it below the next minute barrier. 43XX was the goal, a time that would make you work for it. With our personal bests being 44:41 and 44:42 respectively, the milestone was not going to be easy, especially considering there were no new time saves to take advantage of. This was a matter of polishing the foundation and strengthening your fundamentals. After Bob and I returned home from AGDQ, it wouldn't take us long until our competitive drives got us back into doing attempts. The road to 44 was already quite the journey, at least for me. Some runs were just not meant to be. Other runs had insane backup strats. And some runs were just cursed.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
The journey to the 43 was now on, and I would start off well with this run, coming out ahead after Satellite. I would enter second gear at Defend Ashland, coming out to -17. As I approached the mid-game, I was feeling very confident. These jetboarding missions are what I consider to be some of my strongest and most practiced sections, but I quickly started making multiple uncharacteristic mistakes.
You have to be kidding me. No! Ah! Come on, dude. Nope, didn't get it. His run is pretty bad now. I lost over 30 seconds in the last 4 splits, dude.
Despite being disappointed with my poor play, I pushed onwards because I knew I had plenty of time save in the next mission, Palace Ruins. At this point in time, this level was without question the hardest and most volatile mission in No Oob. Back when Lapagnier ran the game, his primary focus was on survival and getting through with as few mistakes as possible. Side flips weren't standard yet, and the hover glitch hadn't been found either, so the pacing of the level was fairly slow. The enemies were certainly a problem, but were manageable enough to deal with due to his more deliberate approach. With how much more speed-centric jetboarding has become since, the enemies become a much larger annoyance, but they are far from the worst you have to deal with in this level. It is now that the true enemy of Jak 3 really starts to rear its head, and it's one that might not be so obvious.
I think at first, when like a new runner see Jak 3, they're like pretty big skips. That's like the scary part. You practice those, and then you get those done, and then you realize the actual difficulty of Jak 3 is the terrain.
Especially in something like Jak 3 No Oob, there's a lot of jetboarding in different terrain. Palace Ruins, there's Eco Mines, there's Temple, there's Darkship as well. All of it's different. There's so many possible ways that things can go slightly wrong, slightly differently. And so, yeah, the adjustments that you'd have to make in all of those missions to be a good player, you can practice doing it the same way every time, but it won't go the same way every time. So you have to be able to adapt. You have to be a very adaptive player to do well in those jetboard missions.
Like, you can lose way more time to just not being comfortable with the terrain on the jetboard. You can constantly lose your speed, get bumped by enemies if you're not fully aware of like everything. That just allows for a higher skill cap, really. It's like you could be very good at the game and still lose a lot of time to all of that little stuff.
I would end up saving about 7 seconds on the world record in Palace Ruins. I could have saved more, but it's a level where it's difficult to point out exactly one mistake. You either get a good flow going, or you're slipping on banana peels every 20 seconds. I was going up against my 213 BTR in this run, so I was expecting to fall behind, but I just barely stayed ahead by less than a second.
I want to remind you guys that my BTR and my PV was literally God tier, which is 213, and 219 is still really good. Oh, instantly got it too. It's like the earliest I've ever hit that. And around. Hit it. There we go. Alright, that should be a new record. It's like a 419. 430, I think. Yeah, 4430. That's okay though. This isn't the final time, so any improvement is welcome. But I should have paid more attention.
4430 was certainly not the final end goal, but a nice record improvement nonetheless. The description of my run showed my determination for the 43, and I was ready to put the game down for a while to run Ratchet & Clank once I had reached the milestone. But this wasn't a one-horse race. Bob was just as hungry for a 43, and was equally as capable. He would get a pretty dank time coming out of Satellite with 5 doubles. Despite there being quite a few splits involving RNG in the early game, Bob barely seemed to deviate much from his PB, which was very impressive to watch. His decision making on gathering boosts in the desert was a bit more aggressive in comparison to me. He wouldn't hesitate to go for as many boosts as he could, whereas I wouldn't be taking the fight if I considered it to be too far out of the way. Neither approaches are inherently worse or better, just a different school of thought. Bob would go for a slightly safer concussor high jump to the upper ledge in the volcano by wedging Jack into a crack. This was also the strat he used in the GDQ race. The mid-game is where Bob would really start to run away with the lead. With some excellent jetboarding, he was stacking off the time save. In Palace Ruins, Bob nearly hits one of the hardest hovers in the run, which is making it over this breakable wall. Unfortunately, he gets off the jetboard too early. Still 23 seconds ahead, he now heads into BTR. With him nailing the trick at GDQ, Bob was committed to going for first barrier skip.
Okay. No, that is really bad. Oh, okay, that was convenient.
Looking at the rest of the time save on his splits, Bob knew 43 was just barely possible on this run, but the only way to make it happen was to go all out in the big room. With everything on the line, he went for it.
Dang. We're at 43. Dang. This can still world record though. I wouldn't be Bob if I didn't go for the stupid hard strat on a good run. Oh no. Alright, 44-10.
Despite a bit of time loss at the end, this was still a spectacular run for the category, showcasing that 43 was far from a simple task. Keep in mind too, Bob never used to run the old Jak 3 any % when Tokens, Ecomine, and Bomb Train was in the route, so he had no prior experience with those missions. He showcased a great level of adaptation and achieved an outstanding time because of it. The end of the run could have been stronger, but the first half of the run had no glaring mistakes. 11 seconds to go for Bob, and 31 seconds for me. 43 was so close, but in my pursuit for the time, I got distracted. My eyes were simply elsewhere. I was starting to get pretty hooked on Ratchet & Clank. Like most speedrunners, swapping to a different game is natural. There are some who are satisfied with running just one game, but many find the joy in learning a new movement system to be very refreshing. I was just enjoying it more at the time, and so I decided to take an indefinite hiatus from Jak 3, knowing I would probably be back eventually. Similarly, Bob also decided to focus more on Jak 1 and 2, to prepare for his Jak trifecta attempts. Eventually, he would find himself with less and less time to speedrun at all. He would still do the occasional race, but stop pursuing the 43 as he just felt burned out after playing too much. It was a pretty anticlimactic end to what could have been a long-lasting rivalry, but in due time, 43 was going to happen. It just wasn't going to come from us. Raccoon, who was one of the runners most fond of the old any % route, tried his hand at No Oob. It was clear that the new missions felt awkward for him, but was still undeniably skilled at the rest of the game, and could easily surpass Bob and I if he got back in top form. He quickly became the third person to achieve a 44, which indicated that his march upwards seemed inevitable. For him to be the one to claim the fabled 43, nobody was going to question he had the ability. It was a matter of when, but that when would never come. That 44.52 is still Raccoon's No Oob PB today, and it is his final Jak 3 speedrun. He would occasionally play Jak 2 in the coming years, but I think he was satisfied with what he had accomplished in Jak 3, and just wanted to do something else. Yankee was also nowhere to be seen and didn't touch any of the games in early 2016. So, who was gonna go for the 43? Hey, you hadn't forgotten about Goofy, had you? Up until now, Goofy was never in contention for the No Oob world record when Bob and I were lowering it leading up to GDQ. This is simply because he was busy improving his times in Jak 3's other categories, namely Any % and Hero Mode. Perhaps after watching the race though, Goofy felt inspired and took a proper dive into the category. It was going to be interesting to see if he was capable of reaching top level in No Oob, given his history of only being able to perform well in the game's shorter categories. All doubt would essentially be erased immediately, as Goofy showed what he was made of when he dropped a 43.44 No Oob time in a race. Goofy's movement in this run is cracked. I mean, look at this tempo climb. The opening hover at the start of Eco Mine was pushed to its next level, as Goofy does it from a standstill instead of walking over to the usual position where Bob and I do it from. He doesn't even line up the camera in time and still hits the angle perfectly. Goofy's BTR in this run was a 2:11, the best we've seen so far. But believe it or not, that's bad by Goofy standards. He was extremely dominant in hero mode around this time, and the culminative hours he had in the category would really elevate his level of play in BTR above and beyond. Since he reached the mission at the 8-minute mark in the category, he would get a lot of BTR practice, and was averaging between 2 minutes to 2:05 in runs. His movement in the Dark Ship Big Room was so confident. He spent no time killing the enemies and cleared the platforms with a sick chain into a hover. Don't mind the time on the left, Goofy accidentally stopped his timer during Cave Skip. This was the world's first 43. One hand. With the record firmly in his grasp, he sat comfortable at the #1 spot, and went back to improve on hero mode. For a few months, NoOob wouldn't see any movement on the leaderboard near the top, but more people were trying out the category as the run count would increase to 15. However, in July 2016, a new trick would drag Goofy back to NoOob. And this one's a little silly.
For Dex Swap, it was just I was just practicing hero mode, like driving with boosts over the island, and I used that exact spot to reset like the driving for myself, and I kept going for like a good while, and then suddenly I jumped in and I just spawned at tempo. I'm like, what? What's this? What happened?
This is Water Warp, which would later be coined Dex Warp, a trick we still don't really know the inner workings of even today. A checkpoint wrong warp of sorts, putting you from the second to last island to the midway checkpoint located halfway up the temple climb. I'll let this tutorial by runner Avi Iker do the explaining.
So you need a boost. Jump from here, don't touch the controller, boost before the water, go into first person when you hit the water. Easy 35 seconds. Done.
With this new trick, Goofy now had a reason to return to NoOob, and on July 5th of 2016, he skipped straight to the 42 on his first PB back to the category. Granted, the Dex Warp was actually more like 45 seconds, but geez, calm down, Goof. Now that we actually get to see how Goofy tackles a slightly longer category with more challenging missions, it was clear to everyone that his movement on the jetboard was different from everyone else. Easily the most distinct the game had ever seen.
Jetboarding, of course, I don't think there's really anyone in terms of speed that can match Goofy's jetboarding.
He has the ability to fit in side flips where you wouldn't even think about going for it, you know?
He does this thing that I don't really see other people do, where his like side flips are so close to the ground. I'm like, he's gonna go like 90 degrees, right? But he I don't know, he's just like perfected that.
Like the main thing is like Goofy side flips. Just the instant, like every single like chance he gets, he just short hop side flip, short hop side flip, short hop side flip.
He's just like
as soon as he gets the jetboard, like, bro is unmatched. There's a reason we call Goofy side flips Goofy side flips. He was sort of the start of that.
He made the jetboard look so enticing to play with, and that's part of the reason how I got sucked into speedrunning in the first place, because when I was watching him jetboard around, I was like, he looks so free. Like, just whatever he wants to do, wherever he wants to go on the jetboard, he can do it.
When it didn't seem conceivable for the jetboard to have another layer to it, Goofy found a way to bend the game to his will. His fast jetboarding was on full display in his 4259, an amazing run all around. It was really only plagued by a death to the robots in the circle room and going a bit too ham in BTR. Besides that, there are countless highlights throughout many missions. At the end of Darkship, Goofy gets a 4:09 on the in-game timer as he opens the final door. A tremendous improvement over Bob and I, who were just barely averaging over 4 minutes. His movement at the beginning of Bomb Train is buttery smooth, without any stucks or bumps, and he reacts very quickly to a sneaky gecko trying to disrupt his flow. His overall approach in Palace Ruins was far more clever and thought out compared to runners prior. He was taking new lines throughout the level that decreased the risk of getting hit by enemies, and he was cognizant of how his jetboard would react to landing in certain areas. His knowledge and execution was just one level above everyone else.
Even stuff like Palace Ruins, where there's like tons of enemies around, I mean, he just navigates through it without I mean, you can just tell he's been there, better of 1,000 times. Whether it's just through raw hours or experience or some other sort of, God-given talent or whatever. Like, Goof just gets it. He seems to, and you can just tell. It's incredible.
Goofy had separated himself from the pack. Bob and I were inactive in 2nd and 3rd place, so he could probably leave the category pretty comfortably without it being contested. That is, if he wanted to. No, this time he wanted to stay for just a bit longer, to see how low he could push his time. For the next 2 months, Goofy would continue to practice and hone his skills. No Oob was about to see some severe destruction. The community was witnessing the rise of the Intimidator.
When I watch him, he seems to be able to just not make mistakes. I don't understand how he does it. He just understands the game on a completely different level.
What's so special about Goofy, one is how confident he plays when he does play. He'll get times that sort of kind of put you in your place a little bit. And I think that confidence got him some insane times that I'm sure you could look back on now and be like, how the hell did he do that?
It's one of those things where you can go like natural talent and then someone will go, oh, there's nothing such as natural talent, because he put in his work.
BTR is ridiculous, dude. Like, we used to, like, as long as you don't flip, like, BTR is good. And then the more Goofy played it, the more it was like, wait a second, like, sub 2 is possible.
He plays nasty. Like, he's always going for some sick, stupid, hard stuff, and he looks so cool while he's doing it.
So if you have like Raccoon that's like clean, consistent, and then you that goes a bit more crazy, Goofy just all in.
It feels like he's not even that like analytical about anything. He's just really cracked out. He's just so good.
Nobody wanted to compete with him. Like, everybody was so sure that if they beat Goofy, they would just get beaten back, and in the end it would just be Goofy to prevail.
On September 8th, 2016, Goofy would achieve 42.25, an absolutely incredible speedrun. The amount of hours he had put into the game finally paid off in one run. He really didn't hold back from anything that was known at the time either. Fast tempo climb, jetboarding across the rotator, first barrier skip, the dark ship chain, it all made for such an incredible watch. There were still a few notable mistakes, but it kind of didn't matter. This was one of those runs where the pros heavily outfavored the cons. His island hop was flawless. His BTR segment was 159. I could sit here and mention things that went right all day, but I think what happens next is proof enough that this run was extremely strong. Goofy would try to improve on his run for the rest of 2016, perhaps attempting to push into the unthinkable realm of 41. But despite his best efforts, he wasn't able to beat it. If the game's best player couldn't do it, 42.25 was going to stand at the top for a long time. An event predicted by Bob many months ago.
Dude, Goofy's gonna get the God No out of bounds time, I think, as well. Like, there's no stopping that man.
Entering the new year of 2017, Goofy had a massive lead over the competition. Second place was still Bob with his 44.10, which was nearly a year old by now. A bit into the year, a new runner called Mickey PC would enter the top 3. He closed the gap on first place little by little by rapidly improving his PB throughout March of 2017. He eventually scored a 42.51, a remarkable time from such a new player. But achieving a 42 seemed to have been Mickey's ultimate goal all along. For as much promise as he showed, Mickey never tried to pursue the record. He was satisfied with his run and moved on to other endeavors. While Mickey had been working his way up the leaderboard in No Oob, I had also returned to the game that same month, but it was mostly to run all missions, which was starting to become my new main category. I did take a stab at No Oob very briefly to take advantage of the free time save and dex warp that my PB didn't have. I wasn't having as much fun with the category as I did with all missions, and I had no incentive to try and catch Goofy, so I left it at 43.39, being content with reclaiming my spot on the podium. And a top 3 placement was kind of just what you had to settle for by now. It might seem like Mickey and I were somewhat close, but the underlying intimidation factor was about what Goofy was capable of past his 42.25. His level of potential was night and day when comparing his BTR to ours. The absolute best Mickey and I could push the level to seems to have been hard capped around 210, according to our sum of best. This is an entire 10 seconds worse than what Goofy got in his world record run. And he doesn't even use splits, which means we don't have any idea how much better he has actually done. Is that above average? Is it bad? No one knows. BTR is definitely the most egregious example in this regard, but there are multiple segments in Goofy's record where some of his missions are done faster than anyone else's gold split. This time, Goofy had raised the bar to new heights. While he was sitting comfortably, others were playing catch-up. At the start of 2017, he held what many speedrunners could only dream of achieving, and that is the world record sweep, which for Jak 3 means holding all 5 main category world records at the same time. An incredible accomplishment showing his prowess in all aspects of the game. Despite the categories varying from 20 minutes to 4.5 hours, he was able to conquer them all. Any player saw his resume as something that was nearly impossible to topple, but in a sea of runners who were afraid of giving Goofy a real challenge, there was one player who wasn't deterred. Having just entered the top 5, a new Finnish player had aspirations of taking him down. From the get-go, Yonda showed a lot of potential as a Jak 3 runner, but in a rather unusual way. Some players exhibit their proficiency at the game by posting solid times in several categories, but Yonda pretty much only played No Oob, really the first time the category saw its first proper one-trick player. For much of 2017, the top 5 in No Oob would remain completely the same, but Yonda started climbing the ranks around September, achieving 43.38 to enter 3rd place. Yonda's method of improving his time was grind. When he was active and playing, it was for the whole day. His attempt counter was already in the thousands despite being pretty new, all things considered.
I don't know Yonda at all, but bro reset like 12,000 times. Like, what the fuck?
If you know kind of thing, when he did that, like, I don't know how long that stream was, but I'm pretty sure he said like he beat Jak 3 18 times during that stream or something, and we're talking about No Oob, not like hero mode or anything.
It would be nuts. Like, I'd wake up in the morning, I'd check my phone, I'd be like, oh shit, Yonda's streaming, and it'd be like at like the 8-hour mark in his stream already, and then I'd come home from school, I'd check like my computer, and it'd be like 17 hours into the stream, and I'm like, what the hell, you're still doing runs, man?
Yeah, Yonda was an all-out grinder. He was not afraid to spend his entire day pumping out runs, living that true gamer lifestyle. October 2017 would pass with no new PBs for Yonda. It then turned into November and still nothing. And going into the new year, he was still sitting at his 43.38 that he achieved in September. This wasn't due to inactivity, mind you. Yonda was playing frequently, but he wasn't seeing results as quickly as your usual player. A lot of runners throughout this series have gone through a phase where perfecting the early game was a big focus point. But as you gather more experience, it's generally seen as wiser to focus on consistency in the later game. Yonda was the most extreme case of this. He would reset not because he didn't want the time loss in his run, but rather because he didn't want the mistake he made to be the best showcase of what he was capable of. To put it simply, if the mistake was embarrassing enough, he wasn't taking the run, even if he could PB. Yonda also started experimenting with a new trick in training course that would increase the rate of resets tenfold. This is Flag Proxy. Flag Proxy was initially a useless swag strat discovered by a runner called Grig all the way back in early 2014. He discovered that you could gain substantial height by spamming the jump button against one of the flagpoles in the training course. As mentioned, this was thought to be entirely useless at the time of its discovery, but that would all change once the hover glitch was found. On January 2nd, 2015, runner Riley Got PB claimed to have pulled off a 25-second time on training course in hero mode, a time not achievable with the strategies known at the time. What Riley had done was simply screwing around in the level by leaving the intended inbounds area of the arena by hovering out of bounds. As he continued into the out of bounds void, the token counter started dropping fast. Very fast. You see, when the camera is moved far enough away from the tokens, they will begin to deload, which the game interprets as collected. Upon dying after having despawned every token, your checkpoint is set below the light that ends the mission, and you can simply hover up through the platform and start the cutscene. This would become the standard strategy in hero mode runs for years, but since you didn't have the jetboard in new game categories, such as no oob, collecting the tokens manually was our only option. Many who saw Greg's flag proxy video took his title at face value. This was his highest proxy ever, and he likely fiddled around with the trick a lot. But Goofy had an idea that it was theoretically possible to despawn the tokens if you could only go higher. He would approach Jack glitch hunter Bobby Kaze to fiddle around with it. And after a while, Bobby would post this video. And so, we had a training course skip in new game categories. There's a catch though. The trick's consistency was a joke. But it was right at the start of the run, so top players considered incorporating it because the time save was too good to pass up. If done completely optimally, flag proxy can save upwards of 18 seconds, but can be as bad as losing over 20 seconds if you get launched too high. Typically, a good launch will save you an average of 12 to 15, as getting a perfect one that's not too high is somewhat out of your control. The camera can also get stuck at the bottom of the arena after getting a launch, which is an instant reset. It needs to follow Jack upwards in order to despawn the tokens. Was this trick really worth it?
Go up to the flagpole, do it, barely go anywhere, camera doesn't follow them or something, reset, goes over and over and over again, and it's not for that much time save, but you really have to at that level of the game.
You know it's gonna work, but like eventually, and it's just random whether it does or not. So it's just like, if you get it, oh cool, like oh my god, you're in the air, like it just happened like that. If you don't get it, it's just a reset, and it's very monotonous because it's right at the beginning of the game, and oftentimes I would say like 80% of the time it just doesn't work.
I can definitely understand how flag proxy can be annoying, and it's like such an obstacle, especially when you're so confident in the rest of the game. You know, I've done the rest of the game so many times, I'm like, all I need to do is start a run, right?
Flag proxy is pretty funny because I feel like every so often someone will be like, I figured it out. I got consistent flag proxy because they got it like 3 times in a row with like a vague setup, and then they come to find in like 10 more tries, it's like, oh yeah, I just wasn't consistent at all. I just happened to get it.
You had satellite like immediately after. So you grind for 20 minutes to get a single flag proxy. You get out to satellite and you get like 0 doubles, and you're just like, God, you're right back into the flag proxy loop.
Goofy knew flag proxy was going to be extremely monotonous to grind for, but still decided to test the waters with it in a few any% attempts. After a few tries, he would complete a run 1 second slower than his current record, showcasing that the trick was viable with enough patience. Later on, he would improve the any% world record to 23:19, a run with a 23-second training course using flag proxy, saving about 15 over doing the level normally. This really opened the doors for the rest of the new game categories. If you're crazy enough, it was technically possible to do flag proxy in 100%, all missions, and no oob as well. As 2018 rolled around, Yonda would finally break through with a new PB of 42:48 on January 6th, and he now decided it was time to commit to going for flag proxy in no oob.
It's hard, it's mentally grueling. You have to go into it, in my mind, with the attitude of like, I could spend 15 minutes easily just trying to get a run started. And it's awful, or it felt awful, if you're not mentally prepared for it. Like, if you're serious about, what you're trying to do speedrun wise, you have to tell yourself, like, this is going to take some time to get through, and you just have to be ready for that.
Yonda's flag proxy attempts were a mixed bag. He was getting PBs with the trick, but the game was definitely taunting him. He would improve by 1 second, then by another second, and then by 6 seconds. Not really what he was hoping for, but at the very least he was stringing together a few PBs. Goofy was easily the most inactive he had been since he started in 2015, at least in no oob. So Yonda had a window of opportunity to break the record. He just needed a big one, and it was his. On January 27th, 2018, Yonda got a great flag proxy that saved 15 seconds over a normal training course. He would get 5 doubles on satellite, starting out the run pretty hot. Some of Yonda's strategy choices were a tad more safe than Goofy, like on Temple Climb. and using a slower beam reflexor strategy in the circle room to ensure that he doesn't die to the robots. By Defend Ashlyn, Yonda completes the mission at exactly the 20-minute mark, now 6 seconds ahead of Goofy's record. The mid-game goes very well, now finding himself 42 seconds ahead after Bomb Train. We were watching a genuine 41 pace run in the making, but right as everyone's hopes were up, Yonda flubs shooting the enemies off in Precursor Robot, and a poor BTR would seal the deal. The level once again takes away the hopes and dreams of another runner. He would finish with 42.33, still a PB, but man, this could have been something special. Yonda didn't even bother saving the splits. He just went right back to the main menu and continued to grind away, despite being hours into the stream already. How he hadn't given up from exhaustion is beyond me. Yonda was simply built different. He was gonna embark on a full-on degen speedrunning all-nighter. Fueled by an incredible amount of determination, he was gonna take down the king, and he was doing it tonight.
3, 2, 1, go!
Autopilot. Disengaging. Warning, energy low. Force wall.
Finally, it was his. On January 27th, 2018, Yonda was the new world record holder in Jak 3 No Oob, a dream he had been chasing for months and months. When it was all said and done, he couldn't hold back the tears. In his own words, "I don't think I've cried over a bad run before." Yonda's story is special because he may not be the most optimal player, doing the fastest strats and practicing religiously, but he got to the top his way and his way only. He had a formula that was called grind until my hands fell off, and it worked. Yonda's quest in obtaining the world record is the definition of an underdog story. A guy who never had much in the way of consistency, but pushed through despite his shortcomings. His slow and incremental improvements ultimately got him to the top. There are 3 highlights that still remain from Yonda's insane all-nighter, and throughout, the attempt counter climbs exponentially. Separating these 2 runs were 503 attempts. This count could be a somewhat standard session in a select few speed games where resetting is very quick, but in Jak 3's case, it takes a while to get back into a run again. In fact, here, let me show you the full duration of a reset. Not overly long, but it's definitely not short. Let's call it 22.5 seconds. Yonda spending 22.5 seconds between 503 attempts comes out to 3 hours and 8 minutes. That is over 3 hours spent, essentially waiting. Additionally, I can with full certainty tell you that we're actually lowballing this number. Yonda himself has estimated the attempts he put in before getting the 42.33 to be between 150 to 250. So this number could easily be in the 4 hours. Furthermore, Yonda estimates his grind to have been between 12 to 17 hours, and doesn't recall eating once. The statistics surrounding this mere 7-second improvement on the record is fascinating to me. It's a truly absurd story in an obscure corner of internet history, but the conditions in which he got the time is just the tip of the iceberg. What if I were to tell you that Yonda's record has a bit of an asterisk next to it? We're now about to enter a part of Jak 3's history that is filled with confusion, uncertainty, and frustration. So one of the big reasons it took nearly a year and a half to beat Goofy's time is because we do have a bit of a lack in video and proof. I've done my best from a research point to portray this all accurately, but this was honestly a bit of a mess. And I know, I said there wouldn't be any more holes in video proof, but I kinda caught this one last minute. Anyway, let's establish a timeline. Goofy's 4225 was set on September 8th, 2016. This would stand for a long time until I posted a peculiar message on March 22nd of 2017 in the Jak Speedruns Discord. After achieving my, at the time, 3rd place, I asked if anyone had Goofy's 4217 on hand, to which I got no response. Perhaps he achieved this time but forgot to highlight it on his Twitch page. No one remembers this time being set, and there is no video. 2 months later on May 5th, Goofy would post some splits claiming to have achieved another 4217. Again, there is no video to go along, but this time we had a set of splits giving it a bit more validity. We can see he was comparing against his 4225, but that was about it. The following month, on June 12th, Goofy would again claim another 4217 in a no-oob race. After being asked what his prior PB was, he said 4225. Maybe he forgot that he had 4217 already, but I really don't know. So now we have 3 instances of Goofy achieving the same time, but none of them have video. So why is this all important? Didn't Yonda beat all of these times by a second with 4216? Well, if we look at the end of his run, it is very clear that he split extremely early, so the run was retimed to a 4217. This retime was simply taken at face value back then. But looking at it today, I had to double check, so I decided to frame time the run myself, and it came out to a 42:18.067, meaning that it's possible Yonda never truly had the record. What's even more confusing is that the world record at the bottom of his splits, that I've been trying to hide until now, is 42:15. This was a time that Yonda was told midstream that Goofy had achieved, but was apparently some sort of misunderstanding. I really don't know. So yeah, this is all over the place, and while it's likely that Goofy may have had a better time, 1, it shouldn't take away from Yonda's achievement, and 2, this is still the fastest time with video proof, and at the time it was believed to be the record. Make of it what you will, but going forward, Yonda would be the proven record holder at 42:18, a time that would sit atop the leaderboards for months. It must have been a relieving feeling to see his name atop speedrun.com. He did attempt to push his time to a 41, with his attempt counter going places no runner had gone before. With all the things that had to go right now, the category was getting tough to lower. Both Yonda and Goofy had paces to achieve the elusive 41, with none of them managing to break through. Where was Goofy anyway? Surely if he came back and gave it an honest effort, he would snag the record in no time and get that 41. Unlike Yonda, Goofy didn't always stream his attempts, so it was difficult to know if he was pursuing the record. He would often run offline, either by himself or in a call with a few friends. Many thought he would retaliate quickly after losing his record, but this time, he was radio silent.
Goofy doesn't really, we don't really know what this man is up to. On a daily. You know, he could be grinding out runs. He could be just chilling. That's just how he is, man. He's mysterious. He works in just his own ways. That's the way he works best.
We're now in June 2018. Yonda has still yet to improve the record despite 5 months passing. Goofy is still nowhere to be found, and the upcoming players still have a bit to go. Bob was back with a PB, so that's sick.
This game is easy.
The direction of the category was unclear at this time, but out of nowhere, Goofy just dropped a casual 3-second record and vanished back into the shadows.
Goofy, he was a very mysterious guy to me actually. A little bit anonymous, very low-key. The mysterious part about Goofy is you don't know how many hours he's put into the game, right? Because he does offline attempts. It seems like he's very consistent, and he can just pick up the game and just get it. He just plays and he just gets the time.
So to me, Goofy is almost like this mythical sage who lives on the mountaintop. You never hear a peep out of him, except for like once a year he comes down from the mountain, and then he's just like, here's my world record run that I got after grinding for 3.5 hours. Farewell. And then he just dips. And you never... You're just like, what? He takes like 5 attempts, grabs record, and he's like, yeah, that was fun. And then he's gone.
So the record was back in Goofy's hands. One might think that he was going to lower it, or Yonda was going to respond. But nope. No Oob wasn't seeing much action. His time just sat there, unchallenged, for months and months. After a long absence away from the game, Goofy would once again reappear in November 2018, with no one quite knowing how long he was here to stay this time.
He comes out of nowhere. Every single time.
I feel like he just doesn't get rusty. I feel like his D-rust is an hour, no matter how long he hasn't played.
He's almost like a Yankee that continued playing. He's just, yeah, he's freaking super good, dude.
What a spree from Goofy, lowering the record 3 times in total across 3 weeks, landing on 4130 by the end of his grind. I know I'm a broken record at this point, but Goofy's BTRs in these runs are insane. 2 of his records had 157s, just an unreal time to even conceive of. While his gameplay was improving noticeably after all these years, there were of course a few new strategies that helped him lower the time. Flag proxy was a trick Goofy quickly adjusted to as he had already been doing it in any percent, so it was essentially free time save with a little bit of patience. A new corner cut was discovered in the temple after collecting the tokens that saved around 3.5 seconds in total. This was first incorporated by Yonda, where instead of grinding on the rail to enter the tunnel ahead of you, you can hover into a different tunnel on the right. By looking at the map, it's easy to tell it's a shorter path to the rotator room. Goofy tweaked the strategy to his liking, doing some swaggy front flip movement instead, as he didn't want to deal with the small lip at the top of the stairs that could eat your speed if you tried to hover. A new route for Bomb Train was discovered that saved around 10 seconds in total. This was a really nice find as it required some out-of-the-box thinking. After hitting the first 3 targets as usual, Goofy jetboards over to where the mission would normally end using the old strat while ignoring all of the targets. He then shoots those targets and starts backtracking through the level to a specific railing. Once on it, he performs an extended uppercut and sprays the beam reflexor rapidly while descending, hitting all the targets and finishing the mission as he landed at the bottom part of the eco mine. What he did was effectively manipulate the elevator after finishing the level to spawn at the bottom, to skip the entire elevator ride where Jack is normally locked in place. This works because the elevator is placed in correspondence to Jack's Y coordinate after finishing Bomb Train. Since you end the mission in this bottom area, the elevator is also placed down here at its lowest point. Pretty cool stuff. Besides the time save, something very useful was also discovered for all 3 Jack games during Goofy's absence. A button combination that activated a developer debug mode was discovered, which helped out quite a bit in the glitch hunting department. We could now float around, see information about certain triggers, give ourselves all the orbs and items, which by the way instantly gives you the Platinum Trophy on PS3 and up, and also enter free cam mode, which helped analyzing levels from new angles. It could also help out a tad with practice, but Goofy didn't even really use it. He got 4130 the old-fashioned way. A, frankly, pretty insane time. It's such a clean run from start to finish with only one real mistake, and it's 7 seconds to missing fast cycle on Terraformer, which isn't even that bad. The flag proxy was 23 seconds, which is nearly perfect. He got 6 doubles on Satellite. His temple climb was perfect. His Ashland had good luck. His rotator room was perfect. He got the wall skip in Palace Ruins. His BTR was above average. And his final boss segment was solid too. You really couldn't ask for a better run. 2016 Goofy was already the game's best player, but 2018 Goofy was just that one step above.
But I definitely had more experience as a player, right? And just in speedrunning in general, that goes a long way in terms of finishing runs out and nerves and all kinds of other factors that go into just speedrunning. The more of like a veteran speedrunner you are, I guess your clutch factor kind of goes up. I wouldn't say that necessarily, but like you're more calm in scenarios and it feels more second nature. I play in like really short bursts. It's hard to find like that motivation, but when I get it, it's there for like a solid week and I really want to like get a time that I'm happy with.
At the end of 2018, Goofy sat at the top with his 4130. Yonda still hadn't PB'd even once, despite pouring in thousands of attempts. With his slower rate of improvement, it kinda seemed like his window of opportunity to take the record back was slipping away. I would once again re-enter the podium with a 4250, but I wasn't trying to bite off more than I could chew. To be a bit more harsh, with the quality of Goofy's new record, Yonda and I, and to a larger extent anyone else who you see on this leaderboard, we just didn't stand a chance. Goofy was seriously that good in 2018. This 4130 was a statement. To challenge him, you might just have to pray for a new strat to be found, as it would require a Herculean effort to beat him at his own game. Was he going to continue his reign at the top forever, or was someone going to hone their skills enough to pose a threat? Between 2016 and 2018, the Jak 3 speedrunning scene experienced a period of relatively calm weather. But every so often, an unforeseen storm would shatter the leaderboards in half. And that storm was called Goofy, the most dominant player the game had ever seen. His skill was magnitudes ahead of the rest of the field, and even when he wasn't playing actively, there was always a looming threat of his inevitable return. When he did decide to play, he would always come back better than his former self, and shock the community with times no one thought were humanly reachable. Keep in mind, Goofy was still just a teenager. His future growth and potential as a player was seemingly limitless. A true prodigy of our game. After his incredible world record sweep at the start of 2017, he faced very little competition for the next 2 years. There were really only 3 minor cracks in his armor, with the first coming from me in all missions, where I would continuously keep a stranglehold on the record throughout this time. The second being a little bit of competition from Yonda in No Oob, who ended up snagging the record for a few months. And the third coming from a new player called Wotan, who was proving himself to be the next great hero mode player. Despite Goofy's records being challenged in 3 separate categories, he was still universally viewed to be the game's greatest runner. He just didn't always have the drive to play and grinded in very short bursts. But when the controller was in his hands, damage was going to be done, and records were going to be set. The No Oob record going into 2019 was his 4130, set on November 25th, 2018, the cleanest run the category had seen by far. Nobody else was really in range to try and push for his world record, but the game was still seeing some play. On January 8th, 2019, Jak 3 would once again find itself in the spotlight at Awesome Games Done Quick, this time a solo run done by myself. To be sincere, I'm quite surprised GDQ accepted the run, seeing as the 2016 race wasn't done too long ago and there hadn't been all that many changes to the route. My final time of 44:28 was only 33 seconds better than my time set in the 2016 race. Considering there was new time save to take advantage of, this run was by all means a worse display than what Bob and I had showcased 3 years prior. Despite that, this run was incredibly well received, seeing praise all across social media, and nearly doubling the view count from the 2016 race. What had happened to make this run so memorable was that we focused our commentary on humor and good chemistry. We essentially just winged it, casually joking around the entire run. It ended up working out in our favor, and I'm glad so many people enjoyed the run. But truth be told, this approach was entirely a coping mechanism for me. I had very little motivation to grind Jak 3 leading up to the GDQ run. And the best time I could get going into the marathon was a 42:50, a time that was 1 minute and 20 seconds away from first place. This is a near identical situation to my ESA 2013 run, where I felt this pressure amounting from within that I just wasn't worthy of showcasing the game unless I was number 1. The real reason I wasn't able to put more time into preparation was because I was having a very difficult time battling mental health. 2018 and 2019 were not good years for me. It was a period in my life where all of my eggs were in one basket, and that basket was called speedrunning. Nothing in my life captured my passion and drive quite like it. I loved it so much, in fact, that I was still doing it nearly every day despite starting over 7 years ago. But I was becoming an adult, and it seemed like my days of streaming and grinding attempts were numbered. There comes a point in everyone's life where you just have to get a job. Most people just accept that this is a reality of life, but some refuse to come to terms with it. Many talented up-and-coming skateboarders are often faced with this ultimatum where you know you're good enough to get signed, but who knows how long that could take. You can be one of the very best in the world at what you do, but to turn it into a career, you still need luck. Being incredibly passionate about a niche sport or hobby is not fun. Friends and family who had your back growing up will now suddenly question your decisions if it doesn't seem immediately monetarily viable. You will be called stupid, reckless, and impulsive simply for taking the riskier path in life, a path that is called pursuing your dream. And speedrunning was my dream to pursue. It may seem like a complete waste of time in the eyes of others, but speedrunning and the community surrounding it fills me with purpose. Even on my worst days, I would still engage with speedrunning in one way or another, but I had to face the facts that it was a niche hobby. And to pay the bills, it probably wasn't going to work. These years where I was figuring out what to do with my life now were filled with an overload of stress and anxiety.
I'm going to work. First day on the job.
Without any warning, I felt thrusted into the adult world, and in response, I started isolating myself more and more. There were a handful of times where the itch to play Jak 3 again resurfaced, but my head was way too clouded to make any attempt at a return. I needed to make some kind of change going into 2020. My only friends during these trying times were people who I met through speedrunning that, of course, lived in other countries. Cypress, who I've mentioned a few times throughout this series, was my best pal, and the both of us were looking to break free from our daily lives. So we made a plan to move in together in the UK for a handful of months. We would take this as an opportunity to get away from all the negativity that troubled us previously, start fresh, and maybe find a new purpose in life. At the start of 2020, I'd made my way to the UK, and things were going great. Right before leaving, I had experimented with making a couple of short scripted YouTube documentaries about Jak 2. With a new mindspace, I wanted to try and see what would happen if I branched out to other PlayStation classics and made the videos longer and more ambitious. I was getting a lot of love with each consecutive video, but it was all building up to my big break. And that's when I released The Man Who Broke Spyro in Half. This video single-handedly changed my entire life. I'd gotten some nice pocket money from the previous videos and also from streaming on Twitch in the past, but this was different. I was getting numbers I hadn't seen before. I didn't realize it at the time, but my experimentation with YouTube videos happened to start just as the pandemic began. More people being stuck at home meant my YouTube videos had more eyes on them. From that point on, I never looked back, and I've continued creating YouTube documentaries about speedrunning just like this one ever since. It may have taken 9 years, but my dream had finally become a reality. Speedrunning was now my job. All these years later, I can confidently say I regret nothing. Being able to live off of rambling about nerds going fast in video games is dope. And a huge thanks goes out to everyone who watches these. Your support means the world to me. Creating these videos doesn't come without its thorns, however, as it does often interfere with my competitive side. That is, being the person who actually does the speedrunning. With how time-consuming these videos were becoming, I started finding myself with fewer hours to spend speedrunning, a trend still present today. Cypress and I were also sharing the streaming computer, which made getting back in the groove a bit harder. My original plan was to stay in the UK for just 3 months, but when the pandemic broke out, I couldn't secure a flight back home, so I was stuck. 3 months turned into 4, and 4 months turned into 5. After being absent from speedrunning for so long, the urge was really kicking in. I wanted to come back to Jak 3 No Oob, and deep down, I wanted to get back to number 1. Ever since I'd stopped playing the category in early 2016, I had found a lot of success setting records in other games, so it might be easy to assume that I was feeling pretty confident in my abilities. But with Jak 3 in particular, I wasn't so sure of myself. I hadn't held a world record in any percent, hero mode, or no oob since January 2016, 4.5 years ago. Sure, I had all missions, but that category isn't as optimized, and no one else cared to grind it. None of the people I competed against in any of the other games had anything on Goofy. He was top of the food chain, the final boss of speedrunning. I went on many long late-night walks with Cypress, talking about how I wasn't sure if I could really compete with Goofy. I kinda had to face the fact that I was pretty washed up. I knew Goofy was someone who thrived off the competition, so even if I came back and got within range of the record, he would be ready to lower it. But my man Sip was the most supportive friend I could have asked for. He gave me some much needed encouragement. After all, he had seen what I could do in Jak 3 back in the day, and was sure I could still do it. Even if I didn't quite believe in myself, I just had to do what I always do. Try. In July of 2020, I finally caught a flight back home, and it was now time to de-rust. The challenge of closing a 1 minute and 20-second gap was daunting, but I was going in with a new approach, and it was working.
What initially blew me away was your consistency, like, without a doubt.
You are the most, like, consistent player I think I've ever seen.
I'll fucking take that. Yes! I'm back. I still got it.
The fact that you're able to like still maintain the top level of play and like you get up to speed relatively quickly, considering that you're focused on other games at the same time. I think you have that ability to bounce back after a break that a lot of people don't have.
I feel like one thing is always true when it comes to Jak 3. You're always there when you want to be. And despite how, doubtful you may get on yourself, I think there was always just everyone who kind of believed you could do whatever you put your mind to.
After only a few days back to the game, I had surprised myself with my rate of improvement. I was PBing damn near every single day, and now I had found myself with a 41. Aiding me in my journey was a new jetboarding technique discovered by accident in this clip from Wotan.
3, 4, 5. Whoa, I can move. Whoa, what was that? Wait, what did I just do? I can move while I'm in the air. Wait, can someone clip that real quick?
This is the free fall, and performing it is very simple. After initiating a hover and dropping it, you simply mash the X button. This will make Jak do the wall kick animation, which allows you to freely steer the jetboard as you're falling. It would take us some time to utilize this trick to the fullest, but my first incorporation of it was in Darkship, where I did a massive hover on the right side in the big room and free fell all the way down into the door at the bottom. It only saved a fifth of a second, but I found it much more consistent over the chain Goofy was doing. Another new trick I used was laser skip on the final boss. By firing a supernova at the correct time at the start of the final phase, then quickly clearing all the remaining enemies in time, Errol will bonk his head at the end of the fight after just 4 lasers instead of the usual 5, saving around 7 seconds. I was making great progress, but those next 30 seconds were going to be tough to save. And very quickly, it was about to be more than just 30 seconds. Right on cue, Goofy would be awakened from his slumber. After years of waiting, a challenger had finally emerged worthy of contesting his no-oob record. The Intimidator was back, and he was here to defend his crown. Goofy would fire back with an 8-second record improvement to 41.22, but I was still within the striking zone, so I had to keep pushing. Let's fucking go, boys! 41.33. This was a near perfect run for my skill level. I had now found myself in a spot where I was within 11 seconds of the world record. Despite all my past doubts in my own abilities, I was right there, at the cusp of greatness. But Goofy, he had something to say about it. An earth-shattering 41-10, a time I felt like I simply couldn't compete with. Goofy, once again, reigned supreme. I was of course a little bummed that I couldn't quite chase down the record, but I was happy to know that my skills were good enough to bring Goofy back to the game. For him, the game and its record improvement wasn't that deep. He wasn't trying to maliciously stop me from beating him or anything. He just thrives off the competition and tends to play more when others push him to better himself. I might have been just shy of reaching first place, but I had to take a step back and realize what I had accomplished. A common pitfall for a lot of older speedrunners is comparing their past achievements to the present. For example, if you set a world record in 2015 and then return to the game 5 years later, you'll find that the game and its meta has evolved. Now everyone in the top 10 has essentially surpassed the skill level you were at back in 2014. In most cases, being number 1 back then does not equate to being number 1 now. The game has naturally become more optimized, requiring much more effort to compete at the highest level. I was trying to manage my expectations, and not view my past or current accomplishments with such a black and white lens. My 41:33, while second place, was my best no-oop speedrun to date. I had to put my ego aside and realize this was still a great time. Naturally, I still wanted the record, but I had to take some smaller steps to get there, and I would start by fulfilling this sub-goal that I'd met on my stream, and that was to reach top 3 in every category. I settled my differences with the new any % route, and it really wasn't that bad. I then turned to the very unoptimized 100%, where I ended up lowering the record by that much. And finally came Hero Mode, where I achieved third place pretty easily. But look at the gap between the two above me. Going into 2021, Wotan and Goofy were separated by a single second, and it was looking like a run in under 17 minutes was on the horizon. But breaking this barrier hinged on one thing: pushing a single level to its absolute limits. Enter Breakthrough Ruins.
BTR is a nightmare. Nothing short of a nightmare.
I did not like BTR. I still do not like BTR. It was countless times that I would be like, yo, I should play Jak 3. I should try to get a good time in Hero Mode. I should check out any %. And then I just go through the route in my head and I'm like, oh yeah, BTR still exists.
I think the main thing is the terrain. It's just awful. Like, everything makes you flip. The enemies make you flip. There are a million different ways that you can just instantly blow up by hitting things the wrong way. Yeah, it's the worst. I honestly want to say it was the hardest mission in the game.
It's just a struggle. You're literally just fighting the terrain.
The terrain is so wacky. Like, you're driving straight, and then there's a rock in the road, and who knows, like, Jesus takes away.
There's the birds that will come in and just scoop you out of your run.
What? Dude, no, come on. Oh my god.
It's so chaotic. The car feels like it weighs as much as a pin. And like everything that you hit, the car just like flips over. It feels terrible.
Throughout time, BTR has been viewed by speedrunners as one of the worst missions in the entire game. Its appearance very late in every category you play made it a massive X factor. With Palace Ruins coming right before and Darkship not soon after, the endgame was turning into a bit of a gauntlet, where significant time could be gained or lost. A trick that was being toyed with to make a 16-minute time possible in Hero Mode was Final Barrier Skip. When you reach the last room in BTR, there are 5 towers you need to destroy to disable the final force field. The end mission trigger that lies beyond it is still active, however, and could be reached without disabling the barrier. Goofy was able to showcase as early as 2016 that you could get the car over the barrier with a crazy boost, but it was incredibly inconsistent and only saved around 12 seconds. But 12 seconds was now becoming a huge deal in Hero Mode, and so, Goofy, Wotan, and I set out to find a new method: the bounce method. By driving up the stairs towards the final barrier and bumping into it at the right speed, the nose of the vehicle would bounce backwards. By jumping and boosting at the correct time, you could get over the final barrier much more reliably. Reaching the trick didn't come without its issues, however, as you would have to perform more daunting tricks earlier in the level. Tricks that had a lot of reward behind them and gave the level some much needed appeal.
When you like start dabbling into like the speed tech of it, it's really, really cool. I mean, you made a whole video over it, but there's so much depth to it. Getting good at BTR was like the holy grail, because you could just tell like there was such a stark difference a good BTR between a top player and somebody who was like right on the cusp.
I don't know. I use that like mission as like a gigantic coloring book in terms of like where can I clip out of bounds just for like having fun, like in just like a different way. I really enjoyed like being able to like push the car to its limits and see where I could get out of bounds while the level was still loaded and whatnot, allowing me to like try and find time save. It was like one of the unexplored missions, like starting out.
It was one of the missions you could like play safe or you could play risky. There was like so many spots where you could play safe or risky, so if you wanted to go for like the top time on that, you'd have to go for all the risky stuff. Needless to say, that made it even worse.
The race for a sub 17-minute time in hero mode was officially underway. Final barrier skip was just the time save we needed to make it happen, and it seemed like it would be Goofy and Wotan duking it out. I was still going to play the category and try to close the gap on them, but I wasn't expecting to get anywhere close. However, as the month went on, I found myself inching closer than I ever thought I could. And on March 29th, 2021, I was in prime position to do the improbable.
Come on. I got it. Is this it? Oh, it's close. Oh, it's close. It's coming down to the last hit. Oh my god. It's flat or 59. Yes! Yes! Woo! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Yes! Fuck yes!
After not holding a world record in any of the 3 main any% categories in over 5 years, I had broken that streak in the most stunning way. I had gotten to the 16 first, despite having very little hero mode experience prior. Now, there wasn't a hair of doubt left. The confidence had fully returned. I could truly do whatever I set my mind to. Goofy and Wotan would also eventually end up achieving 16-minute times, and I highly recommend you go check out my BTR video for a deeper dive into this era of the game. Following the hero mode grind, I had my sights on any%, where I would get the record by 4 seconds using final barrier skip. After feeling washed up and unable to keep up, I was actually setting records again. But the Jak 3 burnout did eventually get to me, and I would spend the next 7 months focusing on other games. But the itch would return at the tail end of 2021, and this time, no Oob was in my crosshairs. Goofy's 4110 was not going to be taken down easily. His early game had a near perfect flag proxy and 5 doubles on satellite. He had utilized the freefall for the first hover in EcoMine to preserve his momentum into the next section, saving a couple of seconds. His BTR and Dark Ship went essentially flawless too, with a 1:55 segment for BTR and a 4:11 on the in-game timer at the final door in Dark Ship. The fastest these 2 missions had ever been done in a world record run. There were 2 obvious blemishes in the run though, with one being a really unfortunate rotator room. This included a death to crossing the first rotator, which is still pseudo-luck dependent, and another because he missed a loading trigger. He also missed Fast Cycle Terraformer, a very nerve-wracking strat to hit under pressure. The mistakes were small, but it did leave room for a potential sub 41. Starting in December, I would begin grinding runs again, and got myself a 41-21 after about a week of playing. Despite significantly improving my consistency overall, it was hard to cleanly get through the final endgame missions with any form of regularity.
That's run over. Yep. What can I do? Like, what was I supposed to do there?
This is what a typical run of mine would look like. A head after the precursor robot, and then one of the final missions would strike, killing the run in an instant.
One thing I like about Jak 3 is that it starts off a little slower, but as you move on in the game, things get way more difficult. Personally, I love like a difficult end game. It really, I think it proves to yourself and to the people watching, like, when you pull off this end game stuff, you're legit, like, you're sick at the game. And so I think, yeah, Jak 3, especially the end game, separates the boys from the men.
On this run in particular, I was so fed up having lost so many runs to this last stretch, so I decided to go balls to the wall with Final Barrier Skip. The reason Final Barrier Skip had not been standard in No Oob runs came down to 2 things. First, the trick is 33 minutes into the run as opposed to 8 in Hero Mode. Secondly, Hero Mode runs have the invincibility secret active during runs, which makes the car unable to explode after flipping over the barrier. You don't have the secret unlocked in No Oop, and if you land the wrong way, even after finishing the mission, the game would hardlock after skipping the cutscene, immediately ending your run. But fuck it, I was 20 seconds behind on this run. It was basically dead. Might as well try.
It's not over yet.
As I hit the trick, I quickly turned off my monitor to hide my splits. A good way for me to control my nerves. Now, it was just me and the game.
Whether or not it's fast enough, I don't know. I think so. I don't know. Timer's off. My whole monitor is off. We're gonna have to wait and see. Alright, we're gonna try this. That good enough?
I had finally done it. Yes, it was a measly 1 second record, but we take those. I couldn't believe the way I achieved this. It was the most scuffed run ever.
When I went to turn on my monitor, I was like, dude, that was a good final boss. That should be a PB, right? So I was expecting like 41-15, like kind of barely or whatever. 09. I did it with this run. Look at that Palace Ruins. I lost 25 seconds on Palace Ruins. Holy fuck, that BTR and that final boss was legendary.
I was happy the monkey was finally off my back, but there was no way Goofy was gonna take this sitting down. And sure enough, he began derusting right away to take the record back. The big question now was whether or not Final Barrier Skip was going to be the new standard in top-level No Oob runs. Well, we would get that answer just 9 days later. Goofy had dropped a bombshell. Not only did he beat the No Oob record by 7 seconds with 41:02, he had also achieved a new any percent record of 22:12, beating both of my current records. And to everyone's surprise, there was no final barrier skip to speak of in either of his runs. He had beaten me without any fluky tricks. The rivalry was slowly heating up.
When we're talking about rivalries in Jak 3, right? The only one that comes to my mind is Ricky and Goofy. That is the rivalry. Okay, there's absolutely no greater one. Goofy, once again, very confident player. Nails a lot of difficult things, right?
He's always one to also like not be too formulaic. He's sometimes just swagging out, even in like actually just crazy pace runs. He's just so confident. He's a force of nature when he wants to be, I guess.
His jetboarding is just like one of the best, if not the best, that the game's ever seen. I feel like he was just super good at just feeling the game out. He would just do things off of intuition and they would work. And just being able to swag the hell out with every run he did.
I think Goofy's weakness is, the missions that are less cared about, like, let's say, defend Ashland. Comparatively, Ricky's more of an all-arounder. All the little things that people may not care about, Ricky really cares about optimizing and getting right every single time.
You feel like you're much more maybe complete speedrunner in that sense. You do things by the book, you do things proper, and you get the time you set out for, and you push yourself and you push the category.
Consistent. That's how I would describe your playstyle. Consistent. In the long run with speedrunning, consistent playstyle is a good way to go about your journey and improve on yourself.
Yeah, the first thing that comes to mind when I think of your playstyle is smooth and calculated. You're kind of the only person that has that tenacity to sit down and lab stuff out to the extent that you do and learn the game and learn why this works and why this doesn't. Some strats you do, like on the jetboard, some lines that you do may not be considered the fastest like task route, but in real world scenarios they always end up faster. in your runs because you've chosen a route that's consistent and smooth. I think that's what makes you a great player.
Two players with completely different strengths and weaknesses were staring straight at sub 41, and it seemed like any run could do it. With or without final barrier skip, the time was very within reach. On December 30th, 2021, I would be ahead with a lead of -14 after Precursor Robot, and despite not being ahead by that much, I was starting to feel a bit nervy as the difficult endgame approached. I cleaned up that awful Palace Ruins from my last run and was now incredibly far ahead. Entering BTR at a whopping -35, there was simply no need to go for final barrier skip. I cruised to the end, and the next minute barrier would be broken. Oh, it's a 40 alright. Let's fucking go, boys. That's the first 40 in Noob. Hell yeah. 40-51. 402 final boss. Suck my fucking dick. Alright, take it easy, man. 40-51 was the new record, a solid time to mark the end of 2021. And going into 2022, the category was looking to carry on its momentum. The competition with Goofy was thrilling, and while he let me have the record for the foreseeable future, new competitors were starting to make a charge up the leaderboards. Twilight Emma and Septerna were two incredible runners at Jak 1 and 2 respectively, so it comes as no surprise to see them enter the top 10 with 43-minute times. The Stellar was an incredibly skilled runner who started taking the community by storm, as he would post impressive times in all of the Jak games during the height of the pandemic, and he was now closing in on top 5. The old crew of Raccoon, Mickey, and Yonda had all but stopped playing, but there was one oldie who couldn't seem to put the game down. It was the return of Bob. Bob was the kind of player who kinda came and went. Everyone in the community enjoyed his presence, but nobody ever knew how long he would stick around when he would make his occasional return to speedrunning. He hadn't touched Jak 3 since February 2018, but decided to come back around the time I was trying to chase down Goofy's 4110. He managed to place himself just under a minute off the record with a respectable 4205 before moving on again. This placed Goofy, me, and Bob in the top 3. Just like nostalgic old times. But now entering 2022, a new challenger had surpassed Bob with a 4202, Aslov. Much like Stellar, Aslov was a player who shot up the leaderboards during the pandemic, and managed to get his first couple of world records in Jak 1. His place in the top 3 of Noob was almost expected, as he was one of the fastest improving players the community has ever seen. The leaderboard was all of a sudden stacked with new faces, and my record was about to be in some serious jeopardy. A couple of weeks into 2022, Septerna would swiftly improve his PB to a 4213, kicking Yonda out of the top 5. 2 days prior, Stellar had also achieved a 4218, finding himself right in the middle of the pack, but would continue to grind for better, as he had a personal goal to achieve a 41. On January 14th, Stellar would be on pace for it from the get-go, with 6 doubles on Satellite. He would extend his lead to 20 seconds in the Temple, where he would navigate around the gates in a unique way by doing extended uppercuts beneath them, instead of leaping over them with the Wave Concussor. His execution and luck so far was extraordinary, but the run was about to shift into overdrive with this Defend Ashland. A 129. Literally the fastest Defend Ashland anyone has ever seen. Stellar's chances of a 41 was now being pushed to the wayside, as everyone watching realized he was capable of something much greater. Time to clutch up. 41:02 after retiming, 11 seconds away from the world record, in what Stellar calls maybe the best run of anything he's ever done. And yeah, no kidding. He had jumped all the way from 7th place to tying Goofy in 2nd with a single PB.
Yeah, I was just trying to get a 41. I didn't expect to get a near world record, but I knew I was good enough to get at least within like half a minute maybe, or 45 seconds. So I got the good RNG, I played well, and then I managed to carry it. And I don't know, I just played out of my... That was definitely an overperformance for sure. I got some good luck in there, but you know, a good run is going to have good luck with a good performance to match. It felt really good when I got it. It felt like a really sick run.
This is just one of many incredible underdog stories within Jak speedrunning history. Stellar, a runner who was simply going for a 41, almost skipped straight to a 40. The run could have been a 40 or maybe even world record had the run featured flag proxy. He purposefully omitted the trick from his attempts in order to reach his goal of a 41, and while it was definitely the right thing to do, it is fascinating to speculate about how low a run could go if it included all the fastest strats and had no mistakes. Speedrunners do this literally all the time. I mean, even Stellar said his run would have been a 40 without missing laser skip at the very end. This run might have not been the pinnacle of the game, but it does show two things: that the ceiling is always further away than you might imagine, and that anyone can make history if you capture the moment. Stellar may have not made it to the 10-player table with his magical run, but he was damn close, even if it was unintentional. Only time will tell who will rise to the occasion in the future. The sudden burst in activity for NoOob would continue throughout the spring of 2022, and new discoveries would be found that either saved a tiny bit of time or added consistency to the run. Did you know you can actually shoot the Kangarats? Yeah, you can, and the game still counts them as collected, just like eating them with the Leaper. The idea of shooting the rats was an idea that was thought of as early as 2014 by Qatar. He suggested that it could be theoretically faster if you could snipe each rat from range with the blaster mod, but it just didn't quite seem viable for runs due to the lack of any kind of aim assistance from the weapon. However, Qatar would revisit the idea in 2021, and I would collaborate with him in hopes of finding something consistent. Eventually, an improvement would be made to the first and third rat. In this video called Kangarat Strats, I begin the mission by turning the camera at a 90-degree angle to the side, as the rat doesn't run away from Jak if he's considered off-screen. I then pull up right next to him and blast him with the scattergun, skipping the Leaper's slow eating animation. The third rat could be hit from distance with the blaster mod, although the lineup is incredibly jank. If hit on the first shot, you can save about 3 to 4 seconds, but it can also go horribly wrong, as seen in my record, where I actually lost time from going for it. Goofy would finally crack the code as to why you would sometimes randomly die against the robot sentries in the circle room. He made an explanation video detailing that the wave concussor shot when roll jumping into the middle needs to be released in a specific position depending on which of the sentries aggro Jak. For example, if you get targeted by the left sentry and release your shot on the left side, the trick would work as it should. However, if you release the shot on the right-hand side, you will create too large of a gap between yourself and the sentry, and you will get killed before the shot can even reach it. This knowledge was greatly appreciated, as now, no runs would die in this occasionally pesky room. A new runner called Xanderful was glitch hunting in Haven City and was fooling around with one of the orb hunt side missions in the Canals District. This is a challenge that shows a brief snapshot of a golden orb that you need to track down and collect before the timer runs out. Instead, Xanderful started the challenge and flew into the nearby tunnel leading into Palace Ruins using debug mode. The timer strangely disappeared, and none of the enemies or breakable walls loaded in. As we've seen in the past, removing the enemies makes traversing the level much easier and slightly faster too. Unfortunately, due to the setup required, this wasn't actually faster. But it wasn't that much slower either, so it could perhaps be a solid strat for beginners.
No way. Wait, what? What did I just discover? Does the checkpoint spawn in? How cool would that be? Oh, it doesn't work. No. I think I just discovered like a skip in this game. Wait, what? Was that? Do people know about that? Like, that's got to be something people know about. I don't know what just happened.
After years and years of efforts from some of the greatest minds in our community, Xanderful, a relatively new and low-key runner, had found BTR Skip. It was seriously one of the most impactful discoveries in the Jack series. The reception, however, was quite polarizing.
Thank God. Just thank God, man. Like, no BTR, it honestly I felt was just kind of sleeper unless you went for like final barrier.
A lot of people will disagree with me on this. I think that's one of the best things that ever happened to Jak 3.
Most of the time when a new skip gets found, like, I'm pretty like excited and it like makes me want to play more, obviously. BTR skip in particular, that was a little more saddening, I guess, to see go.
I was ecstatic seeing BTR skip. I mean, so happy. I don't think I've ever been happier to see a mission like go down the drain. And I know a lot of people don't share that opinion, but I can see it the other way too. So, yeah.
But at the same time, it was a bit sad because it took away some of maybe a bit of the skill of BTR. Now that that's BTR skipped in like every category almost, it's kind of blessing and a curse, really. And that's as somebody who doesn't like the level. Even though I don't like the level, I think it's a bit sad that it's gone now, and maybe we won't ever see it again.
Well, even I was like disappointed because I was looking forward to that challenge of like pushing myself to that next level, and I felt like that potential reward kind of got jerked out from underneath me. But I mean, time saves time save. You know, we're speedrunners at the end of the day. We're supposed to go for the fastest stuff.
I will miss the skill cap and the whole suspense build up all the way to BTR, and then like you get it and then it's like, holy moly, we're in the end game now. I will miss that, but there is always a new era.
Regardless of whether or not you like the change to the mission, the community had to move forward. BTR Skip was faster, and it saved 33 seconds by jetboarding through the level over using the car. It's a bit surprising it took us this long to figure out BTR Skip, as Xander's discovery wasn't very complex. Dex had found a slower version of the trick back in 2021, so the leads were there to make it possible. Back when Xander walked into the tunnel with the side mission active, he prevented the actual Palace Ruins mission from starting, and thus it prevented any entities within the level from spawning. This includes the enemies and breakable walls. The same rule applies in BTR. Since the side mission is still active, the BTR mission doesn't start, and you're essentially just going through an empty level with no entities spawned in. On top of the enemies, barriers, and their associated towers being absent, the car itself is also gone, which is why Jak spawns on foot. One final entity that's crucially missing too is the end mission trigger, but fortunately there was a workaround to make it spawn back in. For some inexplicable reason, the developers added on-foot checkpoints that no casual player would ever encounter, as you are always meant to play through this level in the car. This aligned perfectly for runners, as restarting the mission after crossing one of these checkpoints, typically seen right here near the water shortcut, would not only warp you further into the level, it would also deactivate the side mission from the canals. With the side mission gone, entities would now spawn in, including the end mission trigger, and you can now jetboard your way over to the final barrier to finish the level. This had huge implications for future Jak 3 runs. BTR Skip was the biggest discovery No Oop had seen since Dex Warp in 2016. Despite not immediately finding a liking to the skip, Goofy and I had to face the facts. Jetboarding through BTR was the fastest strategy, and there was no turning back. If you wanted to stay competitive, you had to do BTR Skip, and Goofy would fire up attempts on the same day the skip was found. In order to do BTR Skip in his runs, Goofy had to grab at least 4 Skull Gems sometime during his run to pay for the side mission in the Canals District. The most easily accessible gems seemed to be in this crate stack during Kangarats, a small 1-second detour. Heading into BTR, Goofy's run wasn't looking all that great, but he nailed the new jetboard movement with relative ease, which was more than enough time save for a new record of 40:46. Seeing Goofy's new time, I felt motivated to try and take the record back. Being a bit rusty, I took some fairly slow starts, including this second try flag proxy, putting me at a 10-second disadvantage from the get-go. I would keep bleeding time to my 40-51, but I knew I could make it back with BTR skip. One scary side effect with having to carry the side mission all the way to BTR is that you cannot die at any time during Palace Ruins. If you do, you lose the side mission, and it's effectively run over, as you have to do BTR in the car again. In this run though, I managed to gold Palace Ruins, and the time save in BTR was just too great. I ended up with a 2-second record improvement, finishing at 40-44. I would continue to chip away at my time to try and get a run on level with my old 40-51. On April 8th, 2022, I would get the record down to 40-22, and then to 40-19 2 days later. Both of these runs were bordering on sub 40 pace, a time I believed was now possible, and wanted badly. I had a run that could have had a chance at a sub 40, but I got a rare softlock in the second room of Darkship. I had seen this happen maybe once or twice before, but the cause of it happening was not understood. Either way, just one of the many weird ways you can lose a run. It's difficult to put into words just how much BTR skip had put a fire underneath everyone. I mean, skips were found all the time back in the game's early years, and with No Oob being a more restrictive category, a lot of us were assuming that the game had more or less been solved. Now with BTR skip discovered, it was anybody's guess as to what more could be out there. 2 of the 3 holy grails of the game's early days were now found. If only robot skip was somehow possible, the game would feel complete.
Once I hit the first dark bomb and I saw that he was just gone, I was like, there's no way. There's no way, dude. And I'm like, does it crash? No, does it crash? Immediately went to the elevator. There's no way, there's no way, there's no way. And then the elevator cutscene played and I'm like, dude.
I mean, we just had time save, BTR was gone, and everyone's still like on a high from that because we were like, oh my gosh, we thought it would never be done. BTR, it's gone. And then all of a sudden, Zyphus is like, we could skip robot, and everyone just lost their mind. It was just like a minute shaved off the run. It was absolutely bananas, dude.
After a category like No Oob that was pretty solved almost, where there was nothing really found. See one thing like that is crazy. See another skip happen 9 days after? That's pretty crazy.
On April 12th, 2022, Zyphals would discover the coveted precursor robot skip. And yes, you heard that right, it was found 9 days after Xanderful had discovered BTR skip. Just the most unlikely set of events ever seen in the history of the game. The trick itself wasn't overly difficult, but admittedly a little wonky. After defeating the enemies in the first phase, you need to hover up onto the robot's head. Afterwards, you need to use Dark Bomb in either of these specific areas. Otherwise, your likelihood of sliding off the robot and dying is pretty high. It also needs to be used at the correct moment, right around the time when the 4th pillar comes out of the ground. If timed correctly, you hit all 3 minecarts at the same time. The cutscene plays, and once skipped, you are placed on the arena with the robot missing, but with a full health bar. While this does avoid doing the entire fight, there is a small caveat that makes the skip not as powerful as we may have initially thought. When entering Haven City, the side missions that we normally purchase for BTR skip are not unlocked. These become available to you after you beat the precursor robot, but if we go ahead and check the pause menu after doing robot skip, the mission is not considered completed. There are 3 cutscenes that play after knocking the minecart down onto the robot's head. One from phase 1 to 2, one from phase 2 to 3, and the final one when defeating him. When the 3rd and final cutscene plays, the flag that considers the mission complete is flipped. But when using Dark Bomb at the start of the fight, you're still in phase 1. Therefore, only the first cutscene will play, and the flag is never flipped. This inability to buy side missions now played a huge factor for Palace Ruins and BTR, as there were now 2 competing routes fighting to be the most optimal. The first one was simply to do robot skip and then going back to doing Palace Ruins with enemies and BTR in the car again. But the second route did something a bit more strange. The idea was to do robot skip, then walk down through the tunnel into Palace Ruins, get percentage warp to unlock the side missions, then walk back out and perform BTR skip, forcing you to walk through the tunnel a total of 3 times. After some very thorough timing, this was proven to be the most consistent route going forward. The other route had the chance to be faster by about 10 seconds if you did final barrier skip, but you would need a perfect Palace Ruins with enemies and a flawless BTR in the car, which was not something anyone considered smart to do. After a long drought of massive time saves for No Oob, 2 game-changing skips would alter the landscape of the category. Even with walking through the Palace Ruins tunnel 3 times, Robot Skip still saved around 40 seconds, and combined with BTR Skip, we were looking at a bit over a minute and 10 seconds of total time save. Sub 40 was now extremely lenient for Goofy and I. Any average run that would nail both of the skips were for sure gonna be it.
There's something about that Jack 3 channel in the Discord where any second, Goofy could post some crazy ass time, just some nasty time, and he'll post that time and we'll never even know he was playing the game.
On April 13th, 2022, 22 hours after the discovery of Robot Skip, Goofy dropped a screenshot of a Jack 3 No Oob speedrun in 39:59. A milestone that was perhaps a faraway dream some years ago, but now a reality with the help of the new discoveries. Knowing that his time was still very improvable, he would continue to play throughout the evening, and 6 hours after his first sub 40, Goofy would annihilate the endgame.
He does a whole lot of nothing for a long period of time, it feels like, and then he'll just drop a screenshot with a timer or something. He won't tell you whether it's a PB, a world record, or what. And it'll just be, you know, the spinning pack of new ports and the new PB time, and that's how he always is. If there's a new skip, he'll just come out and destroy whatever it is in almost no time.
You know, not only does he just show up out of nowhere and only has to do like, it seems like a handful of runs before he gets a record time, it's how effortless he tends to make it look. And I mean, he suffers from the same stuff like a lot of other runners do. You know, of course, Goof gets bad RNG and has to reset. But, you know, when he's like on a heater, he looks like he was just born to play the game sometimes.
Once he does some runs, man, you never know where this man's gonna take any record. Like, truly. He's just a machine. He's a machine.
I just did another run after that and played, I don't know, freakishly well for just that short period of time. Obviously, there was a lot of time saves still left to be squeezed, but for playing for such a short amount of time, I think that was a really good run.
And a good run it was. Goofy had nailed the new skips with ease in seemingly no time at all. With the enemies gone from Palace Ruins once more, the level was on easy mode for him. He knows this level like the back of his pocket, and the movement showed it. At the end of BTR, Goofy manages to fall directly into the trigger after hovering over the final barrier, a small time save that you aren't guaranteed to get every time. It came to me as no surprise to see Goofy get so amped up from all the new skip discoveries, but I was not expecting him to leap so far ahead. Even though we were both competing for the top spot, I was genuinely excited to see him set these crazy times, and I'm confident he felt the same way when he saw me succeed. It truly felt like a united effort in pushing the game lower. There was no bitterness or animosity, just a friendly rivalry between two competitors. Back in January of the same year, Goofy and I had met up for the very first time at WAM 2022. a smaller invitational event featuring many prominent PlayStation runners. We decided to perform a 2-player 1-controller run of Jak 3 No Oob with very little practice. Surprisingly, we actually did fairly well overall. With our movement being nearly identical in many of the game's areas, our brains were just tuned into the same frequency. Since the run wasn't all that serious, we decided to go for some absolutely stupid swag strats.
Oh shit! Jump, jump, jump.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, shout out to Avi.
Guys, I got a question.
Yo, what up?
Are you gonna be pussy, or are you gonna do final barrier scale?
Pussy.
I mean,
There's one still up there, but I'd rather.
oh my fucking god, brains in sync.
People, they need it the most, but.
The brains are in sync. Look at us fucking go.
Oh my
god.
Oh my god.
407's pretty fucking good.
I think my PB had the worst one, to be honest.
Jesus Christ, that was fucking good. Let's go.
The cherry on top was hitting normal cycle on Terraformer in first person. We finished our run with 55-11, and I think everyone in the room and Twitch chat had a great time watching it all unfold. Even if the environment was a bit more casual, it was fun to showcase the game in front of an audience again. So I had the idea to submit a No Oob race for ESA Summer 2022. I tried to rope in as many top players as I could for a submission, and I talked Goofy, Stellar, and Bob into doing a 4-way race. Now all we could do was wait and hope they accept. By the end of April 2022, the gap between Goofy and the rest of the field had closed a bit. Bob had toyed with the idea of seriously pursuing the record again, as he was getting fairly close. His last record in the game was his No Oob 44-10, set all the way back in January of 2016. So if he could pull it off today, it would be his first record in over 6 years. He had sporadically played through the year to keep his spot in the top 5, but to push for number 1, it was a matter of time and commitment. I was also trying to catch up to Goofy and take the record back. I knew I could beat it, but could only muster together a few small improvements. I just needed the right run to line up. Eventually, I would catch a break, with a 6 double satellite start and a very fast Ashlyn. I ended up taking a death to jetboarding across the rotator, but this was still on pace due to the great start. Then, I would have this Palace Ruins.
.413, very nice. Okay. Tell your friends, tell your grandma, tell your dog, tell everybody. We might have something here. Oh my god, this is it, boys. This is fucking it. Oh, finally.
The Franker-Zs were coming in at full force on the final boss. Despite a few errors throughout the run, it was still a new record.
Maybe better than that. Oh, am I miscalculating something? Oh, I'm heavily miscalculating. Fucking finally did it. God damn it.
A 39-25. Not a bad run by any means. But still, there was a mistake or two that made me feel just that little bit unsatisfied.
Oh, thank you, Goofy. Goofy, your fucking time was so hard to beat. That shit took fucking so long.
It's interesting to reflect on how eerily similar Goofy and I had become at this point in terms of playstyle. Fact of the matter was, to beat each other, I was learning from him, and he was learning from me. We would analyze each other's play and elevate the game by continuing to copy what the other person did better. Our playstyle differences were slowly melting together as my speed with the game was increasing, and Goofy's overall consistency was growing. On Bomb Train, the spacing in our side flips after the first grind rail is very deliberate because of the uneven terrain. We both time an exact amount of jumps to land on this specific stone slab that allows us to extend a front flip across the gap, where we do a big launch jump side flip to clear the next section. Our jetboarding in Palace Ruins is also quite comparable. We might have some slight differences in our spacing, but fundamentally, we grind the same railings, side flip in the same areas, and take the same lines. However, we do have our own preferences when it comes to things that can be done in multiple ways. In the Dark Ship Big Room, you can see Goofy do his left side chain, whereas I do the high hover to the right. When collecting the tokens, I would take the right side route, whereas Goofy was comfortable going left. After Subrails 1, Goofy pops his Lightjack shield immediately, whereas I do it in the cutscene. And in Volcano, we both have slightly different ways of getting to the end trigger.
I feel like the biggest difference between you and Goofy was just the presence. Not that Goofy was, you know, like trying to be like super elusive, but that's just how Goofy is. Goofy was elusive, and you were almost the opposite. You would stream your runs all the time. You were there to tell us your journey. Like, we were seeing the journey, the progress. We didn't see that with Goofy.
When you're aspiring to like push yourself, you don't know like, well, where do I kind of fall in that line? Do I have to be like offline, no mic to get to that point? Or do I have to like, can I fall more in like your line of things where you're almost in like still, I use the word content creator mode in a good way, because like the fact that you're able to balance that on top of running at a very high level and anything that you like put your mind to is crazy to me. And so the fact that those two branches exist, and not only exist, but they're like competing at really top times, at like probably in the highest level of the game. And it's this really cool contrast.
Even though our methods of showing our runs to the world were vastly different, Goofy and I were no doubt two ultimate players in the making as a result of our fierce rivalry. The leaderboard may have been the most active it has ever been, but the cold truth was that nobody was getting the No Oob record unless your name was Ricky or Goofy. Perhaps the only exception to this rule was Bob. He had now inched very close, getting himself a 39.55, just a few hours after I'd gotten the record back. His run notably had a sloppy early game, but after Defend Ashland, he was able to keep up with Goofy and I on the jetboard. Bob was right on that line where it was possible that he could get back to the top, but needed a run where he strung everything together. It was a big mental hurdle that he had to get over. A big reason we were all going so hard on No Oob now was because ESA had accepted our submission. Unfortunately, Goofy was unable to attend the event and Stellar ended up catching COVID. So it seemed like it was Ricky versus Bob for round 2. Last seen back in January of 2016. An exciting rematch from 6 years ago. Right after the news about the ESA race, some new time save would be discovered on two rather overlooked sets of missions. The Subrails. Longtime viewer of mine, Ink Blowout, would discover that hugging the inside of the walls would save time over staying in the middle. Due to the curvature of the subrails, staying on the inside line reduced travel time overall. This would save 1 second in the first subrails mission, and about 3 in the second one. But there's more. At the end of the second subrails mission, Ink also found that you could yeet the car off at the end to save another second or two by landing upside down. We've known for a while that being upside down accelerates the vehicle much quicker, but was generally not seen as viable because it becomes rather uncontrollable.
No, 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 no! Oh my god!
Yeah, it can get kinda nuts. This time save being found, while small, was starting to make the next minute barrier seem less blurry. It was like 2014 again, where 38 just might be on the radar, but only if you could find a few more optimizations. And so, I got in the lab and started scouring every corner of the game. I first found an improvement for cave skip. While waiting for the hole in the wall to be created on the outside, I kept spinning to damage the car down to a slither of health. I did this to intentionally crash the Tough Puppy into the wall right as I entered the inner chamber. This death warp was ever so slightly faster than the old way, where you would get out of the car and destroy it manually with your weapons. I then took the time to investigate how Defend Ashland actually worked. For years, we've had a few instances of what's known as the fast ending, first seen in this clip from Blost all the way back in 2013. This kind of phantom time save was not understood for the longest time, but I finally figured it out. It all boils down to keeping track of the 3 Marauder vehicles when the fight begins. It's important to try and destroy these vehicles around the same time when there's around 42 Marauders left. You'll then get a second wave of cars spawning in, 2 fairly close to the Oasis, and 1 far out to the side. If you can keep these vehicles alive until there's around 6 to 10 Marauders left, then destroy them all at the same time, you'll achieve the fast ending, saving a lot of time. If one of the cars ends up blowing up early, you'll get another spawn to replace it. And you have to painfully wait for the vehicle to get near you, and even if you destroy it quickly, the mission will just take forever to finish. At its core, the mission is still very luck-based, but if you fulfill the criteria, a fast ending can make or break your run, especially with the game this optimized. 38 was now starting to look just that bit more realistic.
First of all, I was like, I just don't see how it's possible. I remember just looking at the times and I was just like, I don't even see how it's possible. You'd have to play so clean, so everything would have to go right, and you just have to do every split like right on the money.
I really admire the fact that you go for the seconds. When it was like down to the wire optimized, you would just be like, okay, let's go. Something that saves a second, sure. You're very meticulous with like the time save. I feel like a lot of other people are just kind of like, I'm going fast.
Ricky, you have this very like methodical and well thought out way of doing things. Like, you know exactly what you need to do to get this time, and you're going to consistently get there. And I think that's just a testament to why you're able to hang in every era that you're in. Not even just hang, but thrive.
With how much I'd improved my game in the last few months, I was hoping to carry the momentum and keep the #1 spot heading into ESA. And for that to happen, I needed to keep lowering the time, to the point where it would be very difficult to contest, even for the all-time greats. So I had my sights set on 38, a time I knew was possible, but just barely. It had been nearly 10 years since I started running Jak 3. I've had my fair share of glory, but I've also gone through countless defeats. I experienced being trashed by Lapagna, outpaced by Raccoon, obsoleted by Yankee and Bob, and outright humiliated by Goofy. Not only that, I've never really had a run of the game that I considered great. But now, that was going to change. All of the years of experience and knowledge had led to this grind. In the summer of 2022, I wasn't just ready to play, I was ready to achieve my ultimate run. No way. 4 minutes! The final boss was 4 flat.
That was a nail biter, man. Holy shit. Yes! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you actually... Oh, you cannot be fucking serious, dude. That was 38 right there. Fuck me, man. That's such a dumb... I should have taken off the jet board. I was debating whether or not I should have done it or not, and I just didn't do it.
What a brutal way for the run to end. One unfortunate wall bounce cost me the 38, and to pour more salt in the wound, the rare Darkship glitch would end any chances at a PB.
Oh, we got the glitch? Did we not? Yeah, we got the glitch. Alright. Great run, y'all. GG. Great fucking attempt.
Even Goofy, who was watching from the sidelines, felt my pain. It hurts losing these kinds of runs. All I could really do was get back on the horse.
Come on. You're kidding me. Oh, he spawned. He just spawned super late. No, that wasn't him? Alright. Well. We got it again, y'all. It happened again. Happened again. I don't know why this fucking happens, but it happens every fucking time on a good run.
I even slowed down on the ramp.
There is no way. Another 38 pace run into Dark Ship, but the stupid glitch that I thought was rare, by the way, had gotten me again. The worst part was, this run ended up being a 39-17, where I lost 20 seconds in Dark Ship. Just ridiculous, man. This glitch was happening to me on the most important runs of my life. This time, I couldn't just ignore it. I had to figure out what caused this to avoid any future runs dying here. I went into a Discord call with several Jack runners and we figured out that one of the Flying Darkmaker Hornets was getting stuck underneath this platform and then despawned. It took us hours to even understand how this room worked, but after much fiddling around, I came up with some movement that would make him appear every time.
Okay, so we finally figured out this goddamn room on Dark Ship, and I'm going to show you what we came up with. So what you want to do is you want to jetboard here, and then you want to do this jump right here, and then you gyro backwards, and that will work every single time. Also, this is faster, by the way, by like half a second maybe. Yeah, new setup, it works, and hype.
Finally, with nothing in my way, I could continue my journey towards 38. But the game was doing everything in its power to stop me from getting there.
This might be a gold. Look at the splits. Look at the splits. Yep. Yep. I'm dead. I'm dead. Fuck. That's it. That's GG. Oh, okay, I see. What? I've never, ever seen that.
Dude, that's so unlucky, bro. What is this shit? Hello? Hello? Dude! Are you fucking kidding me? How much more of this could I take? Run after run would die to the dumbest things. I usually keep my composure somewhat intact, but this time I was really starting to lose my temper. Actually, scratch that. I was pissed off. This time, my blood was boiling. The game could try and stop me, but I was getting out of here with the run that I wanted. I had had enough of this game's shit. I was getting this fucking time.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Yes. Oh, it's ticking. Come on! Yes! Okay! Oh, shit! Okay, we got it. 39:02. That's a new record.
38! That's fucking it, dude. Let's fucking go. That's fucking it. That's fucking it, dude. That's fucking it. Oh, fucking did it. Fucking did it. Yes. Yes. It's done. It's done. That's it. That's fucking it. That's it. That's a 38 right there. That's a good one too. 38-52, baby.
I remember being like, this is one of the best Jack 3 runs I've seen because it felt like very ahead of the competition. Even though you and Goofy are similar skill levels, it still felt like, okay, this is gonna stand for a really long time. It felt like, here it is. Here's the future of Jack 3 almost.
We always know, we've seen it so many times that if you want a time, you're definitely gonna get it. It's really just not, it's just a matter of when.
It was really inspiring, like the drive that you had to push for a time that seemed like nobody else could even touch. I don't remember what second place was offhandedly, but I remember it wasn't close. And whenever you got the 38, I was like, if there's not new time save, this isn't getting touched for a long, long time. And that's exactly what happened.
I think that 38, even today, remains one of my very best speedruns ever. It was one of the first times where I felt truly satisfied. While I could go over what went right and wrong in the run, I'd like to take the time to zoom out and say thank you to everyone who was there for all the highs and lows during that grind. The fact that so many people around the world even cared about the game or me means a ton. There were people out there who took the time out of their day to watch me, go through it with me, and celebrate with me. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better community. And by extension, it feels like you, watching this on YouTube, took part in the grind too. It's difficult for me to talk about my own accomplishments in this way. I never want to come off self-centered, but I just want my story to serve as a form of inspiration. If we go all the way back to Era 2, we can see a young, insecure kid trying to find his footing in the world. I was always just that little bit worse than Lapagna, but over time, I started getting the hang of practicing and labbing the game and so much more. What I'm trying to say is that we all start somewhere. It's okay to suck at something. If you're passionate about that something, keep doing it. If my grind for the 38 motivated you in any way, that's all I can really ask for. Go out there, pursue your dream, and never quit. Yeah, call it cheesy, but I really mean this. Push yourself, and you'll get to places you never imagined. I promise. With my time, I was ready for ESA now, and Bob seemed to be too. He had improved his time to 39:47, so while I was definitely the favorite, Bob could definitely pull an upset. He kept submitting his runs with the comment epilogue, not exactly the tongue-in-cheek sub-your-bish you usually expect from him. One can imagine he definitely wanted to get the record in this modern era, but I perhaps took the wind out of his sails with the 38. When you win in any form of competition, you will inevitably make someone else sad, and this did cross my mind with Bob. For him, it was a double-edged sword, where you're happy to see the game get pushed further, but at the same time, you wish you could have been the one. And I don't think there's anything wrong in thinking that way. But Bob couldn't linger on those thoughts, as he had a plane to catch. In 2016, I came to his continent to beat him fair and square. Now in 2022, he's coming to my turf. Was Bob gonna even the score, or was I gonna make it a 2-0 victory?
Race in 3, 2, 1, go.
This is it, the final chapter in our Jack 3 story. Previously, we saw a complete resurgence in the no-oop category in the first half of 2022. Activity was as high as ever, with new players rising to the occasion, old runners coming back to compete, and my crowning achievement with a 38:52. Coming up is the rematch between Bob and I live on the big stage at ESA Summer 2022. This race was taking place on the very last day of the marathon, so until then, let's just enjoy ourselves and take a little vacation. I think at this point, we've earned it.
ESA is a special week of the year, definitely. You get to see pretty much all of you, like all of the homies you haven't seen, and you only get to see them once or twice a year.
Feels like we're just chilling all the time in the hotel when we want to, but we also get to go out and we get to try food here in Sweden. We get to do things that I would never do on my own normally. Like we went disc golfing, bowling, obviously everyone's been bowling, but like still going with all these people that you've known over Discord, over whatever, Twitch.
We're here because of Jack to a degree, but we're not here to sit around and play Jack. We're not doing attempts. We're not, we might be discussing strats and all of that, but it's not in the way of, sitting in your room just like typing. We're having fun, we're cracking jokes, we're doing it at McDonald's or something, so it's very different.
Oh, yeah.
He's fucking
Yeah, look at this guy. He's huge. Big crab.
If you've never gone to a marathon event, might sound weird, like you don't come here to like go watch the events. Like you can do that at home, that's fine. Like sure, if there's like a hype run, like being in the crowd is great, but that's a very small part of these events. It's just the people. How to describe feelings, just amazing.
Echoing Qatar's words here, meeting your best online friends in person is a difficult feeling to describe. It's a rather unique mixture of comfort, compassion, and trust. Considering the fact that you don't know many of these people on a super personal level, you feel oddly connected to each other despite coming from different walks of life. Even though you only have about a week of time together, you'd be surprised how well you click with others who you maybe only share one interest with. The first ESA I ever went to was in 2013, when I was 16 years old. Back then, Jack 1 runner Roser and I represented the entire community with 2 Jack runners. Then in 2014, it grew to 3 people, and then 9 in 2015. With each year's installment, the community continued to grow in size. And all of a sudden, this tiny collection of people that was supposed to be only about Jak and Daxter had grown into something greater. To a larger extent, the PlayStation speedrunning scene as a whole is continuously growing. The group photos from the last couple of years are outright astounding with the amount of people we have. It's to the point where it's difficult to fit us all in the frame, especially when we're all T-posing like a bunch of nerds. Keep in mind too, these are just the people who wanted to and were able to show up. In the online sphere, the scene is 20 times larger. Our community is only getting bigger and better, and the space that we've created is very special to many.
ESA just kind of showed me a different and a kind of a more real side of the community because you're actually with the people, and it continues to pull me back. Some people go to marathons only if they get a run in. I might not even submit because I just want to see the people. I'm here to hang out with the friends I've made through Jack, through just speedrunning in general. So
ESA was like one of the best experiences of my life, honestly. This is coming from somebody who, I'm not really a gamer. The only time I play video games is if I'm speedrunning, just because I like it so much and the people keep me coming back. And like, I've been in the skateboarding community, videography, I've been into music. At a certain point, it all becomes like toxic, to a certain point, but speedrunning's literally the only experience I've ever had where I can always just come back and everybody's just, it's just laid back. Everybody's genuine.
Then I learned about ESA and GDQ, and I watched it, and I was like, I need to be here. Like, this is home. Literally, I've had multiple dreams about this place, and now I'm inside of my dream. It's life-changing. Like, my life will never be the same. This has been the greatest week of my life, by far.
One of my favorite parts about speedrunning marathons is walking into one of the many game rooms to see what random stuff people are playing. These rooms are always packed with runners who are practicing their showcases, playing something casually, or attempting to find glitches. There was Spyro, Crash, Ratchet, Sly, and Shadow Man 2 and coming?
Fire.
Oh, what the fuck just happened? Is there hot?
Yo! Shadow Man's back!
Oh my god!
Dude, he's back to be Morpheus, dude.
Armin! Read! I recall them.
No, I'm not gonna call Shadow Man hotline.
Yeah, this was a blast, and it's true what they say. Time flies when you're having fun. You blink and all of a sudden the week is almost over. So naturally, with the little time we had left, Bob and I had to start warming up for our grand race. Dex would join us in some 3-man no-oob races in the practice room, and this cool photo was taken. Now, it was time for the big stage.
That's good. Yeah, welcome everybody to ESA 22's Jack 3 no-oob race. This is a rematch from AGDQ 2016. We're back with new strats 6 years later. This is round 2.
I've been training in the woods for years. Dex, by the way?
Yeah. Hello. Hey.
Ben.
Benza. Okay, race in 3, 2, 1, go.
The race would start very similarly to the one we did at AGDQ, with Bob keeping that 3 to 8 second lead the entire time. After a good defend Ashland from me, I would enter the first place position, but I wouldn't keep it for long, dropping a hover in the temple and dying in the process. A couple of minutes later, Bob would die at the start of Ecomine. It was once again really close.
Very nice, Ricky. I'm very
Yo.
well. That went really well.
Both clearing it incredibly well.
I'm just missing like 6 shots at the end.
I missed like 4 as well. That button's so hard to hit.
Yo, this is a sick race.
Yeah, this is actually
a
sick.
pretty good run, yeah.
Good stuff.
I think. Oh.
Yeah, I messed up my setup.
Oh. This is a new skip.
Yeah. Go.
And that's it.
That's it.
Yeah,
it is.
it's a new skip.
It friggin' sucks. I can't kill this guy. Get out of here, bro.
Yeah, Bob's gonna do here robot skip, which is we're also gonna see Ricky do in a sec.
Oh, sick.
All right.
Yeah, this very new skip, pretty much what we want to shoot down in a certain part of the fight to damage
Ricky
him.
got it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, you can destroy all of the bomb trains at the same time, and then we can just skip the whole boss fight like that.
Yeah, Bob getting it as well from what it looks like. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, not?
Oh.
Nope. Got seshed on.
Oh, what? That looked correct.
I think he slid down probably.
Oh, man.
Yeah, damn.
The robot death kinda sealed the deal for the race. When you fail it once, you have no Dark Eco to attempt the trick again, forcing Bob to fight the boss normally and losing well over a minute. To this day, I'm still in disbelief that this robot skip attempt didn't work. It looked textbook. He just got dealt a bad hand. But instead of being bummed out about the death, he was a really good sport about it, and wanted to give the audience some eye candy. So in classic Bob fashion, he put on the shades and gave the people what they wanted.
Okay, I do. I need the power up though, hold on.
Oh, okay.
I have the power up. Good. Oh.
Oh.
Let's
Oh,
go.
good stuff. Love that strat.
We'll come up now. Nice.
Yeah. Oh, 40. Nice.
Oh yeah, 46, dude.
Okay, I'll say it. Just for you, man.
Please, please.
And we're in there. Let's go. GG, man.
Yeah.
GG. GG, Bob.
GG, Ricky. Well played.
Thanks to the nation for showing up. Like, seriously. Thank you. We had such great representation this year. And also thanks to Bob coming all the way from the US, coming to my turf. Hope you had a great trip here.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Shoutouts to ESA, obviously, for hosting this. It's crazy what an old PS2 game, like how it can just bring people together like this that might otherwise not have a whole lot in common. It's been one of the best weeks of my life. It's really cool. It's bittersweet because I'm kind of on my way out right now. This very well could have been my last speed run, and but I wouldn't have had it any other way. It's been awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
The Jak 3 showcase at ESA went phenomenally, but I was a bit taken back by Bob's sudden retirement speech. I guess those run comments on speedrun.com were a bit of a sign that he was on his way out. It's a shame that he never ended up getting the world record in this modern era. He came close so many times, and you gotta give him props for trying his best. It was difficult to not put the blame on myself, Internally, I felt partially responsible for him wanting to leave the game behind, but I had to assure myself that ultimately this is just the nature of competition, and inevitably, everyone retires at some point. To me, Bob will always be a legend. He's someone who continues to motivate me to push myself and to take it easy when I'm being too uptight. Over the years, Bob has done so much for Jak 3. He was the spark that helped the game get below the 30-minute mark for any percent back in 2015. When Goofy was very young, he supported and mentored him, helping him become the player he is today. And he's a big reason No Oob became a thriving category, with his streams, his willingness to race, and his marathon showcases. His absence from the game would be felt, and it dawned on me that I had to carry his torch, and keep the game alive for as long as I could. He inspired me to be the best version of myself, to practice harder and improve my mental game. While I was already the best at No Oob, it was time to take a plunge into the other categories. I had to take them just as seriously and prove that I was capable of being the best player. Upon coming back from ESA, I would spend the rest of 2022 grinding the other categories. 100%, all missions, and any percent fell, until I was only missing the most optimized category in the entire Jak series for a full game sweep: Hero Mode. My grind for this record was absolutely brutal, sometimes playing upwards of 7 to 10 hours a day. It's of course nothing compared to someone like Yonda, but for me, this felt like the most degenerate grind I've ever done. But on January 20th, 2023, I finally got it, and the run was amazing. A 15:58, rounding out a 5 out of 5 world record sweep in my main game. And so there I was, with nothing left to prove. I had everything I could ever want. I could of course improve some of my records, but after that Hero Mode grind, I was burnt out. Done. Truth is, that burnout still lingers as I'm doing this voiceover. It's hard admitting, but I dread the day when I lose all drive for Jak 3. It was my first love with speedrunning all the way back in 2012, and I'll likely lose a sense of purpose when my motivation for the game withers away. Every dog has its day, and the day I got that sweep, it just felt right to step away. I'm never gonna say I'm retired, but for me to keep speedrunning fresh, I need to experiment with running other games. I needed to give Jak 3 a rest. So with nothing left to conquer, I set my sights on making this video series, and I would take an indefinite leave from the game while researching, writing, and editing these videos. Moving forward, the history of this game would be left in the hands of other players.
I smell a storm coming.
Rewinding the calendar a month back to Christmas of 2022, people in the Jak Speedruns Discord server were talking about the old days of Speedruns Live and how common races used to be. For most of 2017 to 2020, the Jak games, and to a larger extent, most of the speedrunning scene, had abandoned the race format as streaming attempts were becoming more popular. Speedruns Live was barely in use anymore, but two new websites called Racetime.gg and TheRun.gg would seek to revive racing as a whole and attempt to fill the void SRL left behind. After much reminiscing, several runners decided to set up a handful of races on Racetime, with the game and category of choice being Jak 3 No Oob. I found great enjoyment with these races. It was just fun to be in voice calls with the squad, laughing it up and not taking things too seriously.
We glide in one-handed so I can eat my curry.
Yo. Blindfolded glider section. Let's go.
I hope you fucking die.
Jesus, Ricky, it's okay, like, calm down. It's not that bad, like.
Look, man, I'm trying to get these race time points, man.
Jesus.
The intent with these races were purely for fun. It wasn't really about who won or lost. But you obviously can't help but notice the people that are placing well, and someone was trailing right behind me every single race. Who is this guy? Let's check speedrun.com. What's his PB? He's second? He's second place? Hey, what's with the final boss music? And why is it getting louder? Oh no.
I've never seen anyone quite like Aswell. He's so good in every way. He got the Jak 1 sweep And then you got the Jack 2 any percent world record, Jack 3 any percent world record, Trilogy world record, first in the world.
Aslov's insane, man. It's inspiring and demotivating at the same time to see him just show up and have that drive to just basically take everyone down.
I think in general, there often comes like a new player, fresh blood that kind of hops into the scene and just immediately starts killing it. And the Jack community has its, fair share of those type of players. And I think Aslov is the latest and greatest of that pack.
Aslov can do whatever he wants to in these games. If he had the want to, I think he could literally sweep all the main boards of all 3 games. I really wholeheartedly believe that. If he had the drive to learn everything, he definitely has the skill level to do it. His skill level is through the roof, man. Aslov is just insane.
The dude's had the sweep in the entire series. I don't think anyone needs to talk anymore about that. His achievements kind of speak for themselves. I think he's easily the greatest Jack runner of all time. Unless someone can test that, the dude's building a legacy that kind of leaves that to for no open discussion. No one has the achievement of having all 3 any percent records at one time. Aslov is the only guy to do that, so his skill level is just unmatched, I think, across all 3 games. He's just a freak at all of them.
Aslov is a player we've seen before in this series. I spoke briefly about him being quite prolific at Jack 1, taking the no LTS and 100% records and holding on to them going into 2022, where he would have one hell of a year. This included the previously mentioned Jack 1 sweep and the Trilogy any percent records. In November of 2022, Aslov had just achieved the Jack 3 any percent record, and was now looking for his next undertaking, which was looking to be no Oob. He was climbing the leaderboards fast, earning himself a second place spot very quickly, but in the end, hit a wall. He was unable to improve his 39-31 any further and moved on to other categories. My 38 was a strong run to go up against. To take it down, you would likely need to play for months, or a new strategy would have to come to the rescue. And luckily for Aslov, that's exactly what happened. In January of 2023, Jack 3 would once again be broken. Let's pay one final visit to Cave Skip. As I was trying to conclude the story of this series, I was in a voice call with Zyphels and Bin, just casually chatting about the project and whatnot. Bin eventually ended up discovering something very weird over at the cave. She was flying around in debug mode, and upon hitting restart mission, she spawned on the other side of the wall. We initially thought this might have happened because of some checkpoint shenanigans in debug mode, but regardless, we decided to investigate further. We called in veteran Jack 3 glitch hunter Bloppy to take a deeper look at it, and after only 10 to 15 minutes of fiddling around, he figured it out. Let's break this down. At the egg wall, there exists a one-sided checkpoint trigger. This means that you can only activate this checkpoint when Jack is exiting the cave, not when you enter, as it was intended by the developers. But if we closely examine the trigger's hitbox while the egg wall is still there, you can see that a tiny piece of it is sticking out in the top left corner. Bin had hit this completely on accident, and we quickly concluded that this could be hit from the outside of the cave without the use of debug mode if you perform Tom Jack's old climb to get up top. Once up, you would then slide down along the wall in just the right way, and upon restarting, you spawn behind the egg wall. This discovery was immediately applicable for no Oob, as absolutely none of this involved being out of bounds. This means that Kangarat's Satellite and Learn to Drive were cut from the category, and the opening part of the run would look identical to 2015 any percent. This meant having to do the checkpoint death to warp past Cleaver, going on foot through the desert to the cave, and also through the majority of the cave into the inner chamber. The time save was an immediate minute and a half, and potentially more with refined movement. Upon its discovery, the new cave skip in No Oob would of course see some mixed reactions, but there was generally more praise this time around as opposed to when it was discovered for any percent back in the day. After grinding No Oob for so many years, top level runners were starting to get really tired of the RNG heavy satellite mission, the absolute biggest reset point in the run besides flag proxy. Roll jumping to the cave was kinda seen as a fine trade-off. It's more skill-based than whatever this is, and shooting the third rat also felt like a gamble where the house always wins. So many welcomed this change to the route. With 37 being possible now, it was only a matter of time before my record fell. I looked at the leaderboard thinking to myself, who's it gonna be? Who's gonna take my spot? A part of me was hoping that maybe some of the newer players like Quiet Dudek, Zyphals, or Usual would make a mad dash to the top spot. But in reality, I knew it was probably going to be Aslov. Or not. Yeah, this actually makes a lot of sense. Goofy already had a lot of experience with the roll jump to cave route, as it was what he played to achieve his first 80% records back in 2015. So he had a head start on the competition, and wasted no time jumping straight into runs. The biggest innovation he brought to the table was a new ABBA bounce on the left side of the egg wall that allowed you to reach the checkpoint trigger from the ground. This was way easier than the climb on the right side, and saved 15 to 20 seconds. He was still quite rusty, with the rest of the run not being up to Goofy's usual standard, but nonetheless achieved a Jak 3 no-oob speedrun in 38:40. At least, that's what everyone thought his title would say. Instead it says, roll in the dough, need more flour on table, gotta put dough oven instead of salad spinner will fix. He would follow this up in the next 2 days with 2 more improvements to the record. A 38:30 that read, cord on salad spinner broke, tried dough in dishwasher, heard you can cook lasagna in there. And a 38:23 with the title, don't remember what happened in this, left this one in the oven too long, got burnt, sounds about right. While Goofy was entering his unhinged deep-fried era, he wasn't the only runner annihilating his PB with the new cave skip. Aslov got a 39:10, Dudek also with a 39:10, and a new time from Bob? No way. After telling thousands of people live on stage that he was on his way out, he returned. A classic speedrunner move, they just can't quit, can they? But why did he come back? Maybe the time save was just too juicy to pass up, or maybe he just wanted the taste of that no-oob record one last time. But if he wanted it, he was gonna have to fight. There were fierce competitors left and right who wanted it just as much as him. Adding the new cave skip on top of my 38:52 would yield a low 37, and with the record still far from that, a lot of time save was still left on the table. He would have to strike fast and grab it quickly before his opportunity would slip away.
He's done like so much in the category. Like he's been there, went for like a hiatus. He came back at ESA, he raced you again, then said that this is his last like run in that sense, and now he's back at it again. Like he's getting close. He deserves that. He's been pushing for it. He's been riding.
His 39:02 was only 35 seconds off the record, and he would close that gap to 29 seconds with a 38:56 the next day. And there was still so much time left to save. Come on, Bob. This record is yours for the taking.
Yeah, I'm cooking. We're cooking, boys. Fucking, by the almighty power of fucking Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. Fucked. Oh my god. How do I get up here? I don't think I've ever failed this. I just lost like 15 seconds or some shit. Nope. I just lost the run. I just lost the run to some fucking bullshit.
He just could not close it out. Perhaps the pressure of knowing that if he didn't get it now, someone else would outpace him. But with me being gone from the game and Goofy seemingly sandbagging, his toughest opponent was the new, hungry up-and-comer. And he could taste blood in the waters.
When Aslov really started to grind Jak, it felt like since then, he hasn't stopped. He doesn't give off the impression that he's like the most motivated, but he just doesn't stop playing. The results speak for themselves in that he's not afraid to do anything, really. He's becoming a very complete player, despite being pretty new to the scene, really. Only a couple of years, but he's really nuts.
He just seems to have like a constant ability to motivate himself, and he has a method of like productively grinding for a long time. I think it's inspiring to see him just tear through the Jak games the way he is, and being such a cool guy too, it adds to that.
I feel like Aslov is really a talent that has never been matched in any of the games. And then he comes strutting all along to Jack 2 and 3. Then he just gets Jack 2 any percent and gets Jack 3 any percent world record. He just has a trilogy sweep for any percent. It sounds like I'm just making stuff up. But that was all real. That all happened. And he's coming for the throne in No Oob. It almost felt like it was his destiny to get it.
Wait. Oh yeah, dude. Oh, dude, the 358? The 358 final boss? Holy shit.
On January 29th, 2023, Aslov would get his own chunk out of the No Oob Pie, achieving his first world record at 38:09, 10 seconds away from breaking the next minute barrier. The sloppiest part of the run was easily the desert, which, in fairness, makes sense. Aslov wasn't around in 2015 when this was the standard route in any percent, so this was completely new territory for him. He opted to swing the camera from side to side to despawn the Marauders. This is in contrast to Goofy, who much preferred a backwards approach. Both are viable ways to get through the desert, but Aslov took a few hits here and there. He lost 8 seconds getting the checkpoint to get behind the egg wall, with the Abba Bounce taking him 6 tries. His roll jumping inside the cave was also pretty messy. He bonked in a few areas as he simply lacked practice knowing his way through with a blind camera. The rest of the run was very solid though, proving that he was able to hang with the big boys, if you just gave him a few more days to practice the desert segment.
Jack 1 is like his home game or whatever, you know? But the fact that he was able to like take that skill set and then bring it into 3, and then you could just tell like the wheels were just turning, man, and his rate of improvement for stuff, especially in like the confines of these games, is crazy.
He's an overwhelming player. I mean, as he, starts to go crazy in Jack 3, like, it does not surprise me in the slightest. He's been implementing the new cave skip in No Oob, and this is what he does. He's usually the first person, or one of the first people to hop in on a new strat and kind of make it his own. He's on top of it, for sure.
He's super quick to learn, and he's insanely consistent. I have to play him in the Jack 1 Hundo tournament, and I there's like no hope. If he like puts his mind to it and just grinds it out, he can pretty much do anything. It seems like.
I was really for the route when the Abba Bounce was found, I think by Goofy, just because it was way easier than doing the old movement to get up to the eggs. The Abba Bounce was just way easier and faster. But once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad, and it always feels good to be saving almost 2 minutes.
And get the hang of it, he would. Aslov was back with another run the next day that started out with a first try Abba Bounce. The cave navigation still needed some work, but it was better than last time, so he was out to an early lead. As the run kept going, the time save would begin to accumulate. -27 by Ashlyn, -40 by Palace Ruins. Going into the final boss, he was 35 seconds ahead. He was about to break the 38-minute barrier in a big way, but the run would end up as a 37:51. Still a new world record, but Aslov wasn't happy.
Garbage final boss, dude. What is that? The run was actually fucking fire until literally the very end. I just choked literally everything.
Yeah, he had lost almost 17 seconds to the final boss. An unfortunate ending to an otherwise great run. So what happened? The final boss, or Darkmaker, is not something I've gone in depth on in this series so far, and understandably so. It's a pretty long fight at 4 minutes, and it can be confusing to grasp what's going on. It's sad Aslov had such a bitter end to his run, seeing as he's widely considered as the best runner when fighting the final boss, as he had done a lot of labbing and had the fastest community segment with a 3:58. The main spots where you can lose time is the climb at the start, the first wave of Dark Splitter spawns, when hitting Errol as he's showing his weak point, and of course, laser skip. Aslov was struggling with ammo at the beginning of the fight, losing him major time when killing the splitters. And he missed laser skip at the end too. A tragic 4:15 segment. But he was cranking out these PBs nearly every day, so another chance for better was coming his way. 2 days later, Aslov would start out strong, have a poor mid-game, but would clean up his final boss, coming back from a 6-second deficit to score a 37-41. An improvement, but still not quite the run he was looking for. After watching a handful of Aslov's runs, I'm starting to see a lot of similarities to the way I play, especially in his jetboard spacing. This isn't too surprising, as he likely studied my 38 as a reference point for many of the game's missions. He was a guy that had a knack for detailed analysis, studying other people's runs and taking the best parts from all of them.
I think he was very analytical, just like how he was with Jak 1. And I feel like he came to Jak 3 like with an analytical approach. And I think that did help him a lot. There's like the Goofy camp and then there's the Ricky camp. And he was in your camp where he was being analytical but also focusing on consistency as well.
He's like soaked all of the world record strats in so fast and then takes all the new stuff and applies that as well and just becomes one like amalgamation of greatness.
I think the only thing that's going to stop him is running out of steam. And so far that hasn't happened. But I mean, you've got to imagine everyone's human. He's got to run out of steam eventually. But I mean, who knows when that's going to happen? Maybe 3 years, maybe it'll be next month. Hopefully not next month. But yeah, I mean, we'll just have to wait and see. I see him setting plenty of world records before he stops.
Aslov seemed determined to get a really strong run in the category. All of his prior runs had different strengths at different segments. All he had to do was string it together. There was a moment where it seemed like he had left everyone in the dust, but Goofy was up to his mysterious antics yet again. A handful of hours after Aslov's 37-41, Goofy submitted a 37-35 to speedrun.com, without posting anything about it in the Discord. There's not much to mention with the run itself, but his credits softlock screen has to be one of the best I've ever seen. Aslov would take the record back 2 days later, snipping 3 seconds off of Goofy's time with a 37-32. It was unclear what kind of run he was aiming for, but we could all tell he was inching closer. He continued to grind the category for days and was starting to hit a small dry streak, but on February 7th he had a run 10 seconds ahead after Cave Skip. After a decent defend Ashland, he extended his lead to 25 seconds. His token movement was as ideal as you could get. Smooth, clean movement with zero momentum mistakes. He would end up taking a 9-second death by getting hit by the blade in the rotator room, but Ecomine and Bomb Train went perfectly to make up for it. One reason Aslov was getting such consistently fast times on the final boss was because he was grabbing these ammo crates at the beginning of Palace Ruins. This was helpful in being more aggressive when clearing the enemies, but it also guaranteed more purple ammo drops throughout the fight. You need 10 ammo in order to fire the Supernova. And if you don't have enough on the final boss, you can't attempt laser skip, and you'll miss out on a potential 7-second time save. At the end of Ruins, Aslov would keep his lead. There weren't that many missions to go, and his best possible time was 37:04. It looked like he was going to smash the record, but that is just not what happened.
All that work just for the most garbage PB ever? It's so bad.
37:31. A new world record by 1 second. A tragic finish to a run that had the potential to stay on top for a long time. It goes to show that Jak 3 at the most optimized level can be a brutal game. Just when you thought you had it in the bag, the last few missions show their true colors.
The game is pretty hard in itself to get the perfect run. There's so much little RNG and a lot of adjustments and improv you have to do throughout the run. The world record's never going to be that optimized. It can always be beaten. Yeah, the 31 was great, and then it's like get to BTR and I'm like, okay, I was on 0x, but I guess I could still 1x. And I missed fast cycle. I'm like, well, I could still 2x. And then I had a bad boss, and I was just like so mad. I was like, whatever.
Aslov had enough of Jak 3 after this run, and left the game to focus on Jak 2. His 37-31 is a nice run, but we all knew he was capable of better. At the peak of his play, Aslov could not get a run to reflect his skill, and with him being the front runner of the competition, things slowly came to a halt. With him leaving the time where it is, Goofy vanishing into thin air, and me being busy making this series, it left a window of opportunity for someone else to capitalize on the final 20 or so seconds that were left to save. There was only one person who kept playing the category after Aslov had left, and he wanted the record so fucking bad. That person, it was Bob.
Even when you were like doing the 38 grind, Bob wanted it. No oob, you could just tell it was just, I mean, that was his jam. Anytime he came back to Jak 3, that's all he did. He didn't mess with any percent, didn't mess with hero mode or whatever. It wasn't just like the skill, it wasn't just some determination to like push through the speedrunning lulls that everyone goes through. He wanted no oob, and he wanted it bad, and you could just tell.
Bob, for a while, was trying to chase world record. He was near the top for so long, but was never quite number one, and this was his opportunity to get number one.
I'm gonna give it to you straight. Bob is an amazing Jak and Daxter speedrunner, but he is also a busy man. A large reason he wasn't in the conversation as a world record contender after the new cave skip was due to his lack of time to play. The year is no longer 2016, you're well into your 20s, there's just not much time to play video games anymore. But despite living with an occupied schedule basically 24/7, Bob just could not let it go. His inner voice was getting louder, and it was telling him that there was no retiring until he was back to number one. Throughout his entire career, Bob has never left the top 6 in No Oob, but he has also not been first place since 2016. In 2021, he got within a minute off. In 2022, he got within 30 seconds off. And in 2023, he was 13 seconds off. But still, no record. He likely wanted it more than anything else in his life, but he was conflicted. Was it really realistic to go for the record with such little time to play? If you wanted to hang with the big boys, it just takes raw hours. And Bob just didn't have those hours. And so it dawned on him. Was this a smart decision?
In his mind, he worked, 5-6 days a week or whatever, and he had like one day that he could really dump time into it, and he didn't even touch the game outside of that one day. So you're talking one time a week, you're not even touching the game. I mean, you know how much variance there can be day to day if you're feeling hot or cold or whatever.
Yeah, dude, Bob's crazy good, and he keeps talking about how everyone else is better than him, but he'll like get these insane paces, and he only runs like once a week. Like he'll play on a Friday, and he'll be like, I'll play next month.
He's like the weekend warrior of Jak. That makes sense. At least right now he currently is. Like, that's all he's able to really play or give his time for.
The roll jumping route has motivated me to come back and do some runs again. Kind of a last push, I guess.
Bob's path to glory seemed simple, yet strict. Sneak in an hour or 2 of practice on Friday, and lock in on attempts for Saturday. Rinse and repeat on a weekly basis until Aslov's 37-31 was beaten. The man was playing a patient game. Saturday number 1, February 11th, 2023. Bob's PB was sitting at 38.09. There was a chance he could surpass Aslov with one clean run, but the more likely scenario was him chipping his PB down little by little. Early on into the session, he would make it through Ecomine with a solid lead, way ahead of his own PB and only 5 seconds behind Aslov. In the canals area, he would overshoot the grind rail leading into Palace Ruins, dropping around 9 seconds. He would lose a few more seconds in the next few missions, but survived with a comfortable lead, and scored himself his first 37. Of course, this was only a stepping stone, but all in all, this was a good sign. Saturday number 2, February 18th, 2023. Bob was ready to grind again. He had spent a week thinking about his approach, and also about his worst obstacle. Flag Proxy was simply a rock wall for Bob. It would sometimes take him upwards of 30 minutes to get a single run past the trick. Some of his prior PBs didn't even go for it because it was such a massive hurdle. But this time, he capitalized early, a 23 training course to start. He would bleed time throughout the early to mid game, where he got to +8 after Defend Ashland. A record was still possible, but he'd have to play well. Palace Ruins was a good starting point. He had 14 seconds to save there, and he saved 12 of them. BTR went fine, and he golded Darkship. Heading into the final boss, Bob was 15 seconds behind Aslov. But if you remember, his record run missed the Terraformer fast cycle and had a bad Darkmaker. This was doable. Bob could end this right here and now.
You fucking kidding me? I'm not even gonna get this one. Wow. God damn it. Yeah. It's a bad run. I'm gonna PB by like 2 seconds probably.
Much like Aslov's run, Bob missed the fast cycle and just had a horrible final boss too. He got a 3-second PB, but immediately quit out to the title screen as he felt there was nothing to celebrate whatsoever. He was upset. A huge opportunity squandered. He turned off his stream, but would keep doing runs offline in a call with friends. And to his worst nightmare, the worst was yet to come.
He had a gut-wrenching pace die in like a call like 2 weekends ago. He was like on like 37.15 or like 2x pace if I'm remembering it right. Some bomb I think hit him in Terraformer. It was some bullshit.
The bomb came down in front of his vehicle, and the terrible auto-aim on the Sandshark could not choose whether to go for the bomb or the target. It ended up costing him everything, an unrecoverable scenario. This one stung. Here I want you to put yourself in Bob's mind. You now have an entire week ahead of you to loathe in the fact that you can't clutch when it matters the most. It's gotta suck. Saturday number 3, February 25th, 2023. A 37.45 may have been achieved on this day for Bob, which would have been a 4-second PB. Unfortunately, he never highlighted the run. He likely didn't care about these small, petty improvements when he knew what he wanted was right there in front of him. Despite only being 3 weeks in, this grind was starting to eat away at him. Next week, Bob. Next week. Saturday number 4, March 4th, 2023. At this point, a full month had passed since Bob decided to go for the record. The mental toll was increasing. The chokes, the lingering thoughts, it was tearing him up. The game he once loved was starting to feel like an obligation. You know deep inside you're supposed to enjoy the journey, but Bob was just ready to cross that finish line.
Dude, ever since I lost that well, for me it was like a god run, but ever since that incident, I have not, it's just been different, dude, playing. I don't know. I'm gonna try though. I'm gonna keep going until, probably until this video drops and see how low I can go. That's probably it for me.
I want to have good news for you, I really do, but I just don't. Look at this pace, man. -29 in Temple. This run was bordering on 36 pace, but he threw it away. Whether or not he had more runs like this, nobody knows. He was almost exclusively doing these attempts offline. He likely felt immense pressure from his peers. Viewers eagerly await the day when Bob finally delivers the killing blow, but that day didn't seem to be in sight. He would have to go to bed empty-handed.
After you've been working all week, slaving all week, getting that bread or whatever, and all you want to do is just get to that end goal, and you have one day to do it. And then if you lose, you have to sit on that. Not until the next night. You have to sit on it for a week until you get to try again. And that's brutal. That's hard. There was no worse feeling to me for a speedrunner than you get some earth-shattering loss when you're right at the cusp of it, and then you can't run it back for another week.
Saturday number 5, March 11th, 2023. Bob was once again struggling to get Flag Proxy to work, and when he finally got one, it wasn't a good one. He would have to settle for a 29. Throughout the mid-game, he would bounce back and forth on being ahead and behind constantly, but with a Golden Palace Ruins, a good BTR and Darkship, he was 10 seconds ahead. He hit Fast Cycle Terraformer and had 10 seconds of time save on Darkmaker. It seemed like it was finally in the bag, but he completely fumbled. His kills on the splitters in Phase 1 were extremely slow, which lost him enough time to be 5 seconds shy of his goal. After all this time, Bob had been thirsty to get another chance at that run he lost a few weeks ago on Terraformer. Considered by most to be the last big obstacle in the run, but he choked on the only other thing you could possibly choke on. 5 seconds was all it took now. It couldn't be that hard. But they would prove to be the hardest yet. Bob was losing his mind. Saturday number 6, March 18th, 2023. Bob was up early, grinding all day.
Fuck! Oh my god.
My favorite here to take back the no world record is Bob. Bob last had the record in 2016 and has recently been on the grind again, man. He's got his very first 37 recently, and there's something about like a comeback story, man. And Bob is just, he's right there, man. He's going hard, and I love to see it.
I hear this analogy used in sports a lot, where there are guys that like love winning, but it's the guys that hate losing that end up like pushing even further beyond because they just cannot stand to be in that point. And I think that there are times where that happens to Bob. It doesn't happen like constantly. It's not always when he's grinding, but you can get a taste of it sometimes, you know, if you're watching his streams and stuff like that.
Oh my god, what the fuck was that? Oh, I hit like a piece of debris. It just killed my run. Oh, that's where I'm dead. Oh my
Bob's grind is definitely not tough to watch, but you could tell it's a lot for him because almost every week he has a run, but there's just something that goes wrong. And we're just waiting, oh, this is the run, and then it dies, and we're like, ah, and then we have to wait another week. He has to wait another week to play. And he must be thinking throughout that whole next week, shit, I gotta get this.
You know, I've talked with you a little bit about like the grind right now. Like I haven't actually grinded since like fucking 2015. So it's like right now it's pretty it's hard to have fun sometimes.
He knows he's close, and he hates the fact that he can't, like, that he got cut short for whatever reason, you know, whether it's RNG or he choked or whatever. And you can just tell it gets under his skin. And he wants nothing more than to just run it back and, like, beat the mistake into the dust and push to that next level so he can, like, finally get to the goal that he knows is just, like, literally right here, and he just, like, can't seem to grasp it.
One thing that he does have is, I think everyone is rooting for him because we all know that he can do it. We all know he will get it. It's just a matter of time.
Bob recently actually reached out to me talking about his motivation, like, because he's been having some problems with motivation. And I think everyone who's gone for a world record and just poured their heart out into it knows this feeling of, man, is it worth it to like keep going? Like, you reach a wall. And I think Bob, for the first time, is reaching that wall. And I think how players handle that wall will determine, I think, their greatness. And I'm really, really curious to see where Bob goes from here. And I want to see him push through.
Wait, Bob just got it? Oh my god. Oh my god. 37-16. Oh my god.
What? Yo.
Oh my god.
Record.
Yeah. And that's not just by a little bit. That's like he smashed it.
Whoa. Whoa. Boom. Super dope. So yeah, I'm hyped. But yeah, after 7 years, 6 years, whatever it is, I just want to say, sub your bish.
At last, Bob's hard-fought hours finally paid off. The support from the community was overwhelming. Everyone was so happy for him, because they knew what it took to get there. And Bob himself, well, he could happily put the game on the shelf now, knowing that he went out with a bang. So, that's it then. This is the end. It's been a ride to follow the progression of this game after all these years. I think it bears repeating, I've been there more or less since the start, and I could have never imagined what kind of skips would be found, what runners would emerge, or how low the game would end up going. Any percent started at 1 hour and 36 minutes, and is now down to 21:39 as of March 2023. No Oob started at 54:52 and was lowered all the way down to 37:16. Through the hard work of various people from around the world, we created art. We put our minds together and look where we took the game. We all love Jak 3, but we also realize it's a broken mess. I'm going to be uploading this final part sometime in the spring of 2025, and since Bob's record, a lot has happened to the game. To be a bit transparent, I had a clear ending in mind for this series with Bob's run, and frankly, Jak 3 progresses faster than I can make videos. And while I adore this game with all of my heart, I want to work on new projects too. I'm closing the book for this chapter in Jak 3's speedrun history, but it doesn't mean the story is over. People out there are still running and finding new glitches. And if you want to do your own digging, check out the Jak and Daxter series world record history spreadsheet in the description. It shows the world record progression for every category in every Jak game. With this series of videos, I hope I was able to encapsulate why the Jak and Daxter games are so beloved for speedrunning. But if I wasn't clear enough, here's a few reasons why. First, they provide you with lots of different ways to play. Every game has a multitude of categories that vary in length and require a different skill set. The Jak games also have some of the most enjoyable and fluid movement out of any PS2 game. The games aren't hard to get into either, the skill floor is fairly low, but the skill ceiling is still high. And this is especially true about Jak 3.
Jak 3 is top tier, man. For one, there's, you have your on-foot movement, which is a little, you don't really do that a whole lot. But you also have your car movement, you have your jetboard movement, and Jak 3 is just like a trio of movement in that sense. There's different aspects of movement you have to get good at.
I think what makes Jak 3 my favorite speed game is easily the jetboard. It's so free form, it's so fun to move around with, and it's so rewarding to get good at.
The jetboard, I mean, where do you start, dude? You gotta do whatever the hell you want and look really fucking cool doing it. There's just such little niche, intricate parts to the jetboard that aren't really present in a lot of games. It's just a very unique movement tool that no other game has.
It feels clunky initially, but like once you really start to understand the finer mechanics of like how the movement works, you realize it's actually incredibly liberating and you have so much control over the jetboard.
Jak 3 with its tweaks to the jetboard just nailed it. As soon as you get to Eco Mine, that if you nail it, it is the most satisfying mission in the game probably.
I think Jak 3 is as difficult as you make it. You have a lot of choice to opt in and out of things that are difficult. There's a lot of like little 5-second time saves as well that are completely optional. Like you can just not do it if you're not comfortable with it and reduce the difficulty that way.
Aside from jetboarding and actual speedruns, the movement system itself is so cherished that proper skate videos have been created to show creativity and swagger. As of making this video, there are 8 jetboard montages in total, and I highly recommend checking them out. A playlist featuring all of them are in the description. Of course, the game would be nothing without the community. I really don't think I would have stuck with speedrunning the games for as long as I did if the space we shared was awful. Everyone is welcoming and it's quite easy to make friends. When interviewing people for this video, a similar sentiment was shared.
I want to give a big shout out to the Jak community. They were like really welcoming back in the day. It was like a lot of fun to get good at the game and getting records and getting recognized by people, and meeting everybody at those live events was heaven. Like it was so good to give all those nicknames a real face and to interact with them live.
To put it plain and simple, if there weren't a community surrounding this game, I mean, I wouldn't be here. I don't think any of us would, really. I think everyone kind of motivates me to be better in the way that I hope that I motivate others to be better. That's what a community is, man. Like, we just all motivate each other to do great things, and I think it's beautiful.
People, when I first got started, man, were so supportive. Like, you always talked me up and hyped me up so much. I remember I came into your stream one time and said GL, and like the first thing you said, you were like, usual, you were getting so effing good, man. Just like, I melted. I was like, what?
You make lifelong friends with the people you play your favorite game with. It's just not the same without friends. Speedrunning brings people together, and that's why I love speedrunning.
The Jak community to me means quite a lot. I mean, I think it goes without saying. I've been here for almost 10 years now, like in the infancy of it. I've seen it grow a lot. You'd often think like some small communities, like very nice, very warm and stuff, and then as it gets big, it gets worse. But with the Jak community, it feels like that hasn't happened, and that's very special to me. Like, it feels like it's getting bigger and better at the same time.
I wouldn't be running the game still if it wasn't like for all the people that I got to meet. I value you all as like really good friends, if not like some of my best friends, even though that I don't necessarily like obviously talk to you in real life or in person and whatnot. I've spent more time talking to you guys like probably throughout high school or just playing like speed games in general.
I know every community says this, but we have one of the best communities. We're all just in it together because we understand that the main point of all this is we're trying to push this game. We're trying to push these games, not just Jak 3. We're trying to push Jak 1, Jak 2, Jak 3, Jak X, Daxter, TLF. We're pushing all these games to how far we can. And that's a community effort. You can't do that alone. So we also are always very accepting of each other. You know, I'm trans, and I have not had a bad experience ever in the community. We all just accept each other. We're all homies who just want to speedrun this 20-year-old franchise.
Yeah, the community, honestly, the whole time I've been around has been nothing but supportive and just fun to be a part of.
It's literally the best community I've ever been in. I straight up don't interact with like any online like internet communities at all. I've always found them to be like either really weirdly like cliquey or just too big. So like the combination of like everyone being nice and the community still being like relatively small has been like the perfect breeding ground for just chilling.
I think it's a very accepting and like healthy, kind of kind bunch of people, but it's also, we don't take ourselves all that seriously necessarily. We're still joking around and kind of, you know, poking at each other, but it's all in good heart.
I think the thing that's going to keep me speedrunning is always going to be the Jack community, because it's such a good community and I've made such good friends here. And even if I'm not running, talk about these skips, just brainstorm ideas, cheer on people getting PBs, world records, and all that. And it doesn't really matter that it's Jack, but it does matter that it's the Jack community, because yeah, it's just a great group of people.
If I hated the game, I probably wouldn't be as active as I am. If the community was awful, I also wouldn't be here, you know? It's both. You have to have a good community and a good game to keep people interested. The game gets people here, including me, and then the community is what keeps everyone here, including me.
Goofy's awesome, man. I still consider him a close friend. I make it a point to go up and, you know, if I'm visiting friends up where he is, we hang out all the time, and it's just hanging out with one of the boys, you know? Super chill dude, pretty reserved, pretty laid back, super selfless, I want to say. Just a cool guy, man.
Oh, Bob's great, dude. Just like a great, like, easy to talk to guy, like all around good friend. I'd say one of the closer, if not like closest I am, like just because I've hung out with him. I've got a stronger, I guess, connection to him than the other people I've met.
Goofy is he's a funny guy, man. He's just a Chad. Like, he doesn't really talk a whole lot, but when he does, man, it's just like, you love to hear him speak because he's got something funny or great to say, you know?
Oh, I went straight into the fucking nutsack. Wait, that sounded super weird.
I gotta shout out Zyphles. We started running around the same time. I feel like we're just partners in crime almost with Jack 3. A lot of the things that I found in Jack 3 wouldn't really be possible without him.
Aslav, as of right now, is like the only one I've met like in person, and you talk about a surreal experience, like knowing that these are like real people behind the screens and like people you can form real connections with, even just based on, you know, just a common interest of speedrunning a video game or whatever. I mean, it's just phenomenal.
I missed it! I'm crazy! I'm insane!
This was only a fraction of the good things people had to say about each other in the community. I feel proud to have helped foster such a welcoming place, and if you're at all interested in participating in the community, join our Discord. There's a monthly recap series that goes over everyone's latest improvements, there's tournaments open for all skill levels for a few different Jack games, and most importantly, if you so choose to join now, you might witness the next golden age. You see, for almost all of Jack 3 speedrunning history, the PS2 version has been chosen as the standard console to compete on. But as the years have gone on, the PS2 version has started to show its weaknesses, mainly with something called extended inputs. The game will essentially hold your input hostage when passing through a loading trigger, as the system will lag to load in the next chunk of the level. This is extremely problematic in certain areas of the game, where passing through one of these loading triggers mid-hover can result in a dropped input. This doesn't happen on PS3, PS4, or PS5 as their hardware is stronger, but they have their own flaws instead. This means we effectively never ran on a truly perfect version of the game, at least until now. If you've been around online Jak and Daxter communities recently, you may or may not have heard of something called OpenGoal.
So OpenGoal is a fan-made PC port. It's a decompilation of the original Jak games. Right now, Jak 1 through 3. What it allows us to do is, 1, play the games on PC, but it's not just being able to play the games on PC. It's getting a version of the game with 60 FPS, consistent, better resolution. There are mods popping up every month, every couple of weeks even sometimes. But it feels like a community love letter to Jak and Daxter.
It's like just a really crazy thing to think that a community-made project is the best way to play the game. Oh yeah, there's gonna be something that's called open goal, and you're just gonna be able to play Jack natively on your computer, and it's gonna run fucking sick. And there's gonna be modded maps, and you're gonna run around in a fucking CS:GO map as Jack with his dumb little rat on him. It's like, okay, I'll look forward to that. Like, I never would have. You couldn't have told me that shit. I wouldn't have fucking believed it.
Open goal is the future of Jack. We don't have a version of Jack that is consistent, high quality, no crashing, no lag, no dropped inputs. Open goal will really change that.
As of writing this, Jack 1 and 2 have been fully decompiled for OpenGoal, and you are able to play them on your PC today. Jack 3, however, still needs a bit of time, and is being worked on at this very moment. And while I can't wait to see what's in store when it comes out, I've already been more than impressed with what's out there for Jack 1 and 2, especially in the mod department. The mods that have been created so far are absolutely stunning, and the creators deserve recognition for their hundreds of hours spent creating these amazing maps. We have Jack Up by Barg, an only up mod created with assets from Jack 1. Jack 1 and 2 Orb Hunt mod, also by Barg, has scattered all of the orbs into the game into more difficult and cryptic positions to reach. The Jack 2 Roguelike mod by Kraken is one of my absolute favorites and has a ton of replay value. The modder Cuttlefish has created 4 custom levels, all with unique power cells you have to reach, and the scenery is just beautiful. Dex has created a mod called Team Runs where you can literally play Jak and Daxter multiplayer. You can do multiplayer speedruns with up to 10 people if you wanted to, you can do cell lockout races in separate teams, hide and seek, the possibilities are endless. There's Mort the Chicken in Jak and Daxter, an incredible mod by Zed that really prioritizes the speedrun aspect. There's custom eco power-ups like Ice Eco that allows you to go flying every time you uppercut, Low Gravity Eco, and Chicken Eco that allows you to fly. We hosted a tournament for this mod. That's how fun it was to play. Lastly, I want to talk about The Forgotten Lands, an entirely new Jak game created by Qatar. He's still working on it today, so it's not fully completed. But there are currently 3 levels out for his mod, and these levels are breathtaking. If you've always wanted something more out of the original Jak games, get OpenGoal and try out some of these mods. This is making me all the more excited for when Jak 3 OpenGoal finally releases. I'm sure that when it drops, it will start a new era for the game, with people flocking to play it casually again, speedrun it, or to play many of its potential upcoming custom levels. The future is bright for our beloved franchise. What does it mean to conquer Jak 3? It's a question I thought I knew the answer to when I started this series. Take the game and push it to what you believe to be the human limit. Somewhere along the lines, my perception changed. Looking at all the players who have helped push the game lower, it's very clear that everyone had a different struggle. Whether it's Lapagné having to figure out how to create the very first speedrun route for a vast open world game, or Bob, who had to endure a grueling record grind with only 1 day a week to play. Every single one of these 10 players had to overcome something. Feelings of inadequacy, inferiority, or frustration. But in the end, we all did it. We overcame our struggles, our mental walls, and saw the other side. It takes a lot of courage to push through. At any point, we could have just given up. That's the easy way out. But we didn't, and in the process, we learned a valuable lesson. A lesson I want to share with all of you. Any goal that you have in life that takes a lot of hard work and dedication is worth chasing. I know it's hard to get started, and I know you might be looking at someone who's better at this thing than you, but the reward is worth it. It's like a plant. You have to feed it to see it grow, and once you've seen how much it can blossom, you'll feel a deep sense of satisfaction within yourself. It's a feeling you can't get from instant gratification like scrolling on your phone or downing yourself in fast food. It just isn't the same. When we turn on the console for a session of Jak 3, we go in with the thought that this might be the day. Runs don't happen out of thin air. It takes practice, repetition, and going through the motions to get the time you want. This inevitably means that a lot of suffering and misery comes into play. From practice not paying off to losing runs, it can hurt in the moment. But once you realize and accept that pain is a part of the process, you will become stronger. Once you conquer your fear of failure, nothing can stop you from doing anything in life. You might have to fall on your face many times, but when you finally succeed, after all the blood, sweat, and tears, I tell you, man, that feeling is incredible. It's a state of zen worth chasing. There are many avenues to learn this lesson from, but speedrunning Jak 3 was where I got it from. Another avenue that kind of re-taught me this was making this series. I wouldn't have felt the same sense of accomplishment if I just pumped out mindless sludge that took no time and effort. No, I look forward to finishing something that I've spent 2.5 years of my life on. It's a positive, lingering feeling I'll likely carry with me to the grave. If you followed this series all the way from the beginning at Era 1, thank you so much. Whether you're watching these come out individually or you're watching the several hour-long supercut, I'm grateful that you took the time to watch me, of all people. I never expected people to care about these videos that much, but your love and support has given me the drive to strive for excellence with every release. Ever since I was just a child, I've had a huge passion for video games and digital media, and I feel blessed to be doing this full time. I hope that, regardless of whatever I make next, you guys will have my back. These are the people who conquered Jak 3 in their own unique way. 10 special players who chose to spend thousands of hours perfecting a game they truly loved. Out of all the games, out of all the thousands of video games that exist on this planet, they chose this one. And this was the one story I simply had to tell. Thanks for watching. Lapagna works a day job in Paris and keeps his free time occupied with tool-assisted speedrunning, an area he's been very prolific in for many years. Definitely keep an eye out for what he does next. His tasks are always of insanely high quality. Tom Jack seems to be completing all of his life side quests. Aside from working a regular job, he's a firefighter, sells organic food, and trains Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. In his free time, he likes playing Magic the Gathering. He has not posted any Jak videos to his channel since December 2018. B-Dub best describes himself as someone who hyper-focuses on one activity or hobby for a brief while, which explains his quick rise with Jak and sudden disappearance. These days he spends his free time raiding in Final Fantasy XIV, playing Satisfactory, and golf. Raccoon is working as a software engineer and just finished his college degree in computer science. He has expressed interest in getting into new things that are out of his element, like electronic music production or hunting. He doesn't have plans to return to Jak, but is grateful for everybody who has contributed to his speedrunning journey. Yankee last did any kind of speedrunning in January 2017. His current field is working with animals full-time and playing mostly FPS games in his free time, his main games being Apex and Overwatch. He has expressed interest in returning to Jak 3 on OpenGoal. Bob's day-to-day full-time job is working in wastewater as a mechanical technologist. You can usually find him at the beach, the skate park, or the gym. To this day, Bob still speedruns Jak. He streams his attempts very frequently to his Twitch channel and says he'll always be around the community, even if he retires someday. Goofy is no longer the young kid he once was. As a full-grown adult, he has landed himself a job in the HVAC industry. Much like Yankee, Goofy loves his FPS games and is incredibly good at them. He doesn't really play Jak 3 anymore, but who knows if he's going to be gone forever. Perhaps OpenGoal could do the trick. Yonda briefly came back to Jak 3 in 2022, but hasn't posted a run since then. On a day-to-day basis, he studies digital art, and his gaming hours are now dedicated to trying to reach Immortal in Dota 2. Who knows whether or not we'll see another Yonda grind again. Aslov is still speedrunning the Jak games actively today, when he has the free time. Understandably so, his rate of play has slowed down a bit as he's entering the adult world. He just got his bachelor's in aerospace engineering, so the guy's already built himself quite the resume. Going forward, you can definitely expect more from him. And as for me, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. I'll still be speedrunning well into my 30s, but maybe Jak 3 will take a bit of a backseat. I currently reside in the beautiful and quiet countryside in Denmark, and life is going great. I have a wonderful girlfriend, a great roommate, I have things I'm passionate about, friends that care about me, and I'm working my dream job. While the story of the 10 people who conquered Jak 3 is over, the people live on, and I suggest you do the same. Go live. Live your life to the fullest.